Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
After sailing for about an hour again, the shadow of the Sabati Islands could be seen from a cabin. At this time, the night enveloped the earth, and lights had been turned on in many residential buildings, and faint wisps of smoke could be seen. Shane was eager to return home, so he hurried back to prepare dinner for the three cats at home and said goodbye to Luo and the crew. Under their horrified gazes once again, he leaped down from the railing, transformed into a giant red dragon, flapped his wings, and flew away, leaving a red rainbow light in the sky. This guy seems to be even more handsome after turning into a dragon. The crew members looked at each other and saw surprise and envy in each other's eyes. If Shane's human form attracts the opposite S*X, then his dragon form is extremely attractive to them. When Shane was about to fly near his cabin, he suddenly heard a deafening thunder in the sky. Then, there was a bird cry so shrill and sharp that it could pierce a human's eardrum. Shane's dragon eyes were glowing with blue light. His dragon head was slightly raised, his sight suddenly rose, and he looked towards the sky following the sound. But then a strange bird of huge size, with strange black flames and peculiar patterns all over its body, fell from the sky. It seemed to have lost consciousness. Its pupils were dilated, its hair was burnt black, and white foam was coming out of the edge of its beak. It is falling towards the sea at a very fast speed. It looked like it was struck by lightning. Shane could tell at a glance that it was not a simple bird, but most likely a mythical beast transformed by a human. The bird had an extraordinary aura, and the black flames wrapped around its body revealed a strange aura, constantly burning the air around it. Even though they were hundreds of meters apart, Shane's dragon body could still feel the extreme burning sensation. However, such an extraordinary bird was actually shot down from high altitude. Judging from the charred feathers on the bird, it seemed that the person who shot it down used the power of lightning. It shouldn't be that he was struck by lightning simply out of bad luck, but there are too few strong people in this world who can use lightning. After thinking about it, it seems that Enel is the only one. Wait, this strange bird landed from high in the sky. Could it be from above the Red Earth continent? Then, could this guy be one of 5 people? After vaguely guessing the identity of this strange bird, Shane swallowed his saliva. He no longer dared to stay there and watch the show. Just at this moment, the strange bird that fell from a high altitude regained consciousness. When it felt that it was falling head first into the sea, its expression became extremely terrified and it flapped its wings quickly. When it was about to hit the sea water, it successfully flipped over and slid along the sea surface in a very extreme way, forming a crescent shape. What an extreme operation! Xian's eyes showed admiration. But he immediately discovered something was wrong, because after the strange bird's self-rescue operation, it happened to be much closer to him. At this moment, the pair of deep bird eyes with black flames were staring at him, making Xian feel as if he was being pricked by needles. But it did not come closer and even had a tendency to retreat. The bird's rather human-like face showed a look of fear and confusion. Why did this guy change color? Maka's Masheng's whole body was tense, his heart was surging like waves, and he stared at Shane's red dragon body, especially his tightly closed dragon mouth. Not long ago, a huge white dragon suddenly invaded the holy land of Marihoa. Its strength was so strong that it was unimaginable. All the defenses along the way collapsed under the almost invincible dragon body, whether it was artillery, guns, long-range attacks from ability users, or storm kicks from physical masters. None of them could hurt the white dragon at all. Eventually the news reached the palace of the 5 elders, and he, who was good at aerial combat, went out to meet the enemy. When he saw the white dragon, he did not take it seriously, thinking it was just a person who had gained some powerful ability and did not know his own limitations. Lucky guy. But after the fight, he knew he was wrong. The black flame attack that he was so proud of couldn't even leave a mark on the white feathers of the white dragon. Just as he was about to get close and attack with its sharp claws, he saw the giant white dragon slightly open its mouth, and a ball of lightning slowly gathered in the dragon's mouth. Feeling the condensed lightning, he gradually had a bad premonition and hurriedly spewed a breath of black flame at the dragon in an attempt to interrupt it. However, a thrilling, dazzling pillar of lightning gushed out, instantly splitting the sky, even dispersing the white clouds, instantly extinguishing all his black flames and shooting straight onto his body. "You're so annoying." Before he lost consciousness and fell, he heard the emotionless voice of a little girl. Back to the present. Observing the topography of the Sabeti Islands not far away, he realized that he had fallen 10,000 meters into the air. Unexpectedly, the giant dragon followed him and even fell faster than him. Although it changed from white to red, its size became a little bigger. But St. Marcus Maz would not be wrong. The appearance of this red dragon was exactly the same as that of the white dragon, so he deduced that it was probably another form of this dragon. This scarlet-red form looked even more ferocious than the previous white form. The white form itself was powerless to fight back, and now this red form. This guy, is he trying to kill us all? St. Marcus Maz was horrified and then a little angry. He was one of the 5 greatest rulers in the world under Yim, and now someone dared to kill him. "You arrogant dragon, do you really want to be the enemy of the world?" Although his voice was roaring loudly, he kept flapping his wings while speaking, gradually retreating and increasing the distance between him and Shane. "What?" Xian was confused and even felt a little aggrieved. He was just a passing dragon. He originally wanted to save you when you fell into the sea, but now he finds out that he seems to have been scammed, and the other party is blackmailing him after he got up. Didn't he just come back from the war? What kind of feud could there be with this bird? Why did it involve the whole world? What a weird guy. Besides, why do you keep going backwards when you keep talking? Shane became more speechless, but the strange bird's retreat was exactly what he wanted. He could clearly sense that the strength of this strange bird was far superior to his own, and had originally planned to call Khanna to save him in his mind. But he did not expect that although this strange bird had a bad temper, it was extremely cowardly. Therefore, Shane also flapped his wings in the same frequency as the strange bird. Both sides stared at each other, but were silently retreating, constantly increasing the distance between them. The scene looked unexpectedly humorous. After a long time, the strange bird could no longer be seen. Shane breathed a sigh of relief, glanced in the direction of home, flapped his wings, and went home. On the other side, St. Marcus Maz also breathed a sigh of relief. The strange dragon did not chase him. It seemed that it was frightened by his identity. It still had some self-awareness. However, he felt very aggrieved in his heart. He had never thought that he would have such an embarrassing moment. He had secretly decided to ask Zhangguo to put a bounty on this strange dragon after returning. One day, he would catch this strange dragon to avenge today's humiliation. Then he flapped his wings and flew high towards the holy land of Mary Geos, which was 10,000 meters in the air. When he was halfway through the flight, he saw a familiar white figure coming towards him, and he was so frightened that his eyes almost popped out. "Why are you here again?" Khanna looked confused. It turned out to be this blackbird. I had just been burning myself with the flames, which made her angry, and I accidentally couldn't help but use a little bit of strength. I thought I had blown him into pieces, but fortunately, he's okay. This way, Shane won't blame me for using my abilities without his permission. Shane was very cautious. To prevent the strange bird from following him secretly, he dived into the sea not long after flying. This place is an absolute restricted area for people with special abilities. He swam around the Sabeti Islands in the sea for most of the day, which probably took him about half an hour before he surfaced with 2 big, delicious fish he had caught. Shane dragged 2 large fish that were over 10 meters long and walked towards home in the dark. "Let's go home. This fish will be the side dish tonight. The main dish must be the chicken I bought a few days ago in the refrigerator." That strange blackbird scared him badly. The black flames wrapped around its body showed that it was a mythical beast, and who else could it be except those 5 old men who fell from Santa Maria Joa? If you really provoke him, it will be a real stunner and you won't be able to get rid of him. Fortunately, that guy seems to be in a bad mental state after being beaten. I don't know who could beat him like this. Could it be another one of the 5 elders? Unable to figure out the reason, Shane was too lazy to think about it anymore. Before he knew it, he had reached the gate of the yard. The 2 fish he brought back were too large to pass through the narrow space of the gate. He could only carry the 2 fish tails on his shoulders, then squat slightly, preparing to use his legs to leap into the yard with the big fish. At this moment, 3 figures, 1 big and 2 small, appeared in the thick night. "Hey, Xia-chan." The moment Kagura saw Xia in for the first time, her eyes lit up and she rushed over with joy. Huh. Shane was also surprised. He quickly released the 2 fish tails, opened his arms, and steadily caught the girl who jumped over in his arms. "Why are you coming back just now?" He was a little confused, but his voice was interrupted by Klee, who also rushed over. "Brother Shane." Klee learned the trick very well and also pounced over. With her elven blood, her body was light, and she jumped more than 2 meters high. Now she was falling from the air towards Shane's face. "You are really not afraid of being fallen." Shane's pupils widened. Klee was different from Kagura. Her body was not much stronger than that of an ordinary person. If he didn't catch her, she would definitely fall painfully. So he quickly took out one hand to hold Kagura, stretched out his hand and grabbed Kagura's legs. Then along her hips, he held her in his arms like holding a child. "Hey, Brother Shane, you caught Kelly awesome." Kelly smiled happily and sat naturally on Shane's arm, leaning her body against his chest, and used her hands to smooth out the stains on his hair that had gotten on at some point. "If you can't catch it, you'll be in pain." Xia-in smiled helplessly, put her on the ground, and rubbed the heads of Klee and Kagura in front of him with his hands. It was strange. After only half a day of not seeing him, not only did Kagura and Klee miss him, but he himself also felt a lot more relaxed. His mood, which had been ruined by the strange bird just now, gradually improved. "Xiao." At this time, Kana trotted over slowly. She seemed to be imitating Kagura and Klee deliberately, but she did not jump up. Instead, she hugged Shane's thigh directly. "Shane, are you going hunting?" She raised her head and asked in confusion. She saw Shane carrying 2 big fish. "No, I just met a tough guy on the way back, so I hid from him in the sea for a while and caught 2 fish for dinner." Of course, Shane would not miss Kana's little head, and even pinched Kana's pair of small dragon horns on purpose. Kana let him pinch her without any resistance, but after thinking about what Shane said for a while, her tone suddenly became a little cold. "Xian, did someone bully you?" After spending this period of time together, Kana never said that she had already learned about everyone's strength through the dragon's perception ability. The comparison is with herself. Kagura is somewhat strong, Shane is very weak, Klee is even weaker, and Drake is the weakest. From a dragon's perspective, being weak means being bullied by other dragons. So based on what Shane just said, although Kana didn't quite understand, she roughly knew that Shane was forced into the sea by someone, which meant that her friend was bullied. "Kana, we'll help you." Kana patted Shane's side, then pointed at herself with a round finger with a serious expression. "Someone is bullying Xia-chan." Hearing this, Kagura became uneasy, with a hint of viciousness in her eyes. Someone actually dared to bully her owner. What? Did some bad guys bully Brother Shane? Kelly also pouted angrily. Seeing the reactions of these 3, Xia-in was stunned. Although there were some misunderstandings, he did not expect their reactions to be so big. A warm feeling suddenly surged in his heart. It doesn't matter. That strange bird probably has a mental problem. It inexplicably thought I wanted to kill it. Fortunately, it was brave enough to run away while talking. Shane smiled and patted the 3 little heads again. Then he grabbed 2 big fish and went in, while complaining to them about the strange blackbird he met on the road today. After returning to the house, he learned that Kagura and the other 2 had not eaten yet. Shane did not rest either. He took a knife and prepared the big fish outside the yard, then moved into the kitchen and cooked dinner by himself. What he didn't know was that at this moment, Klee and Kagura, who were sitting on the sofa in the living room, were already sweating profusely from nervousness. Sister Kagura, do you think the blackbird that Brother Shane encountered is the one that Kanna killed? Klee whispered in Kagura's ear. The voice asked. She knew that after Shane summoned Kanna, his hearing seemed to have improved significantly, and he could hear their normal conversation even in the kitchen. Hush! Of course it must be the stupid bird that was hit twice by Kanna, but it seems that Xia-chan was able to meet it because of us. So don't tell anyone about the fact that we flew to the sky today. Kagura's voice was also very low, and she looked at the kitchen while speaking. Yes, Kelly knows it. As long as Brother Shane doesn't ask, Kelly will definitely not tell it. Kelly nodded seriously. Even if he asks, you can't tell us. Otherwise, he will definitely not let us go out alone again. But Klee won't lie. Captain Jean said good children can't lie. At this time, who would still follow the good boy's rules? By the way, who is the leader Chin? I see you keep mentioning her. Captain Chin is the acting leader of our Knights of Favonius. She is a very good. The topic of their conversation went off the track, but they became more and more excited. What are they doing? Looking at Kagura and Klee, who were almost stuck together, Kanna had a confused look on her face and felt a little disappointed. They have never been so close to me before. Is it because their relationship is not good enough? If so, how can we improve our relationship with them? Kanna racked her brains, but couldn't come up with any answer. So she jumped off the sofa, put on the slippers that Shane had bought for her with her tender little white feet, and ran towards the kitchen. Well, maybe give them gifts. Klee is most interested in bombs. She will definitely like it if you give her gunpowder, iron sheets, etc. As for Kagura, just give her food. You can go to the sea and catch a fish like I did today. It should be an easy thing for you. In the kitchen, after Kanna found Shane, Shane answered Kanna casually while cooking without thinking much. Oh, I get it, Shane is so awesome. Kanna showed admiration in her eyes. Then she got ready to go out. She wanted to prepare the gifts now and give them to Kagura and Klee that night, so that their relationship would immediately become the same. Wait, Kanna, it's almost time for dinner. I'll go with you tomorrow morning. Shane would certainly not let her go out so late, let alone let her go out alone. With her personality and her nearly invincible strength, who knows what kind of trouble she might get into if she goes out alone. Even though Mary Joa had sent a quick message to him overnight, he still believed it. Yeah. Fortunately, Kanna always listened to him and nodded immediately, standing quietly behind him watching him prepare food. Night. After about half an hour, the food was ready. This time, Shane did not move the dining table outside the yard because the wind was a bit strong tonight and the food would easily get cold. Inside the house, the lights were on. On the table was today's main dish, braised chicken, and a side dish, boiled fish. The seasonings in this world were magical. They could not only flavor the food, but also greatly improve the color of the dish. With the diffused heat, it looks delicious. Shane sat alone on the main seat, with only Kagura on his left, because she needed to put a large bucket of rice next to her table, and it was not convenient for someone to sit next to her. On the right are Kanna and Klee. There is only an empty plate in front of them. With their appetite, meat is enough, and they don't need any staple food at all. By the way, where's that Drake guy? It was not until then that Shane realized something was wrong. Didn't he ask Drake to look after them during the day? Why was it that these three were at home, but Drake was missing? After these words were spoken, Kanna's expression did not fluctuate at all, and she was still squinting her eyes to taste the fish soup cooked by Shane, while Kagura and Klee's expressions suddenly changed, and they were visibly nervous. Xia narrowed his eyes slightly. It was hard not to see the problem between the two of them with such obvious changes. It was obvious that they were hiding something from him. So he tapped the table with his fingers and looked at Kagura and Klee with a scrutinizing gaze. As expected, neither of them dared to look him in the eye. Kagura quickly buried her head in the bucket to eat, while Klee lowered her eyes and stared at the plate on the table. You don't know where he is? You guys sneaked out during the day. You'll be back at night. You went to the amusement park. You spent all the money I left for you to eat. We didn't go to the amusement park. We didn't even find it. Xia-chan, you're lying. There's no amusement park on this island. Seeing that the truth had been revealed, Kagura didn't hide it anymore and stood up angrily, pointing at Shane. That's because you didn't find it. I've already asked old Neil. The amusement park is on Island 33. I'll take you there next time. Shane tapped her on the head and grinned. The grinning girl pressed back into her seat. If he had known that these three Lolas were not quiet, he was not particularly surprised. The only thing he felt was a little pity for Drake. The guy hadn't come back yet, so it must be because he saw these three were missing and went out to look for them. Then why did you come back so late? He asked again, puzzled. That's because Kana took us to the sky, but we couldn't find the amusement park. Then Klee found that tall and big redstone wall, so Klee answered first. Kagura covered her mouth. Didn't I tell you not to say it? Kagura looked anxious. But haven't we been exposed? Klee, with her mouth covered, was a little confused. Xiaochan doesn't know that the blackbird was shot down by us. He will definitely be angry if he finds out. I know that now. Xiaochan, Xia and brother. Why are you so close? ×2. When the two were whispering, Xian had already quietly approached and pricked up his ears to eavesdrop, and the content did not disappoint him. It was the kind that made him dizzy after hearing it. After a long time, after guzzling 3 glasses of ice water and 2 bottles of rum that Kana had been coveting, Shane's slightly broken heart finally calmed down. In front of him, 3 Lolas, 1 big and 2 small, stood upright in the living room, staring at him eagerly. They didn't see your faces, did they? After thinking for a long time, Shane suddenly asked seriously. He was naturally mainly asking about Kagura and Klee. Kana had been in dragon form since Marihoa, and now recalling the behavior of the black strange bird, Shane realized that he had mistaken himself for Kana. No wonder he would be scared to that extent. And they said that after the strange bird separated from him, it met Kana and the other 2 on the way back to Marihoa, and then started to talk nonsense again, even shouting, "Are you kidding me?" Kana rushed over. As expected, Kana One Tail slapped him back to an altitude of 10,000 meters. Kagura and Klee shook their heads. They didn't know either. At that time, they were sitting on Kana's dragon's back with a large piece of feathers to cover them, but there was no guarantee that they would not be seen by someone accidentally. Invisible because Shane said not to attract attention, so I used my invisibility. Kana raised her hand and said. Kana was actually invisible the entire time today. No one in the Sabeti archipelago could detect a dragon flying in the sky. After all, Marihoa was the home of the celestial dragons. The guards were all agents trained by the world government. Although they could not see through Kana, although he is invisible, he can use his observation haki to detect the vibrations of the air caused by Kana's wings. However, Kagura and Klee did not take any action from beginning to end, so they were always invisible. It's okay, at least we weren't discovered. Shane breathed a sigh of relief, and his frown relaxed a little. It's not serious as long as their identities are not exposed. The 5 elders who were beaten up twice by Kana must be going crazy now, and are probably preparing to let Marine find enemies all over the world. Late in the night, exhausted and in tattered clothes, Drake returned to the cabin in despair. When he saw the shoes of Kagura, Klee, and Kana at the door, he felt like the sky was falling. When he found out they were missing during the day, he was extremely anxious and rushed out to look for them. In one day, he searched the entire Sabeti archipelago. Whether it was a restaurant, shopping mall, amusement park, gangs in chaotic areas, pubs, casinos, or even some slave ships and pirate ships docked at the edge of the harbor, he went looking for them. He was sure that after being forced to fight several gang bosses and pirates with bounties of tens of millions or even hundreds of millions today, his bounty would definitely skyrocket. Fortunately, in the end, he found Hawkins, who was also a supernova, on his ship. Hawkins used divination cards to tell him that the person he was looking for was at the place where he was at the beginning of the morning. Drake was stunned for a moment. Wasn't that right at the beginning of the morning? So he had been looking for them outside for so long, and they had already gone home. Drake was speechless, but finally thanked Hawkins and said goodbye to him. Hawkins said this was the last meeting before entering the New World. He had already coded the ship and would go to Fishman Island tomorrow morning. Finally, I'll give you one last word. You seem to be looking much better lately. Marineford. The war had just ended and the battlefield still smelled of gunpowder smoke. Marine logistics troops were walking across the battlefield, doing post-war repair and cleanup work. Jean Gua sat behind a huge rock in a very decadent manner, staring at a pothole on the ground with his eyes fixed. After the battle, he seemed to have aged a lot. Garp next to him was the complete opposite of him. He looked energetic. Although there was no smile on his face, one could still tell that he was in a good mood. He was sitting on a boulder and eating a bag of potato chips. Marine was not betrayed, and both grandsons managed to survive. Today's result was so perfect that it seemed like a dream. You're still eating UB asterisk 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 D. Jean Gua got angry just by looking at him, his body shaking uncontrollably. He snatched his potato chips viciously and started eating them with a grunt. Garp opened his mouth wide, but this time he rarely tried to snatch it back. Everything has changed since your grandson and the giant red dragon appeared. From today on, my position as Fleet Admiral has come to an end. Jean Gua's voice was dull, but he seemed to have a sense of relief as if he had let go of everything. He raised his head and poured all the chips in the bag into his mouth, chewing while continuing. I have one last thing to do before I leave office. What's the matter? Garp looked at his potato chips falling into Jean Gua's mouth with a distressed look on his face. But he was not too sad because he had stolen them from Jean Gua's drawer. Increase the bounty on your grandson and that damn dragon. Baloo, baloo, baloo. As soon as he finished speaking, the telephone bug in the pocket of Jean Gua's coat rang. He and Garp looked at each other, and their eyes instantly became solemn. That was the Din Din Mushi from the Five Elders Maka's Mass Saint. The second day, the result of the Battle of Marineford spread throughout the world, and the messenger gulls flew all over the world, landing on every bow of the sea and every corner where people lived. Like a bolt of thunder from the blue, the quiet morning in the Sabati Islands ended, and the entire island became abuzz with all kinds of discussions in the streets and alleys, as well as in every corner of the neighborhood. Of course, Shane's home is no exception. Drake was looking at a newspaper with a look of horror. It recorded the results of the war. The content was not detailed, and it seemed that it was deliberately covered up, but the failure of Marine was obvious, and Fire Fist. Ace was successfully rescued. The Whitebeard pirates also successfully evacuated half of their forces. But what surprised him even more was another piece of news, a bounty notice attached below the content. The clear picture captured by the camera showed a huge red dragon. It spread its wings and flew over the sky of Marineford, facing the positions of Jean Gua and Ace on the execution platform. The dragon's mouth was spewing a long breath of fire, which was similar to the yellow flame. The ape's laser beams collided. Just by looking at this picture, Drake can imagine how powerful this dragon is. The colleagues at the scene must have been stunned, but how come he had never heard of this kind of dragon devil fruit? Not only can it transform into a giant dragon, but it can also spit out flames. The current general's attack is most likely an animal-type mythical beast. However, this strong man had no reputation at all before, which is really puzzling. Drake was a little curious, and then he saw the text description below the bounty order. Red Dragon. Shane, an intruder in the war on the top, is initially speculated to be a friend of the pirate Straw Hat Boy. Monkey D. Luffy, who helped him escape from Impel Down and brought him to the battlefield of Marineford, helping him to escape from the war. The biggest criminal in the war, besides Whitebeard, Straw Hat Boy, and other masterminds. Moreover, after the war, he actually took advantage of the situation and broke into the holy land of Mariajoya, openly challenging the authority of the Celestial Dragons. Subsequently, a large number of nicknames were attached to his head, such as the evil dragon who violated the power of God, the blasphemer, the most wanted target of the world government in the future, etc., which shows the anger of the Draco and Marine. Reward amount, 1 billion. 1 billion. The first time the reward was actually as high as 1 billion. What on earth did this guy named Shane do in Mary Joa? After seeing the number 1 billion, Drake couldn't contain his surprise and cried out in surprise and surprise. This is the first time in so many years that he has seen someone with such a high reward. Even after the O'Hara incident a few years ago, The initial reward for the son of the devil, who survived, was only 79 million. To be honest, he actually suspected that the dragon was Xia-In when he saw the name, because Xia-In also has the ability of fire, and he left for a day yesterday. It seems that he can cope with everything except the dragon's body. But when he saw the lazy guy who was huddled on the sofa reading the newspaper with 3 Lolita at the moment, he instantly threw away that unrealistic idea from his mind. Impossible, I must be overthinking. How could such a lazy guy go to Impel Down and then go to Marine Ford to cause trouble, and finally have nothing to do to attack Marigioa? Compared to Xia-In, he would rather believe that it was the 3 little Lolita next to him who did it. However, the sound in his ears made Drake petrified on the spot. Wow, Brother Xia-In, isn't this what you look like after you transform? Why did you get published in the newspaper? Kelly was a little surprised when she saw the red dragon on the bounty ticket that was the same as Kana. Then, her little face became a little anxious. She recognized that it was a reward order, the same reward order she had received after blowing up someone else's slave ship, and the amount of the reward was far more than hers. What should I do? Brother Xia-In is a wanted criminal like her. It's very photogenic. Natsu-chan, was this taken by Marine? Why does it feel so professional? Kagura's focus was completely different from hers. Wow, 1 billion. The moment he saw the newspaper, Xia-In was stunned. I expected that there would be a reward, so I got up early in the morning to read the newspaper, but I didn't expect that the amount would be so high. It was almost the same as Kaido's big sign. He was so kind and capable. He was just a porter on the battlefield. He didn't even participate in the battle except to defend against that old man's sneak attack. He shouldn't hate him so much. And when he saw the provoking the authority of the celestial dragons recorded in the back, he looked at Kanna, who was holding his hands on his thighs and looking up at the newspaper, and suddenly he came to his senses. The 5 elders, the strange black bird that was beaten twice by Kanna, took Kanna's blame on him. However, what made him a little lucky and puzzled was that he looked through the reward notice carefully and found that there was only a photo of him after dragon transformation, and his specific identity information was not mentioned. Kizaru didn't reveal his identity. As a general, he would never be a fool. Relying on Luffy's exposed name, Shane was sure that the wretched old guy had recognized his identity on the spot. But for some reason, he didn't tell Marine his identity. This really surprised Xia-In, and he even felt a little moved in his heart. The resentment that the old guy had sneak attacked on him was also dissipated. In addition to Shane's wanted poster, Ace and Luffy's wanted posters also occupied most of the space in newspaper. After this battle, Luffy's bounty increased to 400 million. Ace's bounty is even more exaggerated. After the last bloodline of the former One Piece was announced, his bounty increased from 550 million Baileys to 1.55 billion Baileys, becoming the highest bounty under the 4 emperors. People, the following is the news about the Whitebeard pirates. After the Whitebeard pirates withdrew to New World, Whitebeard was suspected to be seriously injured and no longer appeared. The pirates are currently managed by the captain of the first team, Marco, the captain of the second team, Ace, and the captain of the third team, Jaws. It is speculated that in the near future, the Whitebeard pirates, the captain of the pirate group, may change hands. It's not like the original story, where the major New World forces divide up Whitebeard's territory. It should be that they're not sure whether Whitebeard still has the ability to fight. And as long as Whitebeard is still alive, the Whitebeard pirates will never fall apart. After fighting together this time, their internal cohesion has reached its peak. Even if the captain changes, it may not be affected. But the only thing they lack right now is a strong man who can compete with the other 3 for emperors after Whitebeard retires. And Ace should be the one with the most hope and talent. Shane analyzed secretly in his mind. It was a good thing for him that the Whitebeard pirates did not fall. The world did not become chaotic like in the original work, and their future trip to the New World would be much safer. Take the current Fishman Island, for example. It is still Whitebeard's territory. Neither the pirates nor the Marines dare to act as presumptuous as in the original story, and the rebellious forces in Fishman Street dare not cause any waves for the time being. Moreover, As long as the tripartite structure of the four emperors still exists, it will not be easy for Marine to reach out to the New World. Therefore, even if Shane's identity is exposed in the future, it will not be easy for them to catch him, as the four emperors will always keep an eye on them. Flames, resilience, dragon form. In the living room, Drake remained in a daze, muttering to himself as if he had lost his mind. It's no wonder he behaved like this. 5 or 6 days ago, when he was sparring with Shane, he couldn't even break his iron block. 2 or 3 days ago, he was already not his opponent. But now this guy can actually fight against a general in the top battle. This growth rate, which is almost only seen in novels, makes Drake feel that the world is almost unreal. However, there was one thing that comforted him. All of Shane's strength could actually be attributed to his mythical beast fruit. Perhaps that day when he was sparring with Shane was the time when Shane obtained the fruit, and every day thereafter, as he mastered the fruit, his ability was gradually improving. Therefore, the devil fruit he ate must be too abnormal. As long as he mastered it, he would have the strength to resist the Admiral. In this case, everything would make sense. Drake breathed a sigh of relief. He patted Shane on the shoulder and asked curiously, "What devil fruit did you eat?" Hearing this, Shane was stunned. He thought this guy would ask him why he went to Marineford yesterday, but he didn't expect that he would care about his ability first. It was really strange. However, although he and Drake have a very good relationship now and can basically be called friends, Shane is still not prepared to tell him his true abilities in detail until Drake completely joins his team. You can call it dragon fruit, mythical beast, fire dragon form. Shane thought about the word in his mind for a while. It is true. Drake seemed to realize something and looked at Shane with some envy and an inexplicable expectation. Conqueror's talent plus such a terrifying devil fruit. How big will this guy grow in the future? Is he another 100 Beasts Kaido? What will his future be like if he follows a guy like this? For some reason, Drake suddenly remembered what Hawkins said to him last night, that his appearance had improved recently. Although that guy is a bit weird, he seems to have never failed in face reading. So does he mean that his future will be more promising after meeting Shane? Morning. While Shane was taking the 3 little girls out to the market, Drake quietly closed the door and took out a Din Din Mushy hidden in a drawer somewhere. This Din Din Mushy has an uncle-like face and wears orange sunglasses. He looks extremely wretched and lazy. Brew, brew, brew. Din Din Mushy dialed. "I'm Drake," Drake said in a deep voice to Din Din Mushy. After a long while, there seemed to be the sound of a book being placed on the table. The person over there took another sip of tea, and then a lazy voice was heard. "Hey, it's Drake. How are you doing in the Sabati archipelago?" "Thanks to your concern, General. The weather and environment in the Sabati Islands are suitable for living. I've been doing pretty well recently, and my health has almost recovered." "Is that so? Then why did you call today?" "The war at the top has just ended, and I'm really busy right now." "Mr. Kizaru, I would like to ask if the higher-ups have given me any instructions on what to do next. Should I go directly to the New World, or wait for Shane's ship to be built and then join him? More importantly, the thing is, do you know that Shane was the one who broke into Marineford yesterday?" As soon as these words were spoken, Kizaru fell into silence. Looking at the Din Din Mushy in front of him who was picking his ears and squinting his eyes, Drake knew that the Admiral should be thinking as well. "A long time. Oh, this is too much trouble. Marine, you don't have to worry about this for now. I will take care of it myself. As for your arrangements, Drake, please condescend to continue lurking in Shane's little stay by my side. I have a feeling this kid will be very restless in the future. I need you to stay by his side and pass on information to me." "I see." The other side. His identity was not exposed, and he had a bounty on his head. Even if he walked on the street, no bounty hunter would come and kill him. This result of having both honor and no trouble really satisfied Shane, especially when he was walking on the street and heard passers-by talking about how powerful the dragon that broke into Marineford was. Shane was almost so happy that he couldn't help humming a song. Of course, he took the 3 little girls out not just to listen to the flattery of passers-by, but to take them to the amusement park they had always dreamed of. But first, Shane went to the barber shop, and he didn't forget to collect the summoning medium. As soon as I entered the barber shop, the system showed that a qualified summoning medium had been found, and a pair of scissors was in the hands of a barber cutting someone's hair. Shane's eyes lit up, and he didn't feel embarrassed. In front of many customers and the bewildered barber, he offered to buy the scissors from the barber's hand with money. "Are you here to cause trouble?" The barber's face darkened. After so many years in business, this was the first time that a customer came to the barber shop not to get a haircut, but to buy a pair of scissors. What's even more speechless is that he only wants the one he is using. Everything else is fine, but the pair of scissors in his hand was a gift from his master when he graduated, and it is his favorite among the many treasures in his store. She has been with him for countless days and nights, so he will absolutely not betray his most loyal partner. 5 million Baileys. Please treat it well. After exerting a little effort, Shane got what he wanted and casually put the scissors in his pocket, but in fact he stored them in the cheat space. Then, with the help of the 3 little girls, he struggled to break free from the barber who was holding his thighs, left the barber shop, and went to the amusement park with the 3 of them. On the road, when I met a young man with a crutch and one leg in a plaster cast, cheat space rang again. Shane's mouth twitched with some hesitation on his face. Even if it was for the purpose of summoning a medium, he was not shameless enough to buy a walking stick for a wounded man in public. At this time, Kagura sneered, patted his chest confidently at Shane, and ran towards the young man. Pot, when approaching, Kagura, in a very professional posture, threw herself on the ground with her head down, right in the young man's path. This smooth operation stunned Shane, Klee, and Kanna. If they didn't know how strong Kagura's body was, they would probably think that this was a little girl who fell down because she ran too fast. "Little girl, are you okay?" Sure enough, the young man stopped and asked with concern. "It's all right, but my left foot seems to be numb." Kagura's little face was filled with pain, and as she spoke, crystal tears rolled in her eyes, as if they were about to fall down at the next moment. With her beautiful and delicate face, she now appears to the young man as a pitiful and helpless beautiful girl, and a strong desire to protect her instantly arises in his heart. "Ow, how can I help you?" "Crutch. I have lost feeling in one of my legs. If I don't have a crutch, I won't be able to go to the pharmacy to get medicine for my brother who is lying on the bed and dying." Kagura covered her face and cried, making a somewhat abstract sobbing sound. "I have a cane. Use mine." The young man could not stand such a scene. His face turned red with excitement. He didn't care whether he could stand steadily or not, and directly stuffed the cane into Kagura's hand. However, the next moment, when the young man was about to take the poor girl to the hospital, the girl who was lying on the ground, crying the previous second, disappeared in the blink of an eye. The young man looked up in surprise and could only vaguely see the girl running as fast as a rabbit, gradually disappearing around the corner of the street. "Thank you for your cane, kind brother." "Hey, got it." Kagura ran back excitedly, handed the crutch to Shane, then stood there, raised her head, and looked at him intently, as if waiting for praise. "That's too much, Sister Kagura. That strange brother was deceived by you so badly that he can't even go home now." Kelly put her hands on her hips and pointed at the young man, squatting on the street with his head in his hands. "Issue accusations." It's obviously what Xiachan wanted. I was just trying to help him find a solution. Klee, you should be the one talking to him." Kagura snorted in dissatisfaction at Klee and Xiayan and turned her head away from them. In fact, the young man was not as miserable as Klee said. After discovering that he was deceived by Kagura, he even hopped on one foot with a leg that was not in the cast and chased half the street. Although he didn't catch up, it shows that he still has the ability to act. Shane felt that the reason why he was still squatting on the street was not because he was unable to move, but because he could not accept being deceived by Kagura and was now in an autistic state. Shane felt sorry for him, squatting alone on the busy street. And if it's not resolved, Kagura and Klee might have internal conflicts because of it. So, Shane thought away and bought a crutch from a roadside stall. His eyes wandered between Klee and Kanna for a while, and finally handed it to Klee, asking her to give the crutch to the young man. Shane knows better than anyone how much psychological comfort a cute little Lolita falling from the sky can bring to people when they are sad, especially when this little Lolita's name is Kelly. Kanna's appearance could actually achieve the same effect, but Shane was a little worried that she might accidentally break the crutch. Kelly promises to complete the task. Kelly gladly accepted it, holding the crutches in her hand, taking energetic steps, and skipping towards the young man. "Big brother, do you need this?" Afterwards, the effect was as expected. Shane could clearly see that when the young man looked up and saw Kelly for the first time, his face was filled with a silly smile, as if he had seen an angel. Oh no, this guy seems to have made a profit from this back and forth. Now it's Shane's turn to be unhappy. After the little episode, Shane continued to head to the amusement park with the three Lolas. Along the way, he naturally wanted to collect the third summoning medium, a piece of cherry blossoms and a piece of peach blossoms. However, I didn't expect that this last and seemingly simplest one has not been found yet. The reason is very simple. There are only almond mangroves on the Sabaody Islands, and there are no cherry trees or peach trees at all. The vendor said that there was no such thing locally, so he could only go to the harbor and try his luck with merchant ships passing through the Sabaody Islands. It wasn't a difficult task. He didn't even plan to go there in person. Old Neil is a shipwright in a shipyard, so he should have many opportunities to meet foreign businessmen. Drake also often goes to taverns in chaotic areas, where he meets many pirates from other places. After returning home, he asks these two to keep an eye out for him, and he should be able to get the pirates in a few days. Then, they finally arrived at the amusement park. The moment he entered the amusement park and saw those familiar rides such as the carousel, roller coaster, 360-degree pendulum, and so on, he felt as if he had traveled back to the modern times. Wow! Klee and Kagura's eyes suddenly lit up. They grabbed Shane's clothes and urged him to take them to buy tickets and go and play. Here, an amusement park? Kanna tilted her head. She had discovered this place when she was flying in the sky that day. But no matter then or now, she always felt that a group of people screaming on a rail car was not happiness. Kanna, just go and experience it and you'll know. Shane rubbed her little head and walked into the gate with the 2 adult tickets and 2 children's tickets he had bought. Ruskina is an uninhabited island located in the doldrums next to Daughter Island. This is indeed the training place where Rayleigh and Luffy are. Shane would definitely be pleased to see this scene on the island, because Luffy was wearing a black eye patch just like he was a few days ago and was beaten black and blue by Rayleigh with a wooden stick. But what makes him better off than Shane is that a beautiful woman would send him a boatload of meat from time to time. Rayleigh, are you going back to the Sabaody Islands this afternoon? After some exercise, Luffy collapsed exhausted under a big tree. Well, I have to spend the afternoon teaching another one, but it won't last too long. I think that kid will be eager to go out to sea soon. Afternoon. After returning from the amusement park, Shane and the others finished their lunch and asked the 3 girls to wash the dishes while he lay on the sofa and enjoyed the comfortable noontime. The sun shines in from the windowsill through the frosted patterns on the window, casting scattered light in the living room. Shane lay on the sofa, covering his face with a newspaper and breathing steadily. It wasn't that he was sleepy, but he simply felt very comfortable lying down. Especially outside, there was Drake who was training hard under the scorching sun. He was waving the training equipment of exaggerated quality with great vigor. I don't know what stimulated this guy. Today, except for breakfast and lunch, he has not stopped exercising. The courtyard is already covered with his sweat. Shane didn't have too much time to relax. First, Kagura, who had just finished washing the dishes, sat on him until he almost retched. Then Kanna came to him again and asked him to take her to buy the gift she had promised him yesterday. Only then did Shane remember that he had promised Kanna yesterday that he would accompany her to pick out gifts for Kagura and Klee. He had no choice but to take Kanna out again. Because the sun was too strong, he borrowed Kagura's parasol. Kagura was generous to him and only asked him to bring back a marshmallow. Island Market number 53. It has been nearly 10 days since he traveled to this world, and except for the first day, he has almost lived on Island 53, so he is quite familiar with all the shops in the market. He soon took Kanna to a blacksmith shop. He was not here to buy weapons, but to purchase the steel components needed for Klee to make bombs. He saw this on the list of raw materials for the bombs that Klee gave him last time. The transaction was easy. After all, buying iron in a blacksmith shop was more normal than buying scissors in a barber shop. The blacksmith shop owner was just a little surprised, but he couldn't refuse the business, so he sold it to the owner at a normal price. "Shane, do you want us to help you get into the bubble bag?" Looking at the iron block on the ground that weighed at least several tons, and then looking at Shane's not-so-strong body and the short Konna beside him, the owner of the blacksmith shop offered to help. No need. It's such a light item, we can just take it and go." Shane shook his head. With his current physical condition, a mass of several tons can only be considered as a weight for exercise at most. And he didn't need to do anything at all. This was bought by Konna for Kelly, and she wanted to move it back by herself. Konna's eyes lit up, and her face looked a little happy. She seemed to have imagined how happy Klee would be after receiving the gift, and their relationship would become as close as her and Kagura. This. Then, under the gaze of the blacksmith shop owner, who gradually began to doubt his life. This little white-haired girl, who was just over 1.2 meters tall, lifted the several-ton iron block without any hesitation with just one of her soft and white hands. "Come on, Shane, let's go back." Konna raised her head and looked at Shane, her eyes full of anticipation. If Shane had not said that she could not use her power when there were many people around, she would have turned into a giant white dragon and flown back. It seems a bit conspicuous. Through the horrified expressions of the boss and other blacksmiths in the shop, as well as the almost 100% rate of people turning their heads on the street, Shane gradually realized that something was wrong. It would be hard for such a petite little girl not to attract attention when she was holding a piece of iron that was several times bigger than her. Shane discovered that all the Marines and pirates along the way would stop and look at them, as if they wanted to confirm whether they were the pirates on the wanted list. Fortunately, Shane and Konna's faces were never exposed, and these pirates and Marines just thought they were civilians with a little more strength, so they looked at them for a few seconds and then stopped looking at them. After returning home, Konna walked briskly into the courtyard carrying several tons of iron blocks. She wanted to run straight to the second floor to give a surprise to Klee, who was making bullets behind closed doors. This was also what Shane told her. "Thank you, Konna. Klee is so happy." Soon, Kelly's excited shouts could be heard downstairs. Listening to the two little girls' happy conversation, Shane smiled with relief downstairs. Drake in the yard was dumbfounded. After Konna left, he looked heavy-hearted and silently added weight to the exercise equipment in his hand. "Sean, I'm going out." After a while, Konna ran downstairs excitedly, glanced at Kagura, who was occupying the sofa in the living room, and then prepared to go out. She was going to prepare a gift for Kagura, to catch a big fish in the sea. "Konna, a normal Poseidon of 10 to 20 meters will do. Don't bring back one that's several hundred meters long." Shane stopped her, squatted down, and gave instructions, and while speaking, he pinched Konna's chubby little face with his hand. "Okay, I understand." Konna nodded obediently and went straight into the courtyard. "What are you going to do?" Drake was a little confused. Why was this little girl jumping? Was she trying to practice long? Jump? Call! The strong wind whistled past, and Drake was blown away by the sudden strong wind. Fortunately, he was very strong and landed steadily with a simple flip in the air. After landing, what appeared before his eyes was a soaring white dragon. Its body was so huge that it was almost bigger than the entire yard. The yard was shrouded in shadow. The giant dragon flapped its wings and instantly burst out with a speed that was inconsistent with its huge body. It turned into a white afterimage and disappeared from sight in an instant. Drake was stunned again, and there was only one question in his mind. Is this a pterosaur? But after being in a daze for a long time, he felt that the white dragon looked somewhat familiar. Suddenly, as if he thought of the key point, his eyes trembled as he looked at Shane, who was fighting with Kagura for the sofa in the room. If he remembered correctly, the bounty order he saw this morning showed that Xia Inlong's form after transformation was exactly the same as this one, with the only difference being the color. What the hell is going on? It's the same ability again. Combined with Klee's previous fire ability, this guy Shane has shown two abilities that are exactly the same as theirs and are almost identical in origin. In the afternoon, Shane took great effort to take back the sofa seat from Kagura. Just as he lay down to take a nap, Rayleigh came again. "How come you have time to come here?" Shane was a little surprised. He thought that Rayleigh would live with Luffy on the uninhabited island like in the original book and would not leave until after the church. "Do you have any wine?" "I'm a little thirsty," Rayleigh asked back. He came here with his upper body naked, and his clothes were soaked by water, and they kept dripping when he held them in his hands. Seeing this familiar scene, Shane realized that the old guy had swam back again. There are only drinks left. Shane went to the refrigerator and took out a bottle of drink and handed it to Rayleigh. A greedy young dragon drank up all the wine. Then, after teacher Rayleigh arrived, Shane spent the entire afternoon experiencing the feeling of being hit by a wooden stick for the first time in a long time. The training process was naturally carried out in front of Drake. Drake recognized Rayleigh's identity and felt itchy, but was too embarrassed to speak up. In the end, he joined in at Rayleigh's invitation. People often say that time flies when you focus on something. Shane used to scoff at people who made such claims, because during his one-year stint as a corporate slave after graduating from college, every day at the office was extremely long and torturous. However, in this world, when Shane was hit by a wooden stick and took off his blindfold, he found that it was already dark. "Natsu-chan, I'm hungry." Almost at the same time, a girl's hoarse voice was heard from inside the house. Then Kagura ran to the door of the house, squatted on the threshold, supported his chin with both hands, and stared at Rayleigh with a bad face. It was this old guy who caused her to not even have a meal now. "Well, let's stop here today." Feeling the girl's resentment, Rayleigh retracted the stick and touched his nose awkwardly. You've been lying on the sofa for the whole afternoon and haven't consumed much energy, but you're hungry again?" Xian said speechlessly. "I wasn't lying on the sofa all the time. For a while, I seemed to be lying on the floor directly." Drake interrupted. "What? Lying on the ground?" Upon hearing this, Xian's expression suddenly changed. "The clothes I bought for you were meant for you to lie on the floor. If you ruin them like this, don't let me wash your clothes anymore." His exhausted body, after a whole afternoon of intense exercise, suddenly regained its strength. He stood up and walked towards the door angrily. He was determined to pinch this girl's face until it was swollen today. Seeing that the situation was not good, Kagura turned around and ran into the house. He wanted to close the door, but was blocked by Xian. Xian became even more angry, and the two of them started a thrilling chase in the living room on the first floor. Klee on the second floor was attracted by the sound, opened the door, and the moment she stuck her head out to check, a pillow thrown by Shane and dodged by Kagura hit her right in the face. With Shane's current physical condition, even if he threw a pillow, the power was still considerable, enough to leave an afterimage in the air. If this pillow hits Kagura or Kana in the face, it will definitely have no effect. But it is a different story for the fragile Klee. There was a loud bang, and the pillow fell to the ground. Kelly saw stars, and her petite body swayed on the spot. Then she fell backwards to the ground. "Kelly!" Shane's panicked voice suddenly rang out in the house. Drake and Rayleigh looked at each other in the yard, not knowing what to say. At this moment, a flash of red light suddenly flashed across Rayleigh's eyes. He suddenly looked up at a certain place in the sky. In an instant, a majestic aura burst out from his body. Drake, who was closest to him, was the first to notice something was wrong. His body suddenly tensed up and his heart began to beat uncontrollably. He couldn't imagine what kind of monster could make Rayleigh threaten him so seriously. However, when he followed Rayleigh's gaze towards the sky, he was instantly relieved and his expression gradually relaxed. It was a giant white dragon with pure white feathers. It was swooping down from the sky, stirring up a gust of howling wind. No wonder Drake felt suddenly a lot cooler just now. It was Kana, who had just returned from the deep sea after being out all afternoon. She brought back a nearly 20-meter-long fish-like beast called Poseidon. She bit it with her dragon mouth and threw it into the courtyard, shaking the ground. "I'm back," The giant white dragon emitted a blinding light in the air, and then its body shrank rapidly. When it landed on the ground, it had turned into a little white-haired girl. "Drake, look at my prey." Kana put her hands on her hips, one foot on the fish head, and raised her head to look at Drake with some pride. The corners of her mouth were scarlet, and there was a bloody taste. This is the result of her hard work in the sea for an afternoon. According to Shane's requirements, the fish cannot be larger than 20 meters and must have plenty of meat and delicious texture. After she caught the fish, she took a special bite. Although it was raw, the meat tasted really good, similar to the one she and Shane brought back from the sea last time. "You caught it back by yourself?" Drake was stunned, and his voice stammered in shock. Last time, he and Shane, Kagura, and Klee rented a boat and used bombs, but they only caught one. Kana, however, only went out for a few hours and brought back such a complete one. Poseidon class. "Well, is it not possible?" Kana tilted her head in confusion. She didn't understand why it was difficult for a dragon to catch a fish. Shane could do it easily, but as for Drake, Kana suddenly remembered that Shane had once told him that Drake was a dragon that couldn't go into the water. What a poor dragon. She seemed to have hit him hard. "I'm sorry." Kana apologized with her head down in guilt. Without waiting for Drake to speak, she grabbed the tail of the nearly 20-meter-long Poseidon-like fish, bypassed Drake, and ran into the house. She wanted to tell Shane the good news as soon as possible and give the gift to Kagura. While passing by, she suddenly saw another strange old man. She didn't recognize this face, but the old man had a lot of Shane's aura on him, and he must be someone very close to Shane. And those who are close to Shane have the chance to become friends with her. "Are you Shane's?" Rayleigh had never looked away from Kana since she appeared. For a moment just now, Rayleigh thought that some general or 4 emperors had arrived. Something is wrong. This feeling is more than just... As Kana approached, Rayleigh felt more and more that something was wrong. The huge sense of crisis that was overwhelming him became stronger as the little girl got closer. "There is a high probability that you will die." Rayleigh's forehead was already covered with cold sweat as his observation haki gave him a crazy warning. If he hadn't been carrying a sword, he was sure that he would have put his hand on the hilt. "My name is Kana," from Shane. Kana paused, being very patient with people who might become her friends, but got stuck in the middle of the sentence, forgetting what the word was called. She was stuck there, looking up at Rayleigh and thinking for a long time. Finally, her eyes lit up and a word came to her mind. "Girlfriend. I'm Shane's girlfriend." Kana's voice was as emotionless as usual, but her confidence could be heard from her consistent tone. She is a female dragon, which humans refer to as female, and she is Shane's friend, so the result is obvious. What? Rayleigh was confused and suspected that he had heard it wrong. This absurd feeling washed away his nervousness in facing Kana. At such a young age, brother Shane, it shouldn't be possible, right? Rayleigh's expression gradually became hesitant, and he found that he was not sure of the answer, because he thought of Shane's companions, Kagura, Klee, and Kana in front of him. They're all little girls of this style, and each one is younger than the other. Night. In Kelly's bedroom, the innocent victim, Kelly, woke up. She rubbed her aching eyes, recalled what happened before she fainted, and subconsciously touched her forehead. As expected, there was a big lump there, and when her hand touched it, she felt a sudden pain. "This!" Klee almost cried out, but when she saw Shane in front of her with a look of guilt and distress on his face, she held back and instead took Shane's hand to comfort him. "It's okay, brother Shane. Kelly is fine. You didn't mean it." Hearing this, Xiao's heart trembled violently, and his guilt was beyond words. He stretched out his hand and wanted to slap himself. A trace of confusion flashed across Kelly's delicate little face, but she quickly reacted and quickly grabbed Shane's hand with both hands, shouting anxiously, "Don't be like this, brother Shane. Kelly is hungry. Let's go eat." Xian was stunned on the spot, feeling mixed emotions, and was almost moved to tears. After being accidentally injured, she not only did not blame, but comforted the person who hurt her. "This is she's simply a little angel." A voice suddenly sounded in his ear, expressing what Shane was thinking. "Yes, she's just like an angel. Xia-in nodded quickly. This was what he was thinking at the moment. As expected, the person who could accurately express his inner thoughts at this time was, "You greedy girl." Xian's expression changed immediately. He stretched out his hands at the same time, grabbed the girl who had run in at some point, grabbed her cheeks, and squeezed them hard. "Finally, I caught you. Hurry up and apologize to Klee. If I hadn't been chasing you, I wouldn't have thrown the pillow at Klee's face." Wu, caught off guard, and due to the small space of the bedroom, Kagura was held tightly in Shane's arms. Her cheeks were almost stretched into a pancake, and she let out a pitiful wailing sound. Shane had long been immune to this and was not affected at all. Instead, he increased the strength in his hands. Kagura was in so much pain that tears were about to fall. "Brother Shane, don't bully Sister Kagura." In the end, it was the little angel who stepped forward and rescued Kagura from the clutches of the devil. "Damn you, Xia-chan, you have such a strong force. Are you trying to tear my face apart? If you do that, you will lose a beautiful girl with great potential." Kagura covered her cheeks with her hands and stared at Shane with a look of grief and anger, tears welling up in her eyes. He feels not bad." Shane ignored her, looked at his own hands, and then looked at Kagura's cheek with a frightening and perverted expression, scaring her into his arms. "Ah, don't do it again." Kagura put her face somewhere on Klee's barren body. "Okay, stop making trouble, Brother Shane and Sister Kagura. Kelly is really hungry. Let's go eat." Klee's expression was somewhat helpless. She sighed softly and patted Kagura's head in her arms. That expression looked like a mother with two naughty children. In the living room, under the bright light, you can faintly see the heat which comes from the variety of food on the dining table. Rayleigh, Drake, Kana, and Old Neil, who came from the shipyard after get off work, have already started enjoying dinner. Rayleigh, Drake, and Old Neil were drinking. Old Neil and Rayleigh were old acquaintances. Today, when he learned that Rayleigh was at Shane's house, he ran over without saying a word after get off work. Drake accepted Rayleigh's domineering teaching today and was very grateful and admired him. Moreover, it was a rare opportunity to drink with such a legendary figure, so he was also very enthusiastic. Only Kana seemed a little confused. She sat in her seat with her hands on her cheeks, her two plump legs dangling under the dining table, and she didn't even notice that one of her slippers flew out. She gave gifts to both Klee and Kagura, as Shane said, but the result was a little different from what she expected. Klee just hugged her happily and then went back to the bedroom to make bombs. Kagura's reaction was even milder. She just showed a shocked expression, gave her 2 thumbs up, and said, "Kanna, you are awesome." Although she was happy to hear this, it was completely different from what she had imagined, which was a closer friendship. Moreover, at this moment, Shane, Kagura, and Kelly were all in the bedroom, and no one knew what they were doing. She was left alone in the living room watching these 3 adults drinking, which was really boring. It would be nice if she could have a drink, but Shane said she wasn't allowed to drink anymore during the week. For some reason, Kana didn't want to go against Shane's words. After a long time, Kana's eyes finally lit up when she heard footsteps on the stairs, and she quickly looked over there. "I'm here to eat." Kagura jumped down from the 2nd floor and landed precisely on his seat at the dining table with a bang. The sudden movement scared Old Neil, the only ordinary person present. Soon after, Shane also came down from upstairs holding Kelly. Kelly's face was a little flushed, perhaps because so many people saw her being held in Shane's arms. She actually just hurt her head and was not seriously injured, so she could walk without any problems. But Xiaoyan said he wanted to compensate her and insisted on carrying her downstairs. The clever Kuli had some suspicions in her heart that Brother Shane just wanted to take this opportunity to hug her, but she had no way of being sure. Seeing that he insisted, she had no choice but to let him do it. But now she regretted it a little. "Brother Shane, there are so many people here. Why didn't you tell me?" Kelly blushed and made a mosquito-like sound in Shane's ear. "Haha, are you shy, Kelly? It's okay. No one will laugh at you." Seeing the little girl's shy expression, Shane found it a little funny and gently poked her blushing little face. This intimate action made Kelly even more shy, and she buried her head in Shane's shoulder. "Loricon, Kagura looked at Shane, who was smiling happily, with contempt while eating. Lolita, control? Kana had a puzzled look on her face. She always heard Kagura say this about Shane, but she never understood what it meant. You don't know. Kagura was a little surprised, but when she saw Kana's childish face, she understood. Although this dragon was older than everyone present, her cognition was the same as that of a human child. Not much different. So, Kagura sat up straight, cleared her throat, pointed at Xia In with the end of her chopsticks, and said, "Remember, Loli is you, and Loli Control is a pervert like Shane who likes you." Late at night, soon after dinner, Rayleigh and old Neil left one after another. Perhaps because he was happy not to see Rayleigh for a few days, old Neil got drunk, which reminded Shane of the first day he met him. Seeing his swaying figure when he went out, Shane felt a little worried, so he finally helped him home, threw him on the bed, and covered him with a quilt before returning. After coming back, Drake went back to his room to rest. Today's domineering training had exhausted him both physically and mentally, and he needed sleep to recover. The three Lolas seemed very energetic. Kagura slept for the whole afternoon. Kana hardly needed sleep, and Klee was just forced to sleep for more than an hour. Shane was prepared for this. He took out the flying chess that he bought during his last visit to the amusement park and played with the three Lolas for several hours until Kelly was so sleepy that she started yawning. Back in the bedroom, Shane lay down on the bed in a spread eagle position. Character panel. Character, Shane. Age, 24. Race, human, 81%. Night rabbit, 5%. Elf, 4%. Dragon, 10%. Ability, Conqueror's Haki Awakening, 18.75%. Fire Elemental Power Mastery, 18.41%. Observation Haki Awakening, 13.46%. Armament Haki Mastery, 4.11%. Dragon Transformation Mastery, 21.14%. 5 days until next character summon. Summoning condition, 80 million berries. Time until next item summon, 1 day. Summoning condition, 10 million berries. Host's remaining assets, 427 million Baileys. There is no particularly significant improvement in ability, except for the Dragonization ability, which has improved a lot due to long-term use after the trip to Marineford. All other abilities are within a reasonable range of improvement. But tomorrow, we can start the item pool summoning. The next day, at dawn, Shane got up early in the morning and sat at the desk by the balcony, quietly reading a book in the gradually brightening morning light. This is a book about the basics of navigation that he bought from the market. The book is very thick and contains comprehensive information, including the landforms and environments of the Grand Line, tips on life on the sea, and even notes on major forces, such as the territories of the Shichibukai and the Four Emperors. Shane has been watching for many days, but has only turned over less than 1/5 of it so far. He figured he should be able to finish watching it before his ship was completed. By then, even if he had no experience going out to sea, he would have a wealth of theoretical knowledge and would be more likely to come up with solutions when encountering difficulties. Of course, natural disasters on the Grand Line are not so easy to avoid, and the New World is even worse. Even those old people who have sailed on the sea for many years dare not guarantee that they can come back alive after a trip. You never know when the ship will be swept away, falling into a deep-sea whirlpool somewhere. But if they really encounter desperate situations in the future, Shane still has a set of escape and life-saving measures. That is, he and Kana transformed into dragons, picked up the ship, and ran away, just like the day he sent the ship carrying Luffy and others to the battlefield of Marineford. Humph! By then, no matter what tsunami or whirlpool there is, it will be useless. They can fly, and they can even fly while holding the boat. Thinking of the scene of him and Kana running with the boat in the future, Shane couldn't help but smile, but at this moment, the long-awaited voice sounded in his mind. Item Pool Summon. Available Summoning Condition, 10 million Baileys. The cooling time has ended. Do you want to summon the item pool? Finally, you're here. Xian was overjoyed. The reason he got up early in the morning, besides reading, was to summon the item pool today. He was really looking forward to summoning some good stuff. Start calling. As the 10 million Baileys in the storage space disappeared, Shane felt a light brighten up in front of his eyes, like a bright lamp that suddenly lit up, and a dazzling light instantly filled the entire bedroom. What appeared before him was a summoning array composed of mysterious spells, which was smaller than the character summoning array. Under Shane's expectant gaze, the air began to tremble, and a breeze suddenly rose in the room, blowing up the strands of hair on his forehead. But he didn't care. He was staring at the air in front of him, where a narrow space crack appeared. The crack gradually expanded, and a gorgeous blood-red sword quietly emerged from it. Congratulations, host, summoning success. Sword bathed in dragon blood, Teyvat continent step on fire and thunder. Increase the damage caused to enemies under the influence of fire and thunder by 20%. The dark red sword body was emitting a blood-red glow. Shane held it in his hand. His emotions were instantly aroused. His hand holding the sword trembled constantly, and the thought of cutting something arose in his mind. Dragon. It wants to chop the dragon. It seems that the sword's consciousness is telling it to take it to challenge the dragon again, and it also wants to bathe in the dragon's blood. What the hell, I am a dragon. Xian was speechless. He gripped the hilt of the sword with both hands, suppressing the madness in his heart and stopping the sword from shaking. The sword looks pretty good. I'm not sure how hard it is yet. Holding the sword actually slightly affects my mind, but it's similar to the feeling brought by the Night Rabbit bloodline, and it's within the range that can be suppressed. Shane held the blood-red sword in both hands. Looking at the gorgeous sword blade with a blood-red glow, he inexplicably recalled the scene when he picked up a wooden stick and roamed the countryside as a child. I do want to cut something for fun. Shane felt a little itchy, but he would not swing it in his own bedroom. He was afraid that if he used a little force, the wall would be destroyed, and then Kagura would definitely come after him if she was woken up. Go downstairs and chop 2 stones and try. After making up his mind, Shane no longer hesitated. He simply put on his clothes, opened the window, and prepared to jump directly from the balcony. Before going downstairs, he had a flash of inspiration. He thought that since this weapon was summoned by cheat, it should be able to be retracted into the storage space like Bailey. Then he silently said retract in his mind, and the big sword in his hand disappeared instantly. It was so successful. In the small courtyard, Drake was shirtless, swinging his giant axe and long sword at the air. The armament-colored domineering gathered in his palms, but it could never cover the surface of the weapons. But he did not lose heart and continued to practice hard. His whole body was soaked with sweat, as if he had been caught in a heavy rain. Rayleigh said that this stage of armament hockey requires a long training process, and being able to attach armament hockey to a weapon means that he is fully qualified to enter the new world and fight against the strong. At this moment, Shane jumped down from the balcony and landed steadily beside him. Drake stopped what he was doing. He was surprised. Usually Shane went out through the front door. Apart from training, he rarely showed off his physical fitness. His daily life was similar to that of an ordinary person. Why did you jump down suddenly? He asked in surprise. Try the sword. Shane answered quickly, looking somewhat excited. Sword? Drake was a little confused. He had never seen Shane use weapons and always thought he was using his fists like the Straw Hat Boy. When Shane took out a blood-red sword from the space, Drake's attention was immediately attracted, because the sword was not only of excellent quality, but also had a faint murderous aura that made his body tense up suddenly. Where did you get it? But this hostility could not scare a supernova. Seeing that Shane had no intention of refusing, Drake came over and looked at the sword in his hand with curiosity. Don't worry about it. How about it? Do you want to try its power? Shane looked at the iron axe and sword in Drake's hands. I originally wanted to find a stone to test the sword, but now it seems there is a better option. Well, come on, let's try it. Drake agreed without thinking for long. On the one hand, he wanted to test the strength of Shane's new weapon, and on the other hand, he wanted to take this opportunity to train his armament hockey, the ability to attach. Ding, ding, ding. Outside the courtyard, the blood-red sword, iron axe, and western long sword kept colliding, producing loud noises and splashing a large amount of sparks in the air. Fortunately, Shane was thoughtful and chose a place for the sword test that was some distance away from the cabin. Otherwise, the sound of the collision would have probably woken up the three sleeping Lolas. Shane had never learned any sword or knife skills. He only knew how to chop, hack, and stab. But even so, with his increasingly strong physique, he could use this bloody sword to fight Drake on equal terms. Is there anyone who uses a sword like you? After being blown away by the sword again, Drake gasped heavily, with a look of surprise and helplessness in his eyes. After more than 10 minutes of competition, Drake was certain that Shane's new dark red sword was definitely extraordinary. Its hardness alone should be no less than that of a famous sword. His iron axe and Western-style sword were considered the most advanced weapons in the sea, except for the famous swords, but they were still cut in several places by the blood-red sword. Drake felt a little distressed, as this was a considerable amount of repair money. What made him feel aggrieved was that this guy didn't know any sword moves at all. No, it should be said that he didn't know how to use weapons at all. It was the first time he saw someone using a sword to hit someone. Moreover, with such a crude attack method, he actually hit himself flying with his brutal physical fitness. I can't help it. I haven't learned swordsmanship. I just rely on instinct when fighting. If you're unhappy, just teach me how to use it. Shane weighed the blood-red sword in his hand, his expression becoming more and more satisfied. He used it very smoothly, and the two-handed sword was a weapon that perfectly matched the romance in his heart. However, he used such a handsome weapon rather roughly. I'm too lazy to teach you. Drake's face became a little hot, and his expression was complicated. He didn't want to teach someone who was stronger than him. You can ask Mr. Rayleigh to teach you. I have heard that he was also a famous swordsman on the sea more than 10 years ago. Drake suggested to Shane as he packed up his weapons. While he was speaking, his eyes flickered. Although he was giving suggestions, he actually wanted to see Rayleigh's swordsmanship. Rayleigh won't be coming this week. I think it's really hard for him to travel back and forth between the two islands every day, so I suggest he come once a week. After all, we all have the foundation of domineering, and most of the time we actually rely on our own practice. Shane shook his head, wiped off the dust on his body from the sparring, and looked up at the sky. At this time, the warm morning sun had gradually risen. The sky appeared pale, and sparse sunlight shone through the gaps between the leaves onto their bodies. This means that the three Lolas in the house are about to wake up. It's time to prepare breakfast for them. Shane had an idea and stored the blood-red sword in a space out of thin air, which made Drake envious again, because he could only tie the iron axe and long sword behind him usually. Morning. After breakfast, Drake went out. After learning that Rayleigh would not come today, he told Shane that he was going to the chaotic area to get information. It has been 2 days since the Battle of Marineford, but its impact has just begun. The world pattern is gradually changing, and some figures who have been hiding for many years are gradually surfacing, and even launching an attack on the authority of the four emperors. The most famous of them is Marshal Teach, the Blackbeard, who betrayed the Whitebeard pirates. It is said that on the day of the war at the top, he broke into the Impel downtown, just like the Straw Hat Boy Luffy, and took away the former Impel downtown warden Shiryu and the pirate criminals at the bottom of the prison. Marine was furious and killed him. The Shichibukai seat obtained was taken away. However, the Blackbeard pirates entered the New World in one fell swoop and rose rapidly with their powerful strength, occupying the territory of the New World second only to the four emperors. In addition, there have been recent rumors that he has set his ambitions on the top war. Afterwards, the Whitebeard pirates were severely damaged. So Drake's main purpose of this trip was to find out information about the Blackbeard pirates. Shane was also quite interested and somewhat curious about the subsequent friction between the Whitebeard pirates and Blackbeard, but he estimated that the two sides would not fight for the time being. Whitebeard had just experienced a war and was seriously injured, while Blackbeard was the beard is still in the development stage and has not risen as dramatically as in the original book. However, when the Whitebeard pirates recover and Blackbeard's power grows to a certain extent, a war will surely break out between the two sides in the New World. At that time, perhaps the other four emperors will also intervene. Will Marine be able to sit back and wait for the opportunity? Have to live. Thanks to him, the future situation is even more complicated than the original. Shane has a feeling that he will be implicated after they set foot in the new world. Shortly after breakfast, Klee, Kagura, and Kana came to Shane, who was sitting on the sofa, and proposed the idea of going out for frying fish. "You three, together?" Shane's eyelids twitched twice, and his tone was a little hesitant. "The last time I went out, in just half a day, these three formed a group to search for the amusement park and found the holy land of Marihoa and beat up one of the five elders twice. He now has a bounty of 1 billion on his head, and probably more than half of it is thanks to these three people." Shane didn't dare to think about what kind of trouble they would get into this time when they went to fry fish. Would they fry up that Poseidon? "Forget it, I'll go with you." Xiayan sighed and put down the magazine in his hand. "Yeah, times 3. As soon as he finished speaking, the three Lolas clapped their hands excitedly, with smiles of success on their faces. "Why are you so happy?" Shane asked, puzzled. "Brother Shane, are we going to rent a boat again this time?" Cully did not answer, but asked back in an energetic voice. "No need for that. Besides, Drake is not here, and there is no one to drive the boat, even if we rent it." Shane shook his head. "Then how do we get to the center of the ocean?" Kelly asked with a smile, staring at Shane with her bright crimson eyes without blinking. "Of course it's by flying." Shane answered subconsciously, then realized something was wrong, and pointed at himself in surprise. "You guys don't want me to carry you, do you?" Yeah. The three Lolas nodded at the same time and looked at him with expectant eyes. Although Kana could take them there, but without changing into human form, Kana wouldn't be able to play Klee's bouncing bomb with him. So they set their sights on Shane. "Impossible, forget it. I am your nominal captain. How could I do such a thing that is humiliating to my status?" Shane waved his hands in resistance and lay back on the sofa. He no longer wanted to care where these three went to play. Let them do whatever they wanted. With Kana around, no one could do anything to them. In short, it is absolutely impossible for him to be a flying mount for others, even for a lowly. "Promise Kelly, Shane, brother." However, not long after he lay down, he felt something soft, and one of his arms was hugged and shaken. "Xiachan, come with me. I'll treat you to cotton candy." The other arm was also hugged. "Shane, let's go play, friends, have fun." Under Shane's shocked gaze, Kana pounced on him and held his face with her two soft, chubby hands. Dozens of minutes later, Marineford. "What did you say?" The red dragon Shane is appearing in the waters near the Sabeti archipelago. Inside the headquarters building, upon hearing the message from the Sabeti branch of Den Den Mushi, Sengoku stood up excitedly and slammed the table. "Yes, the news is accurate." The troops on duty returning from the seaside discovered that a huge red dragon that looks exactly like the one on the bounty notice is hovering in the waters near Sabeti. It bombards the sea surface from time to time, and it seems to be chasing something in the sea. This be D actually showed up. Zhang was mood changed rapidly. At first he was excited when he heard the news about Xia, and then he became angry, and finally he gradually fell silent. He originally wanted to immediately dispatch elite Marines to arrest the evil dragon that had ruined his plans during the war at the top, but he remembered the conversation he had with the five elders Marcus Massaint that day. According to him, the power of the evil dragon is unfathomable. He almost regards it as the biggest enemy of the celestial dragons, except for the legendary Nika. At least 2 generals must be sent to capture it. This puts Zhang Guo in a difficult position, because there is only 1 general available, and the other 2 generals are on their way to an uninhabited island in the New World to compete for the next Fleet Admiral. "Fleet Admiral, I have nothing to do, so please let me go to the Sabeti archipelago." Suddenly, a somewhat lazy voice was heard in the office, and a middle-aged, wretched man in an orange suit picked his ears and stood up from his seat. "Selena?" Sengoku was surprised. He rarely saw Kizaru being so active. The last time it was when the celestial dragons were attacked, the Marines had to make a statement. Kizaru was also the most active member of the Marines. He is the fastest in action and is most suitable for emergency situations. But this time is obviously different. Although there is a 1 billion bounty on Red Dragon, it is just in news of his appearance. On the surface, it is not exaggerated enough to send a general. Moreover, Zhangguo was a little worried. If Shane was really as strong as Marcus Mass Saint said, then Kizuru would be in great danger on this trip. But only he and Garp were present on the call that day, and Kizuru didn't know that the Red Dragon made of 5 elders so afraid. However, Sengoku couldn't reveal such a thing, so he just said something before Kizuru left. Just gather some information. Unless it's absolutely necessary, try not to conflict with the dragon. So, I understand. Kizuru's eyes flickered, and he vaguely sensed something, but it was actually to his liking that there would be no conflict. The main purpose of his trip was actually to clear up his confusion. On the other side, the Sabaody Islands. It was already afternoon. For several hours, sitting on the body of the giant red dragon, the 3 Lolas almost blew up all the Poseidons near the Sabaody Islands. After Klee's bombs were used up and they were tired of playing, they patted the dragon's body, lay down among its red feathers, and asked Shane to take them home. What a waste. Looking at the many Poseidons in the sea that were blown up with their eyes rolling, Shane felt a little sorry, but it was not realistic to bring them all back. It was possible, but it would attract too much attention. You can't finish the meat before it goes bad. At this time, Shane saw some fishing boats on the edge of the island hundreds of meters away, and suddenly an idea came to his mind. Whoosh! Whoosh! A pair of dozens of meters long red wings flapped suddenly, instantly causing a strong wind to blow across the sea surface. The strong wind drove the sea water and created waves. The fish and Poseidons that were suspended on the sea surface were also gradually drifted towards the fishing boat under the influence of the waves. So many fish! The sea god has appeared again. The fishermen cheered. They remembered that they had a good harvest just like today on an afternoon a few days ago, but the difference was that the fish were stunned by electric shock then, while this time the fish were stunned by explosion. Looking at the cheering fishermen below, Xia-In felt happy. After playing with a few little girls, he was able to benefit these ordinary people, which made Xia-In feel extremely satisfied. He did not intend to help these fishermen. It was just an idea that suddenly came to his mind, and he implemented it on the spot. Isn't this also a kind of freedom based on strong strength? He likes this kind of freedom to do whatever he wants. Sean, I feel that you are very happy now, why? Suddenly, a voice sounded in Shane's mind. It was Kanna's voice, and she was communicating with him. She, Kagura, and Klee lay on Shane's dragon's back. After being tired, they lay on the soft feathers. Kagura and Klee had fallen asleep, and only she, the young dragon, was still energetic. Shane's feathers were very soft, exactly the same as hers, and lying on Shane's back at this moment, Kanna felt like she was on another self, which was very novel. Because they were close, Kanna could clearly sense Shane's emotional changes. For example, now he suddenly became very happy after flapping his wings. Yes, Kanna, I am happy, mostly because of you, but also a little because of this world. When I got home, it was already 3 or 4 in the afternoon. After Shane carried the sleeping Kagura and Klee back to their room, he returned to the living room on the first floor and sat on the sofa with Kanna, staring at each other. Kanna, I'm going to the yard to practice my hockey. Do you want to come and watch? After resting for a while, the diligent Xia-In prepared to start today's practice. Yeah. Kanna nodded, put on her shoes consciously, and followed Shane out. In the courtyard, Shane took out the sword bathed in dragon blood from the space. He held the sword with both hands and chopped at the air like Drake did in the morning, trying to attach the armed color domineering to it. Kanna wrinkled her nose after seeing the sword in Shane's hand. She smelled a bad smell on the sword, as if it came from the blood of her own kind. If anyone else had held the sword, Kanna would have been angry, and making a young dragon angry could have serious consequences. And the person holding it is Shane, so it doesn't matter. Even if Shane really killed his own kind, he must have his reasons. Kanna was just a little curious now why a dragon was holding a sword with dragon blood, summoned in much the same way as you were summoned to this world. Shane would not hide anything from Kanna and the others, and he trusted them 100%. If she didn't understand, Shane would have told her everything about his cheating. The one who knows his cheating ability best now is Kagura, followed by Klee. Kagura is the one who has been following him most recently, and Klee is smarter. She hasn't asked Shane, but has already had a general idea of his ability. P.S. Please give me some free gifts. Thank you, everyone. Oh, Kana seemed to understand, and shook her head slightly and nodded. Then she didn't say anything else so as not to disturb Xian's practice. She sat obediently on a clean stone, which Shane had brought from the beach specifically for her. Due to her height, her two small legs could not touch the ground and kept dangling in the air. Shane was swinging the sword with all his might, the powerful force splitting the air. Every swing created a gust of air that blew up the white hair covering Kana's forehead. Kana looked at the hair that was blown away in front of her forehead and found it very interesting. She couldn't help but blow some air herself because there was so much air available. The effect was like a strong wind that blew up and made Shane stagger on the spot. Kana. Shane was helpless, but he didn't mean to blame her. He simply walked over and flicked her forehead with his fingers. Kana also gave her face and said, in the following time, Kana, who accidentally made a mistake, completely calmed down and stopped doing other unnecessary things. She just sat on the stone and watched Shane practice silently. The weather was good this afternoon, with white clouds floating around and light golden sunlight pouring into the courtyard, casting a layer of faint golden rim over the ground, houses, and trees. In this way, time passed. The sunlight became dim. Shane's sweat was all over the floor. Kana's eyelids were already closed. Her body was unstable, and she was drowsy. At this time, maybe it was an illusion due to practicing for too long, but Xia-in seemed to suddenly see a familiar face, looking at him with a teasing expression. Xia-in looked puzzled, thinking that he was really hallucinating, and quickly rubbed his eyes with his hands. Brother Shane, long time no see. At this moment, a familiar voice came into his ears. Xiao's pupils suddenly widened, and he stared towards the courtyard wall in a daze. There sat a wretched old man. Even though he was sitting on the courtyard wall, his two exceptionally long legs and yellow trousers almost touched the ground. He placed his hands on his knees, interlaced his fingers, and supported his chin steadily. Wow, it turns out to be you, old man. Shane was so frightened that he almost accidentally threw the weapon in his hand. But it was just this old man, so it didn't matter if he hit him. I haven't seen you for a long time. I feel relieved to see that Brother Xia and still respects the elderly so much. Kizaru was as frivolous as ever, and as soon as he opened his mouth, Shane could feel the oncoming mockery. This old guy still speaks in such an irritating way. Shane curled his lips and was about to retort to the old man, but he found that the old man had disappeared, and only the light particles of his ability remained in the air. At the same time, Kana quietly opened her eyes with a hint of curiosity in her eyes. She turned her head slightly and looked in a direction beside Shane. A strange light flickered in the azure pupils, gradually reflecting a human figure made up of stacked light particles. This is... Yellow Monkey appeared beside Shane, and his hand, which was about to pat Shane's shoulder to scare him, stopped in midair because on a rock not far away, the little white-haired girl was staring at him. This ordinary-looking little girl who was less than 10 years old actually saw the trajectory of his almost instantaneous movement using his ability. Was it due to the ability of the fruit or his observation hockey? What was even more incredible to Kazuru was that he actually felt an indescribable sense of threat from this little girl, a feeling that was even greater than that from his other two colleagues and his predecessors, Sengoku and Garp. He had a premonition that if he really put his hand on Shane's shoulder, something terrible would definitely happen in a moment. A drop of cold sweat slid down Kizaru's forehead, passed through his sunglasses, and fell to the ground. He was extremely shocked in his heart. At this moment, he understood the intention of what Sengoku said before he left. It turns out that the danger does not come from Brother Shane, but from this little girl. Hey, can you please stop getting close to me? I'm really nervous if you, a Marine Admiral, get so close to a wanted criminal with $1 billion bounty on him. Although he was nervous, there was no sign of nervousness in Xia-in's physical condition. He did not even turn around, still holding the big sword and maintaining the posture of practicing. However, He did not relax at the beginning. The moment Kizaru disappeared, he was very panicked and was a little afraid that the other party would give him a lightning speed kick. But when he saw Kana open her eyes with a gleam in her eyes, the panic in his heart disappeared instantly, and he even looked forward to seeing Kana shock this wretched old man. It's a pity that Kizaru didn't attack him, but his stunned look is also very interesting. Finally, I see the deflated expression of this old guy. Shane's mouth is about to rise with joy. Brother Shane, where did you kidnap this girl from? Surprisingly, Kizaru recovered quickly, stroking his chin and looking at Kana carefully for a few times. Then he bent down slightly and asked in Shane's ear, I think she has the potential to be a Marine. Oh, and there's also the little girl who blew up the Celestial Dragon slave ship. TSK, TSK, TSK. There's so many little girls here. Could they all be from? What is Brother Yushan's hobby? Hey, don't speculate about other people's hobbies, especially for someone of your status. I don't want to be regarded as a perverted Lilicon by Marines all over the world. As soon as these words came out, Xian's face turned red with anxiety. It's not his fault that he's too anxious. Admiral Marine is one of the most famous people in the world. Every word they say has a certain degree of spread. Although no one knows about their conversation now, I'm afraid that Shane didn't explain what he said in front of the Marine subordinates later. And once those Marines spread the word, the codename of Shane's bounty order, Red Dragon, might be preceded by the words Lolita Control. If that were the case, Shane couldn't even imagine how shameful it would be. But Shane, you are a Lolita complex. Suddenly, Kana joined the conversation. She pointed a finger at Shane, and her tone was very confident. What your partner said is different from what you said. Comparatively, I still believe her more. Kizaru looked at Xia with a playful expression and pretended to have regret in his tone. Shane's mouth twitched, and he ignored the wretched old man with a bad taste, but looked at Kana with some surprise. Do you know what this word means? He asked puzzledly. Of course. Kana jumped down from the rock and landed steadily on her little legs. She pointed at herself, and there seemed to be light in her eyes when she spoke. Kana is a Lolita. Shane likes Kana, so Shane is a Lolita lover. As soon as the words fell, the air froze instantly. Who taught you this? After a long time, seeing the increasingly shocked expression of Kizaru beside him, Shane covered his head in frustration. Which be asterisk, 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 D had corrupted his cute little girl. Kagura. Kana looked at Shane with a puzzled expression, as if she remembered something. The light in her eyes gradually dimmed, and a hint of disappointment surged on her delicate little face. He whispered in a low voice with grievance, Don't you think Shane doesn't like Kana? Shane panicked and quickly squatted in front of Kana, touching her head and explaining softly. No. How can I not like Kana? Of course I like her the most. Well, it's not that kind of like. Don't look at me with those weird eyes. You old be asterisk, 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 asterisk D. Ha. Sorry, I didn't mean anything else. I just find it funny to see Brother Shane looking so miserable. It was rare for Kizaru to speak without a serious tone. Damn it, it's all your fault. But Xia became even more annoyed. If he was not strong enough, he would have kicked this wretched old man out long ago. Fortunately, Kana's emotions were relatively stable. After hearing Shane say that he liked her, her eyes instantly lit up again, and a dragon's tail swayed behind her, and she was visibly happy. Kizaru's pupil shrank, and he naturally noticed the tail. Could it be that she, like Brother Shane, is also a user of the animal-type fruit ability? Thinking of this, Kizaru suddenly had an idea. He had a bold guess. The red dragon that came to Marineford on the day of the war was Shane, and the other dragon that broke into the holy land of Marihoa at the same time might be it's the little girl in front of me. The fundamental reason for his guess was because of Shane's strength. After observing closely, Kizaru could see that Shane's strength had indeed improved rapidly after not seeing him for a few days. Both his domineering aura and his physical condition had improved significantly. It's different from the past, but it's still far from reaching his world-class level of strength. Therefore, if he broke into Mary Geos and faced the 5 immortals whose strength was unpredictable, there would be almost no chance of survival. If the intruder was this little girl, then everything would make sense. This is a difficult situation. I just wanted to ask casually, but I didn't expect him to accidentally discover Brother Xia in secret. Should I tell Mr. Zhanghua when I go back? Kizaru still thinks it's better not to say anything, as he might get into trouble later. Besides, Sengoku will no longer be the fleet admiral, so he will let the newly appointed Sakazuki or Kuzan investigate it himself. Brother Shane, it's getting late. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now. Thinking of this, Kizaru took out a pocket watch from his arms and put it in front of his sunglasses to take a look. Leaving so soon? Shane was a little surprised. I don't know what this old guy is thinking. He knew clearly that he was the Red Dragon, with $1 billion bounty on him, but he didn't try to arrest him after he came. He didn't even ask any questions. Now he wants to leave. Could it be that he just came here to reminisce about the past? And even if the old guy had no questions to ask, he himself was full of doubts. Why? Didn't you tell Marie my identity information? Shane stopped Kizaru and asked, What information? Kizaru put the pocket watch into his arms and asked with a puzzled look on his face. Of course it's the $1 billion bounty. Red Dragon, Xia'an. The veins on Xia'an's forehead twitched. It was really infuriating to communicate normally with this old guy. Oh, you mean the Red Dragon that broke into the Marineford battlefield? It was really powerful. It was able to block my attack. The name is the same as Brother Xia'an. What a pity. If it was Brother Xia'an himself, it would be great. In that case, my trip wouldn't be in vain. But taking the initiative is not in line with my style. It is too troublesome. Besides, the order I received this time was just to gather information. Now that I have learned most of it, it is time to leave. Kizaru said with a hint of regret, and then under Shane's puzzled and confused gaze, he waved his hand, turned into a beam of light, and flew away at a high speed. See you in the new world, Brother Shane. Left there were Shane with a confused look on his face, and Kanna, who was still happy. What the hell is going on, old man? After a long time, Xia'an came to his senses. He stopped looking at the direction of Kizaru's departing back, raised his head to look at the sky, and it was already dark. Forget it, Kanna. Go check if Kagura and Klee are awake. I'm going to make dinner for you. Okay. After receiving the order, Kanna nodded obediently. She turned around, slowly squatted down with her little carrot legs, and suddenly exerted force. With a bang, a big hole was stepped out on the ground, and the soil splashed. She then jumped to the bedroom on the second floor. Shane wiped the mud off his face and spat out a mouthful of soil, looking helpless. Looks like I need to take a shower before cooking. Since Kizaru left, the family has returned to its former peace. Shane made dinner for the 3 girls. Because they had been playing outside for too long in the afternoon, they did not go out at night. Shane spread a bedsheet in the living room. The 4 of them sat on the bedsheet and played flying chess together. Then Shane also taught them how to play poker. It was their first time playing the game of Dodiju, and they were very curious about it. They played in the living room until 1 or 2 in the morning when Klee and Kagura got sleepy. During this time, Drake also came back. He came back later this time and didn't bring any wine like last time, but he brought back the summoning media Sakura and peach blossom that Shane needed. He said that he had been asking around at the harbor for a long time and finally learned that the daughter of a merchant ship owner happened to have cherry blossoms and peach blossoms picked from the island. But surprisingly, the merchant ship's daughter fell in love with him at first sight. She wanted to sleep with him and insisted that he stay to sail with her. Drake was naturally unwilling, but for the sake of Shane's summoning medium, he had to compromise and finally ran back at night with humiliation. Shane laughed out loud when he heard about his embarrassing escape, but when he came to his senses, the gloating expression on his face paused and gradually turned into a jealousy that any man could understand at a glance. What does the merchant ship owner's daughter look like? I mean, is she pretty? Finally, Shane asked without giving up. Well, I don't pay much attention to this, but her figure seems to be okay, and her face is also very good, different from those noble ladies. Ah? Before he could finish his words, Xia-in, who was extremely jealous, punched him and sent him flying. It's really abominable. He was chatting with the wretched uncle in the yard and taking care of the little lowly, while this guy was flirting with girls outside, and the girl he flirted with was a young lady on a merchant ship. This is too much. Shouldn't this kind of welfare plot fall on the male protagonist? UB asterisk 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 D author. Do you know how to write a book? The next day, early morning, when the first ray of sunlight shone into the courtyard, Shane had already woken up from bed. He walked slowly to the balcony, opened the curtains, and prepared to start his daily morning reading time. After the curtains were opened, he rubbed his sleepy eyes and was immediately frightened, and his body trembled. Good morning, orange-haired boss. In the field of vision, Luo Zheng was sitting on the balcony railing holding a long knife, but the quilt he had hung on the railing was nowhere to be seen. Shane blinked, thought for a while in his dazed mind, and finally understood that this guy had used his ability to get here again. You idiot, where's my quilt? Where did you move it to? I washed it and then put it in the sun. P.S. I'm having a bit of a writer's block, so I'm writing slowly. The pace will be faster in the next few chapters, and I'm getting ready to summon new characters. Luo came here to say goodbye. In the past few days, his pirate ship has been coated. This afternoon, he will sneak into Fishman Island and embark on the journey to New World. Orange Hair Boss, this is for you. Luo took out a glass ball from his arms and handed it to Shane. This is... Shane was a little unsure, looking at the glass ball in his hand. There was a pointer inside that pointed to a fixed point. No matter how he shook the glass ball, the pointer was pointing to the ground. The Eternal Pointer to Fishman Island is not a rare item and can be bought on the market. It can be considered a parting gift from an ally. Luo explained in a calm voice, and then he slowly raised his right hand. An invisible barrier appeared in his palm, expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye. Well then, orange-haired master, see you in Dressrosa. With a snap of his fingers, Luo disappeared instantly. At the same time, a quilt fell from the sky. Shane was originally studying the Eternal Pointer in his hand. It was the first time he saw this thing, and he was a little curious. He was not paying attention and was covered by the quilt on his head. Can't you just go through the front door? UB asterisk 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 D? Shane pulled back the quilt and looked angrily at the direction a few hundred meters away. Close to the coast, a man and a bear were walking toward the coated submarine docked on the shore. Goodbye, Mr. Shane. Beepo's ears twitched slightly, as if he heard his voice. He turned around with a look of surprise, raised his hands, and waved in the direction of his cabin. See you in New World, Shane. At the same time, the crew members on the submarine who were familiar to Shane, such as Pecan, Shaki, and Kiangbaloo, also walked out of the cabin door and came to the deck, and like Beepo, raised their hands to say goodbye to him. Shane could see that some of them even shed tears, holding white handkerchiefs and waving them in the air, crying very sadly. When did our relationship become so good? Xian was speechless, but faced with such a warm farewell, he was still a little moved in his heart. He couldn't help but raise the hand that was holding the quilt and waved it vigorously on the balcony. We must make it to the New World alive, you bastards. In the morning, at the dining table, Shane was sitting at the head seat, sweating profusely. Next to him was the sleepy Kanna, and opposite him were Klee and Kagura, who had dark circles under their eyes and stared at him unkindly. The reason for the current situation was Xia-Un's excited roar on the balcony just now. His loud voice woke up everyone in the room. Drake didn't react much. This kind of situation often happens when sailing on the sea. After being woken up, he just came to Shane's room to ask the reason, and then simply went out for morning exercise. The other three were different. They played with Shane until 2 or 3 in the morning last night, and went to bed at around 4. They were woken up by Shane again before 7 this morning, and now they have probably only slept for more than 3 hours. Fortunately, Shane was smart. When Kagura, who was grumpy about to lose her temper, ran to the kitchen in time and said he would make breakfast as compensation, so the baby was saved. Eat it while it's hot. I just made the noodles. Xiaoyan pushed 3 bowls of steaming noodles in front of the 3 people with a flattering smile on his face. The moment she smelled the fragrance, Kagura's expression changed immediately. Her eyes lit up, and she took the chopsticks from Shane's hand and started eating. While eating, he said, "Delicious noodles, Xia Jiang. Make me another bowl, and I won't beat you this morning. Just this morning, Shane suddenly discovered the blind spot, and his voice sounded a little nervous. Why are you talking so much nonsense? I'm done. Go make me another bowl, or I'll beat you up right now. In a few seconds, Kagura drank up all the noodle soup. She raised her little fist to Xiaoyan, threatening the road. Hey, you greedy girl. You are a little too arrogant. You really think I'm afraid of you. Xiaoyan stood up with a frown and moved his wrist. This girl really shines with a little sunshine. It seems that she really has to be taught a lesson. Kagura snorted coldly, staring at him with half-closed eyes, supporting her chin with one hand and clenching her other hand into a fist, placing it in front of him. What did you say? Under Shane's somewhat horrified gaze, the petite pink fist was quickly covered with a thick layer of black. This is armament hockey. This level of armament hockey is almost at the top level. Shane is sure that if Kagura wanted to, she would be able to cover her entire body with armament hockey like Virgo. It was much stronger than the one he had just mastered, which couldn't even cover his weapon. With such armed hockey, coupled with her monstrous strength, if he were to be hit by a punch, he would probably not feel well even with his current body. Actually, I meant there's a whole pot in the kitchen, and I stood up to get you another bowl. Xiaoyan obeyed his will, with a frustrated look on his face. He lowered his head to take the empty bowl left by the girl, looking extremely humble. That's right, good boy Xiaoyan. Kagura patted Shane's head gently, as if she were petting a pet, and rubbed it casually, being extremely arrogant. Seeing that Shane didn't dare to resist, a satisfied and happy smile appeared on her face. He. Things change over time. After being a pet for so long, it's finally her turn to be the master. However, what she didn't know was that while she was showing a happy expression, Shane, who was lowering his head, also showed an evil gardenia-like smile. The girl is still young and doesn't know one thing. You can offend anyone, but you must never offend the chef who cooks for you. However, when she eats a whole bowl of chili oil noodles, she will probably grow up. Ha ha. His weird smile was seen by Kuli. She tilted her little head, and her delicate face was full of confusion. At first, she thought that Sister Kagura was taking this opportunity to bully Brother Shane, and she was thinking about trying to persuade her, but now it seems that she had misunderstood, and the two of them seemed to be playing some game that she didn't understand. Not long after, so spicy, when Kagura took a bite of the noodles that Shane brought over again, she glared at Shane in disbelief. Then her face instantly turned red, and she opened her mouth as if she was about to spit out fire. Kuli hurried to get her some water. She finally understood the meaning of Shane's strange smile. Brother Shane, you are too childish. Even someone your age wouldn't do such a trick. While patting Kagura's back as she drank water, Kelly looked at him with some dissatisfaction. Shane, Kelly, you don't understand. This method is great for dealing with a greedy girl who is pushing her limits. Xian's face was full of pride. Alas, but Brother Shane, what are you going to do now? Kelly sighed and pointed at Kagura, who had recovered with bloodshot eyes. Her voice was full of a trace of pity. Run quickly, Brother Shane. Kelly can't stop you for long. Seeing the scarlet eyes and the violent orange-haired girl, Shane took a deep breath and cold sweat dripped from his forehead. This is Yadasaji's berserk state. It seems like there's too much chili oil. Kelly couldn't stop him after all. She tried very hard to hold Yetu's thigh, but was thrown away. Shane looked horrified and saw a red shadow flashing and knocking him down like a wild beast. In the local, Kuli covered her eyes, unable to bear to watch any further. Kana had just finished her noodle soup, touched her stomach, and burped. She heard some noise beside her and turned her head curiously. When she saw Kagura pressing Shane to the ground, her brain froze. Were they playing? Afternoon. Everything returned to calm. Shane finally saw the true strength of Night Rabbit after it exploded, but he didn't expect that the one who would suffer the consequences for the first time would not be the enemy, but himself. Shane was very grateful for this. Even though Kagura was very angry, he still retained the last bit of rationality. The fist that smashed through most of the living room floor just grazed his scalp, but it still made his head buzz. Afterwards, seeing Xian, whose face turned pale with fear, Kagura seemed to realize that her fist was a bit scary, but she was still angry, so she opened her mouth and bit him. Shane screamed in agony. His body was covered with teeth marks. Almost no part of his body was spared except for the places that shouldn't have been bitten. However, fortune and misfortune go hand in hand. Seeing her brother Shane in such a miserable state, Kelly was extremely worried. She quickly ran to the market to buy ointment and applied it to Shane personally before he was almost healed. Although it was of little use, Shane smiled happily while lying on the sofa, being applied ointment by a little girl's cold hands and enjoying the meticulous care. He felt that he had made a profit. Hole Xiachan, you dare to be so happy. Seeing his silly smile, Kagura clenched her fists, unable to endure it any longer. She raised her foot suddenly, wanting to step on the guy's obscene smile, but she felt that her slippers were too dirty, so she threw them off, raised one of her smooth little feet high, and then stepped heavily, and stepped Shane's face into the sofa. She still felt that it was not enough, so she used force on her feet to crush and rotate it twice. "What are you doing, Sister Kagura?" Kelly, who was applying ointment to Shane, was startled and said dissatisfiedly, "Humph, this guy is clearly almost recovered, but he is still accepting your care with a clear conscience, Kelly. He is a big liar." Kagura put her hands on her hips and looked at Shane at her feet with disdain. He was struggling, but it seemed that he was not struggling. Kagura could see the expression on half of his face. He didn't look sad. Instead, he was smiling as if he was excited. This guy actually enjoyed it even more. The force Kagura used was not strong. Not only did Shane not feel any pain on his face, but it felt very comfortable, as if he was being massaged. Apart from feeling a little humiliated, he really enjoyed it. Moreover, he suddenly remembered at this moment that a famous senior Dragon King had also had such an experience and was even happier than him. He let several of his lowly apprentices step on his back together. It seems he seems to have his condition now. Dozens of minutes later, when Drake returned home exhausted after a day of training, he opened the door and saw a disgusting scene that stunned him. Shane was lying on the sofa with Kelly and Kanna standing on his back barefoot, stepping on his back and making clear little laughs from time to time. Only Kagura had a look of with disgust. He pressed the back of Shane's head deeply into the sofa. Bang! Drake closed the door silently. Without saying a word, he turned around and walked back to the courtyard. He picked up his weapon and decided to continue practicing to clear the strange images that had just been imprinted in his mind. At this moment, he regretted that he was not a Marine now. Otherwise, he would have captured that Lolita-loving pervert and brought him to impel down. Life gradually became dull over the next few days. Shane's daily schedule is quite full. He gets up early in the morning to read sailing books. When it's 7 o'clock, he goes out to the market to buy breakfast for them. Occasionally, he cooks breakfast himself, but he only cooks noodles for breakfast. Other pastries are a bit troublesome to make, so I'm too lazy to make them. Then in the morning, he usually plays with the 3 girls. Sometimes he would go out to a restaurant for lunch. However, the cost of restaurants is generally too high. Even he doesn't dare to eat there every day. Most of the time, he cooks at home. The afternoon was the time to cultivate his domineering spirit and abilities. Now he usually practiced with Drake. After a few days of sparring, he had mastered some tricks of using the sword, but not much. Drake still gave him the evaluation of being a master. A reckless man who wields his sword like a hammer. At night, after dinner, if there is no other activity, he will go back to the bedroom and start writing his diary after playing cards, poker, and flying chess with the 3 Lolas. Writing a diary is a good habit. It can record things that have been forgotten in memory. Moreover, Xia In wrote in Huxia. In this world, only Kagura can understand it, so there is no need to worry about it falling into the hands of others and being exposed. Risk. Day 12 of crossing. Luo came to say goodbye early in the morning and left behind an eternal pointer to Fishman Island before leaving. This arrogant guy, who obviously cares about his allies, pretends to be indifferent, which is unexpectedly cute. That morning, an evil gardenia incident occurred. It was caused by me annoying Kagura, who was irritated when she woke up, and adding half a bottle of chili oil to her bowl of noodles. Then, after experiencing the pain myself, I was finally able to confirm Kagura is definitely capable of challenging Shichibukai in a one-on-one match. The afternoon of that day was wonderful. I lived a happy life just like Master Bai. I would like to thank Master Bai for providing the gameplay. It was really fun to see a little girl stepping on my back, traveling through the 13th day. Today, I finally found out the reason why half of Kelly's curtains disappeared. She actually cut the curtains into pieces and used them as packaging for her bouncing bombs. I was a little angry because that was the color I had been looking for a long time in the Sabaody archipelago. It was a bright red color that matched her very well. However, looking at Klee's extremely guilty expression, I didn't say anything to blame her. Instead, he patted her head, took her to buy a new curtain, and even bought her a piece of red cloth to use as a packaging bomb. On that day, Klee was very happy, and so were the fishermen. Only the fish in Sabaody were not very happy, because I was flying around Sabaody with Klee and bombing it for a whole time, and was discovered by the Marine on the way. But surprisingly, instead of launching an attack, he ran away in shame. Day 14 of crossing. I was very excited this morning because the 3-day item pool summon was refreshed again. The thing summoned this time is not very useful. It comes from Kagura's world and is called Just Away. It is a kind of powerful bomb in the form of a doll. There are 20 of them in total. The power is definitely not as strong as Klee's bouncy bomb, but it is useful for Klee. When I talked to Lee, Kelly was very excited and said that it could be improved. I was looking forward to it. In the afternoon, Kana wanted to hang out with me alone, and I agreed. Then she asked me to transform into a dragon and fly with her in the sky for an afternoon. During this time, when we flew near the Red Earth continent, I asked her if she didn't want to go up there to play anymore. She said the people there didn't welcome her. That day, there were 5 monsters attacking her, including the strange bird. If she hadn't been worried about Kagura and Klee on her back getting hurt, she would have been unable to resist. Just let go and fight those 5 annoying guys. I felt a chill down my spine when I heard this. Wow, it turns out she didn't just beat up one person, but 5 of them at once. Now I understood why my bounty was 1 billion. No, if those 5 elders hadn't been concerned about their reputation, the bounty might have been over 10 billion. At night, after returning home, I couldn't sleep, not because I was shocked by Kana's brilliant record, but because tomorrow was the day to summon new partners. Peaceful and tranquil Chicken Island. After Wu Liuqi finished selling today's beef offal and was pushing the cart home, a voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Monthly salary over 10,000 yuan. 2 days off on the weekend. Sleep until you wake up naturally every day. There are dividends at the end of the year. The price of all this was that he had to go to another world and work for a boss named Shane. Wu Liuqi's mouth kept opening wider and wider. His heart was moved. But he did not choose to travel through time immediately, not only because he was reluctant to leave the beef offal food cart in his hand, but more importantly, he wanted to go home and discuss the matter with G. DeBeo. G. DeBeo is a blue chicken. Apart from not looking like a human, he is no different from a human. 2 years ago, he saved his amnesiac self at the beach, so Wu Liuqi believes him very much. A few minutes later, the hot pot was steaming, and inside it were the beef offal that he hadn't sold out today, as well as a few suspended fish balls. DeBeo, I won't sell beef offal anymore. Aki, we won't sell beef offal anymore. The sounds of a man and a chicken rang out at the same time, and both sides were stunned. Did you hear that voice, too? Did you find out that I secretly registered your assassin information? The man and the chicken spoke again in unison. Assassin. Sound. The man and the chicken looked at each other blankly, and they finally realized that they were not talking about the same thing. After a long time. Of course I'll go. With such good job benefits, it sounds very promising. I believe that as long as you work hard there for a year, you can earn 1 million soon, and then we can go. The state of stir has restored your memory. G. DeBeo grabbed the chopsticks and slammed them hard on the table, shaking the fish balls in the hot pot into the air, and then he caught them with the chopsticks. But that's what you said before I sold the beef offal, and didn't you just talk about an assassin? Wu Liuqi looked suspicious. Although he had lost his memory, he was not stupid. Don't worry about so many details. Trust me, I won't be wrong. I'll help you pack your luggage. Go early and come back early. It was about 6:30 in the morning in the basement of the first floor of the residential building number 137 on Island 53 in the Sabadi archipelago. Shane was staring at the countdown of the character summoning in his mind while twirling the scissors in his hand. In fact, he came to the basement before 6 o'clock, but did not do anything else. He put the 3 summoning media, scissors, crutches, a piece of cherry blossoms, and peach blossoms on the ground and struggled for half an hour. In the end, he chose scissors. After 3 character summonings, Shane gradually discovered a pattern. The summoned characters were all from anime and games that he had come into contact with or understood before, and the current 3 were all characters he already liked very much. Therefore, during the few days of waiting, Shane already had a vague idea of the identities of the 3 people summoned in this round. The scissors are most likely the handsome guy in a Huxia cartoon he has seen, and the cane is too wide to be distinguished. If he guessed correctly, Sakura and Peach Blossom should be some kind of hardworking game he had played before, but they seem to represent 2 people. Was this a buy one get one free system? Does the host perform a character summon? Suddenly, a familiar mechanical voice sounded in his mind, interrupting Shane's thoughts. His face lit up, he stopped turning the scissors in his hand, and issued instructions in his mind. Start calling. The summoning medium closest to the host has been retrieved scissors. Do you want to select it as the summoning medium for summoning? Yes. Host remaining assets, 405 million Baileys. The condition for this summon is 100 million Baileys. Once the condition is met, the summon will begin. Hearing the special effects sound of money deduction in his mind, Shane felt a little distressed. A blue summoning magic circle took shape on the ground, and the hazy light instantly covered every corner of the basement. Just like the previous times, a space crack appeared in the center of the magic circle and gradually opened up, revealing a vortex of energy gathered inside, like a door leading to another world. Click, click. Shane heard the sound of slippers hitting the floor. He vaguely saw a young man with a head of adobe hair and a long knife on his back walking out of the whirlpool, and next to him, there was actually a chicken walking and pulling a suitcase. This is... G-Debeo is here too? Shane was a little surprised. Suddenly, he felt a pulling force in his hand. The scissors that he had bought from the barber at a high price seemed to be pulled and struggled in his hand, as if wanting to return to its owner. Shane didn't try to stop it, letting it slip from his palm, float into the air, and fly towards the man and the chicken. Aren't these the scissors I prepared for you? How come they suddenly flew into the sky? When G-Debeo saw the flying scissors, he was a little confused. He rummaged through his bag and found that the scissors were indeed missing. Aki, it's flying towards you. Catch it quickly. Don't let it run away. G-Debeo shouted anxiously. This pair of scissors cost him $100. Use your energy to control the scissors. Although Wu Yoshi felt that the scissors were coming towards him, he still mobilized the internal energy to be on the safe side, controlled the scissors flying at him at high speed, and then reached out and grabbed it. Who are you, and why did you attack us? Wu Yoshi pointed the scissors into the darkness with a serious tone. When he came out, with the help of the light from the summoning circle, he saw that there was another person in this space, a very handsome guy. And the scissors also flew from the direction of that handsome guy. Boom! A ball of fire suddenly rose up in the darkness. As the firelight illuminated the basement, Xia-In, with the fireball suspended in his palm, approached Wu Yoshi and G-Debeo with a smile on his face. Wu Yoshi's expression was tense. He could create a fireball with his bare hands, which showed the strength of his chi. He was most likely a master. G-Debeo, who was standing by, had already hidden behind him, trembling with fear. Don't be nervous. I'm Shane. I'm sure you've heard of my name before you came here. Seeing the 2 people's defensiveness, Xia-In stopped, pointed to the exit of the basement, and asked, How about we go to the living room and talk? You are Shane, ×2. However, what Shane could not have expected was that after he announced his name, the attitudes of the man and the chicken suddenly changed 360 degrees. One of them rushed over, hugged one of his thighs, and burst into tears. Finally found you, boss. After a round of greetings between the two men and the chicken, Wu Yochi and Jidabeo confirmed the identity of the future boss again, and Xian also learned the conditions that she'd agreed to them, and couldn't help but have a headache. Monthly salary of over 10,000 yuan, 2 days off on weekends, bonus at the end of the year. He never mentioned these conditions. It seems like he cheated people into coming here. Forget it, the people have been tricked here anyway, so we'll see what to do when the time comes. At least they were relatively relaxed before going out to sea, eating, drinking, and having fun every day. I'm sure Wu Yochi and Jidabeo must be very happy. Shane took the man and the chicken to briefly familiarize themselves with the living room, kitchen, and bathroom, and then led them to a bedroom on the first floor near the stairs. There are 7 bedrooms in the house, 5 on the second floor and 2 on the first floor. Now the second floor is full, and only 2 are left on the first floor, so he simply called 3 Lolas who had nothing to do yesterday to have a good time. Both bedrooms were cleaned and tidied up, and matching furniture and daily necessities were replaced. When they heard that it was prepared for future new partners, the other 2, except Kagura, became very active. Shane couldn't even compete with them and did all the work. Dabeo, this is such a big single-family house with a yard. Could this be the legendary villa? Based on my years of experience, it should be a villa, and I think this boss is very generous. As long as we work hard, he will definitely not delay our wages. It will be no problem for us to collect 1 million. A man and a chicken were placing their luggage in the bedroom, and excited cries could be heard from time to time. 1 million? That's not bad if it's Bailey. Thanks to the excellent hearing granted by his 3 bloodlines, Shane could hear everything clearly in the living room. He shook his head helplessly and focused his mind on the cheating space in his head. Character panel. Character, Shane. Age, 24. Race, human, 81%. Night rabbit, 5%. Elf, 4%. Dragon, 10%. Of course, the journey to another world is often accompanied not only by surprises, but also by shocks. On the way, when he accidentally approached the bubbles that had just emerged from the ground, Jidabeo finally couldn't help it and stretched out his claws to poke it. However, the bubble did not break as he expected. Instead, it sucked his claws inside and then wrapped his entire body. Jidabeo looked confused. In just a moment, he was completely wrapped by the bubbles and blown into the air by the wind. Dabeo. Fortunately, Wu Yochi was quick-witted and quick-handed. He quickly mobilized the internal energy in his body and used the energy to control the scissors. The scissors turned into a ray of cold light, which instantly cut through the air and burst the bubble. This bubble is a local specialty of Sabaody. It is used to reach Fishman Island 10,000 meters below the sea. It has extremely strong toughness. After it emerges from the ground, it will gradually expand as the altitude continues to rise. When creatures touch it, they will be sucked into it, and then they will be carried into the air like Dabeo, and when they reach the top of the tree, they will explode due to the pressure. Shane reached out to catch the blue chicken that fell from the sky, then turned to explain to Wu Yochi. Oh, Wu Yochi suddenly realized, took out a notebook from somewhere, and started to write down the key points. Dabeo taught him before he came that he should listen carefully to his boss's words and take notes seriously, as they might come in handy in the future. It's so terrible. The chicken is really scared to death. Jidabeo's face turned pale. He gasped heavily and flapped his wings on his breast. Thank you, Boss Xia. If you hadn't caught me, I would have fallen to the ground like a chicken. Shane was struck by the cold. After the episode, less than 10 minutes later, the 2 men and the chicken arrived at the market. At this moment, the market was already very lively, with a constant stream of pedestrians coming and going. A small number of them were local residents, but most were newly arrived tourists. Like Wu Yochi and Jidabeo, they all looked at the market with curiosity. Shane explained to them as he walked, and occasionally answered questions raised by the man and the chicken. Since he had already explained everything to Kelly and Connor respectively, he was quite professional at the moment, just like a professional tour guide. Even passers-by misunderstood and thought that Shane was really a tour guide and offered to pay to join their tour group. Xian was about to accept the opportunity to make money after stumbling upon it for no apparent reason. However, when he saw those female tourists with ferocious eyes, he quickly pulled Wu Yoqi and Ji Debeo and turned around to leave. It's good to make money, but he pays more attention to keeping himself clean. Another reason is that the looks of these female tourists are really hard to compliment. When we arrived at the breakfast shop, the owner smiled as brightly as a chrysanthemum when he saw Shane, as if he had seen a family member. The boss seems very popular? Wu Yoqi muttered. Nonsense. Rich people are welcome everywhere, said Ji Debeo. I won't be a rich man soon. I only have 300 million Baileys left. Shane looked at them and sighed. Strictly speaking, he has very little left now, because the next summoning will require exactly 300 million berries. Therefore, Shane has been thinking about ways to make money these days. After trying hunting Poseidons, he knew that it would not work. The money comes too slowly. An ordinary Poseidon is only sold for less than 10 million Baileys. And because of the 2 times I accompanied Clee to fish, the fishermen had a good harvest recently. The market price of Poseidons has dropped sharply. The price is less than half of what it was before. And those Poseidons are very smart. They seem to know that a man who likes to fry fish has recently come to Sabaody, so they either stay away from this area or dive in a deeper sea, so that the fishermen who go out to sea recently are much safer. Finally, after much thought, Shane decided to return to the most primitive method of mankind, robbing. He hasn't decided who to rob yet, but it will definitely be a celestial dragon. As far as he knew, although the celestial dragons all lived in the holy land of Marihoa, they also had a number of properties in the Sabaody archipelago where they often visited, including several vaults. Shane had planned to take Kanna with him the night before setting out to sea and raid the celestial dragon's treasury and free a group of slaves they had imprisoned, which would be considered a good deed. Boss, do we really need to order so much food? Looking at the store owner's stacks of packaging boxes, Wu Yoqi finally understood why he smiled so happily after seeing Xian. Well, some of them are big eaters. You'll get used to it. After returning home, as soon as Xian entered the room, he saw 3 Lolas sitting on the sofa. They were looking forward to something. When they saw Wu Yoqi and Ji Debeo beside Xian, they all stood up. Oh, you're all up. Xian was a little surprised. In the past, after buying breakfast, he had to call them down one by one to eat. Today, we are all waiting downstairs probably, because we learned that new partners are coming. Shane found it amusing that the 3 of them had dressed up, wearing their best clothes, and had combed their hair back into exquisite buns or ponytails instead of the usual loose hair they wore when they lived with him. Why are you dressing up so nicely today? Are you ready to go out and play? Shane rubbed the head of Kelly, who was closest to him, and teased with a smile. Hate it, brother Shane, you messed up Kelly's hair. Kelly shook her head to stop Shane from touching her, but she felt that her tone was a bit too harsh, so she quickly added, If brother Shane likes it, you can touch it at night. Kelly worked so hard to get this hairstyle, so it needs to last at least a day. Ability, Conqueror's Haki Awakening, 24.83%. Fire Elemental Power Mastery, 29.46%. Observation Haki Awakening, 21.54%. Armament Haki Mastery, 10.51%. Dragon Transformation Mastery, 33.62%. Sword Skills Mastery, 4.86%. 7 days until next character summon. Summoning condition, 300 million berries. 2 days until next item summon. Summoning condition, 10 million berries. Host remaining assets, 305 million Baileys. The moment Wu Yoqi and Ji Debeo appeared, a large number of unfamiliar memories suddenly flooded into his mind, and his head was dizzy for a moment, so that he did not come out in time to talk to them. Now, when he saw the additional sword skills in the ability column, Xian already understood that the gain he got this time was a bit special. It was no longer a blood hybrid or a special ability, but a period before Wu Yoqi lost his memory. Memories of being a killer. This memory is extremely real, as if you were there in person, yet it is fragmented, with no other content except practicing with swords and fighting with others. After digesting this memory on the sofa, Shane saved at least a few years of training time and instantly understood the sword technique. Although his current weapon is a two-handed sword, there is no distinction between swords and blades in this world. The method is equivalent to the knife method. What's even more surprising is that the memory contains a lot of fighting experiences between Chi and the targets of assassination, which greatly increases Shane's combat experience and greatly improves his combat thinking. He felt that it would be easier to defeat Drake now. In the past, he had to use 80% of his strength and rely on his physical fitness to put Drake at a disadvantage. Now, maybe only 30% of the strength is needed, and victory can be achieved through skill. At this time, the morning sunlight shone into the house. Shane looked at the clock in the living room and found that it was already past 7 o'clock. Drake had also gotten up by this time. He walked down the stairs and saw Shane sitting on the sofa. He then glanced at the bedroom that Wu Liuqi and Ji Debeo had entered. Shane mentioned to him yesterday that a new partner would be coming this morning, so Drake was not surprised. Someone's coming? Could it be another little girl? Drake took out a bottle of drink from the refrigerator and teased. He used to be an assassin, and now he's a barber selling offal. From today on, he'll be my crew member. Ignoring Drake's teasing tone, Shane knew he could no longer clear himself from the scandal after the little girl stepped on his back a few days ago. Assassin? Beef offal seller? Barber? Is his profession so complicated? Drake was shocked. He didn't expect that someone would have a more complicated identity than himself. Drake was also a little curious about the strength of the partner Shane had found this time. Could they be monsters like Kana and Kagura? Aki Debeo, are you done packing? At this time, Xia-in shouted towards the bedroom. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard the sound of the bedroom door being quickly closed. The man and the chicken turned into afterimages and ran to the living room in the blink of an eye. Boss, we are waiting for your orders. Like recruiters standing at attention, Wu Liuqi and Ji Debeo stood straight in front of the sofa, saluting as if they were ready to take action at any time. Drake was confused. Could this guy have been a Marine? Wait, what is that chicken standing like a human? It's smoking a cigar. Very good, very energetic. Shane nodded with satisfaction while sitting on the sofa. Ji Debeo handed him a cigar. Shane had never smoked before, but in order to save his boss's face, he took it. Put it in your mouth. Boss, what can I do with Achi? Just leave it to Achi. He's good at everything, whether it's murder or arson. Ji Debeo came over and lit a cigarette for Xia on with his lighter. Cigar. Hey Debeo, isn't murder and arson a bit too exaggerated? I haven't even killed a chicken yet. Wu Liuqi muttered in a low voice. Don't say it, idiot. Ji Debeo turned around and punched him on the head, then continued to light a cigarette for Shane, while pretending to be very confident and patting his chicken breast. Boss, he's just kidding. We are really professional and can do anything. Okay, cough, cough, cough. The cigar was lit. Shane, who didn't smoke much, tried to take a puff. Unexpectedly, he used too much force, and a large cloud of smoke entered his mouth, choking him and causing him to cough repeatedly. Boss, are you okay? Ji Debeo and Wu Liuqi hurried over to pat him on the back. Drake covered his head, feeling embarrassed to follow this guy. If he wasn't curious about the new guy, he would have left and gone out to exercise. It took a long time. By the way, let me introduce you. This is Drake, originally a Marine, now a pirate. They are Wu Liuqi and Ji Debeo, who I just told you about. Shane returned the cigar to Ji Debeo and then acted as an introducer. Thank you for your guidance. Drake nodded, bowed slightly, and extended a hand to Wu Liuqi. Hello, I'm Wu Liuqi. You can call me Achi from now on. Wu Liuqi was a little nervous, spitting on his palms, then rubbing them vigorously, and after rubbing them clean, he grabbed Drake's hand. Drake was stunned. He felt his hands were so dirty, but after all, the other party was Shane's new partner, and he couldn't just throw him away. Fortunately, Wu Liuqi didn't hold it for too long and let go after a while, just when Drake breathed a sigh of relief. My name is Ji Debeo. Please take care of me in the future, big guy. Ji Debeo jumped up and wanted to pat Drake's hand with his chicken claws, but he jumped too high and slapped him in the face. Although Drake was not injured by this level of attack, he was left with 3 red marks on his face and a few chicken feathers stuck to his mouth. The air froze. "You two guys." He gritted his teeth and spoke in a low voice as if suppressing his anger. "Ha ha, Drake, go to your morning exercises. I'll take them to the market and buy some breakfast for Kagura and the others." Seeing that the situation was not good, Xia-in pulled Wu Yochi and Jidabeo and hurriedly ran out of the house. "P.S. Please give me some free gifts, my dears." On the way to the market, Wu Yochi and Jidabeo kept their eyes wide open almost the entire time and were shocked by the scenery along the way. The tall trunks of the almond mangroves, the colorful bubbles constantly emerging from the ground, the passing bubble cars carrying passengers, and the airships gliding through the sky. All these sights dazzled them and made them marvel. Moreover, Shane also told them that there were more magical islands in this world than the Sabeti archipelago, such as the Sky Island 10,000 meters high, the 7 water cities surrounded by waterways, and they're the destination in half a month, Fishman Island. The man and the chicken's eyes lit up when they heard this, with surprise on their faces. They had never expected that the working environment in the other world was not only not harsh, but rather as wonderful as a dream world. Now their mentality has changed a little. If they originally came here just to work and make money, now they have more expectations for the future. I was just joking. You don't have to touch me." Shane didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't know what to say. He just wanted to tease Kelly, but he didn't expect the little angel to punish him with kindness again. Moreover, this also caused Wu Yochi and Jidabeo to look at Xia-in with complicated eyes, as their boss seemed to be a little bit suspicious. On the other side, Kagura and Kana also came over. Kagura stared at Wu Yochi with scrutiny, while Kana stared at Jidabeo blankly and licked the corner of her mouth. Jidabeo felt his hair stand on end and a chill on his back. He felt as if the little girl in front of him wanted to swallow him in one bite. No, not as if. She has already opened her mouth. Kana, he is not edible. At the critical moment, Shane covered Kana's open mouth in time, and he felt a strong suction force on the palm of his hand. Shane breathed a sigh of relief. If it had been a second later, Jidabeo would have been sucked into the dragon's stomach by Kana, and with her digestive ability, it would take less than a moment to transform the chicken into energy for her body. It's really scary. Jidabeo was also frightened silly, flapping his wings and jumping behind Wu Yochi. A talking chicken. A hint of surprise flashed across Kana's face, and then gradually turned into the curiosity of a young dragon. What an interesting creature, but it's a pity that Shane said it couldn't be eaten. Kana, you have to ask me before you swallow anything next time, okay? Shane released his hand that was pressing on her mouth and pinched her chubby cheeks. Well, I'll listen to you, Shane. Kana, whose face was pinched, made an unclear sound. Wow, a talking chicken, just like that talking raccoon cat. Kagura's attention was instantly attracted, and her gaze shifted from Wu Yochi to Jidabeo. Is it strange that Dabeo can talk? Wu Yochi looked puzzled. There were many animals that could talk in his world, not only chickens but also dogs and cats. His name is Dabeo, which sounds like a man's name. But it's true. Just now, I heard his voice really sound like an uncle. Kagura remembered Chopper, whom she met when she first arrived. He was also a talking animal, but Chopper's voice was very nice, and he was especially comfortable to hold. Although this chicken is also very interesting, it has a hoarse old man's accent. Kagura thinks he is not cute anymore and would rather hug Shane than him. As soon as she turned around, she saw Shane kneading Kana's face. She was speechless for a moment. Forget it. Hugging this Lolita control is like walking into a tiger's mouth. But Jidabeo misunderstood her look and thought that this little girl also wanted to eat him. And with his animal instinct, this little girl, like the little girl who wanted to eat him just now, had a terrifying aura. Breath. At this time, Kelly also came over curiously. She wanted to talk to Jidabeo, but Jidabeo hid behind Wu Yochi, with only his trembling chicken but exposed. Brother Shane. Then, Kelly cast her longing eyes towards Shane. Xian couldn't stand her look, so he waved his hand and said to everyone, "Okay, I bought breakfast. Let's all go to the dining table and eat and chat, or it will get cold soon." At the table, Kelly finally got what she wanted and started talking to G. DeBeo. Kelly's innocent nature, coupled with her cute appearance, easily convinced G. DeBeo, who was almost eaten, to let down his guard. And with the help of Klee, G. Daibao also resolved the misunderstanding between Kana and Kagura. Although he still sat far away from them, at least now he dared to look at these two people. They are not human. On the other side, Xiaoyan also introduced the three Lolita and Wu Liuqi. When Wu Liuqi heard that the three Lolita were not human, his eyes widened. He was a little confused. What concept? Then, at Shane's signal, Kelly revealed her pointed ears hidden under her hair, and at the same time condensed a flame in her hands. Kana stretched out the dragon's tail in front of her and shook it in front of her. Then, imitating Klee, she flicked her finger, and an invisible arc of electricity shot out from her fingertips, instantly passing through the door and hitting the people in the courtyard dozens of meters away. A big tree was knocked down. As the big tree fell to the ground, a scream was heard at the same time. Shane's expression froze. He remembered that Drake seemed to be practicing his domineering skills outside the courtyard. Could this guy be so unlucky? Wu Liuqi and Ji DeBeo took a deep breath. This strength is too exaggerated. He is really not a human. In the end, Kagura had no way to prove that the Yado clan looked exactly like humans. The only difference was their super physical fitness and recovery ability after entering combat state, which obviously could not be demonstrated on the spot. However, Wu Liuqi was the first to recognize that she was not human, because of her horrible appetite, which was like a bottomless pit. Even after several meters of food boxes went in her mouth, her stomach did not rise or fall at all. How could she be considered human? At noon, Drake came back with a shallow scar on his face, which seemed to be very consistent with the blade of his iron axe. Shane hesitantly asked him what was wrong. "Don't mention it. I was practicing the armament hockey attached to a weapon in the woods this morning, but a big tree behind me suddenly fell, pressing my body onto the axe blade wrapped with armament hockey." At this point, Drake looked frightened and touched his face with lingering fear. "Fortunately, my armament hockey has not been fully practiced, otherwise my head would have been cut off by my own weapon just now." At the same time, he secretly blamed Hawkins in his heart. Didn't that guy say that his face had improved? Why did he always feel like he was getting more and more unlucky recently? Well, hearing this, Shane blushed with embarrassment. He was the one who asked Kana to demonstrate her abilities for Wu Liuqi and Ji DeBeo, but he didn't expect that it would almost cost Drake's life. However, this family is really too unlucky. Such a low probability thing can also happen to him. Is he born unlucky and a big hater? Will they really be safe if they take this unfortunate guy out to sea with them? I always feel like you're secretly cursing me in your heart. Drake keenly noticed that something was wrong with Shane. How could that be? Are you hungry? What do you want to eat today? Xian's heart tightened, and he quickly changed the subject. You can eat anything. Compared to using a sword, your cooking skills are still good enough for me to recognize. But isn't there a new person arriving today? Shouldn't you ask him first? Drake looked suspicious and always felt that Shane was weird, as if he had done something wrong. It's almost the same. We're all family, all the same. Xian couldn't stand being stared at, so he waved his hand and hurried to the kitchen. In the afternoon, after lunch, "Boss Xiao, where are our jobs for the afternoon?" Wu Liuqi and Ji DeBeo came up to Xiaoyan. "Work." Shane was leaning on the sofa, reading the newspaper with Kana. He was surprised when he heard what they said. Do they have such a thing as jobs here? It seems that these three Lolas have nothing to do except playing every day. On the contrary, Drake and I have to practice domineering and spar with each other every day. For a moment, Shane couldn't think of any specific job content. If I remember correctly, you're very good at cutting hair. Shane touched his forehead, where there was a patch of orange hair that almost covered his eyes. He hadn't been to a barber shop for some time before crossing over, and then he lived in this world for another half a month. Of course, I'm a professional hairdresser, I'm better than Yo Zai, boss. Do you want to try it? Hearing this, Wu Yochi's face became serious. As if to demonstrate the truthfulness of his words, he began to rotate the scissors with his fingers at such a fast speed that only an afterimage could be seen with the naked eye. Indeed, Achi is really good at cutting. Boss Ya, you could totally trust him. Jidabeo came to support him at the right time. While speaking, he found that Kana beside Xia and was looking at him, and he trembled with fear again. After the conversation at the dinner table, just now, he already knew that this seemingly young little girl was actually a dragon. But he, an ordinary Koan, felt really insecure hanging around in front of Dragon. Shane said he wouldn't eat you. Kana suddenly spoke, her voice soft but without any emotion. After saying this, she ignored Wu Yochi and Jidabeo who were standing in the living room, took off her shoes, revealing a pair of small feet in cute white socks. Then she stepped onto the sofa skillfully, leaned down, and fell on Shane's thighs with a thud. She closed her eyes and began to take a nap. Shane was not surprised by her action. He had almost become a dragon couch these days. Whenever Kana wanted to rest, she would look for him, either leaning on his shoulder or lying on his lap like now. Shane had also asked her why she always liked to sleep next to him. She said it was because of the scent of the same kind, and she would sleep better next to Shane. If Kagura and Klee hadn't disagreed, she would even want to come next to him at night. Sleep in Shane's bed. Aki, can I just sit on the sofa and have my hair cut? Xia-in touched the cheek of the young dragon on his thigh and looked at Wu Yochi helplessly. Of course, no problem, boss. Please wait a moment. I'll go to the room and get all the tools. Wu Yochi made an okay gesture and was about to leave when Xia-in stopped him. Wait a minute. Achi, please bring me a thin quilt. It's on the bed in my bedroom. Shane pointed at Kana, who was lying on the sofa. Although the young dragon will not catch a cold, it will be more comfortable if it sleeps with a quilt covering it. Okay, boss. Wu Yochi understood instantly. Wu Yochi quickly got the tools and finished Shane's hair in the living room in less than 10 minutes. One has to admit that his hairdressing skills are really high. Not only does it take a short time, but the result is also good. Xian admired the hair for a long time in front of the mirror that Wu Yochi took out. Later, when Kagura and Klee went downstairs, he stopped them and asked Wu Yochi to trim their hair. After combing his hair today, Shane discovered that their hair was not taken care of and was a little messy. Of course, they happily agreed, but when they saw Kana sleeping soundly on Shane's lap, they showed different expressions. Natsu-chan, why don't I get such treatment? Kagura was indignant. She was sitting on a chair at the moment, and Wu Yochi was trimming her hair with scissors. The sofa at home was not big and could only accommodate one person, so she would often fight with Shane for the right to lie on the sofa. However, she never thought that not only the sofa could be used for lying, but Shane could also lie on it. Damn it, Kana, who came later, got the upper hand first. How old are you? Do you still have to lie on someone else's lap to sleep? Shane retorted, and then stopped looking at her because he smelled a fragrance at the tip of his nose. Kelly came closer. Kelly walked briskly to the sofa, supported her knees with her hands, lowered her body slightly, and her hair almost touched Shane's face, making his face feel a little numb. Brother Shane, Kana is sleeping so cutely. After staring at Kana for a long time, Klee moved her two pointed ears, reached out and poked Kana's nose, and her eyebrows and eyes smiled into crescent shapes. Kelly, don't wake Kana up. Shane reminded softly, but it was too late. Kana had opened her eyes and was staring at Klee in a trance, or to be more precise, at Klee's two long-pointed ears. The next moment, "Ah!" Kelly exclaimed, and her little face turned red with embarrassment, because Kana suddenly stretched out her two hands, attacked suddenly, and grabbed Klee's two ears. The ears of elves are very sensitive. Not only did Klee blush, but her body also lost strength, and she collapsed on the sofa. Fortunately, Shane was still sitting on the sofa and witnessed the interaction between the two with his own eyes. While watching with great interest, he did not forget to reach out and hug Kelly. Falling into Shane's arms, Kelly breathed a sigh of relief. She first thanked Shane, Then her cheeks puffed up, and she looked at Kana angrily. Kana, why are you grabbing Klee's ears? I'm sorry, I thought I was dreaming, so I reached out my hand. Kana's eyes became clear, and her voice was a little awkward. Obviously, she knew she had done something wrong. Oh, it's okay, Kelly doesn't care. But you must not do this suddenly again next time. Kelly touched her ears, her face still a little flushed. Ha ha! Xian laughed out loud as he watched from the side. After so many days, he finally understood that as long as he apologized, Kelly would forgive him immediately. Brother Shane, you're still laughing. Kelly glared at him dissatisfiedly. Her eyes were full of reproach, but she looked so fierce that Shane couldn't be scared. So, Shane smiled even more happily. Don't laugh anymore. Kuli was anxious and covered Shane's mouth with her hand. Afternoon. In the living room on the first floor, Klee went back to her room to tinker with the bomb, and Kana was catching bugs in the yard. Kagura once again had the opportunity to lie on the sofa alone. At this time, the scene of Kana sleeping on Shane kept appearing in her mind, and she felt that the sofa was not so fragrant anymore. But there is no chance now. Xian went to practice in the courtyard and brought the newcomer Wu Liuqi with him, saying that he wanted to teach him how to be domineering. Kagura never practiced hockey, and only learned armament hockey because she tried, but she has yet to learn observation hockey because she didn't want to be hit by a stick. Moreover, Shane spoiled her and never forced her to practice, which made her very happy, because Shane didn't like her because of her strength, but regarded her as a true friend. But the only thing that made her a little unhappy now was that after having Kelly and Kana, Shane spent less time with her, far less than when it was just the two of them in the beginning. Alas, men always get tired of the old and love the new. Lying on the sofa with his hands behind his head, Kagura looked at the ceiling and let out a long sigh. Bang! Ah, there was a sound of head popping, and Kagura covered her forehead. She felt the familiar pain, and she knew who was coming without opening her eyes. Huh, man, have you finally remembered me? What nonsense are you talking about again? Shane flicked her smooth forehead with his finger in annoyance, pulled her up, pointed at the door, and said, Hurry up and change your clothes and shoes. We are going out. Going out? Where to? Shenla asked doubtfully. Shipyard. A few minutes ago, when Shane and Drake were demonstrating armament hockey to Wu Liuqi, old Neil rushed to Shane's courtyard excitedly. Before Shane could greet him, he was the first to give him a message, and his beard was so happy that it bloomed. Open it. Shane's boat is almost finished. The main outline of the hull and the keel have been basically completed. Apart from the final mast and painting of the hull, the only thing left is the construction of the interior of the cabin. He came this time to invite Shane to inspect and select the color of the hull, and then give some information about the internal construction of the hull, such as how many floors the cabin should have, how many bedrooms are needed, etc. Of course, there was no reason for Shane to refuse. He had been looking forward to this day for a long time. After asking old Neil if he could bring his companions, he called all the members of the team, including Drake. Boat? I want to go. Kana, who was catching insects to eat outside the yard, heard everything old Neil said clearly. Just as Shane was about to call her, she flew over by herself and stuffed a strange-looking big insect in her mouth while talking. Kana, I've told you so many times not to eat anything carelessly. What if it upsets your stomach? Never mind. It won't hurt at all. Shane took out a tissue from his pocket and wiped the corner of Kana's mouth. He wanted to blame her, but seeing her confused expression, he held it back and could only pinch her face helplessly. Just wait here. I'll go call Kagura, Klee, and the others out. Okay. Kana nodded obediently, her voice drawn out, her face filled with happiness. Finally, we could see the ships used by humans for sailing. As soon as Xian entered the room, he saw the greedy girl sighing in an air of old-fashionedness on the sofa. He walked up to her and hit her on the head to wake her up, then went to Wu Liuqi and to Bao's room. The corner of Shane's mouth twitched. This chicken seemed to be enjoying itself. He didn't know where he got the recliner from. He was lying on the balcony of the bedroom to bask in the sun. There was a small table next to him with a few bottles of drinks on it, and a long wire connected to it. Long straw into his mouth. Hey, Boss, yeah, are you here to bask in the sun too? Dabao was a little surprised to see Xiaoan. He took off his sunglasses and warmly invited him to come and bask in the sun together. Next time, pack up and go out to the shipyard to see the guy who will take us sailing in the future. After leaving this sentence, Shane took one last look at Dabao's recliner and felt that it seemed to be more comfortable than the sofa. He decided to get one on the boat in the future. Hurrying to the second floor. At the door of Kelly's bedroom, he was about to knock when he heard a loud explosion, and the whole cottage shook twice. Shane had a bad feeling. The next moment, the door opened with a creak, and a white smoke filled with the smell of gunpowder rushed towards him. Caught off guard, Shane was choked and started coughing. But he did not avoid the white smoke. Instead, he covered his mouth and nose and rushed into the house. "Kelly, are you okay?" When the smoke cleared, the floor was charred with many potholes and a wall had collapsed to the ground. Relying on his vision, far superior to that of ordinary people, Shane saw a white and tender hand in the gap between the collapsed objects, and his heart suddenly tightened. He rushed forward and struggled to move the collapsed wall materials piled on the ground. Fearing that Klee might be hurt underneath, he moved very carefully, and it took him nearly a minute to rescue the petite figure. "Kelly, are you okay?" I held her and looked her over carefully. Fortunately, I found no wounds or bloodstains, but her whole body was covered with a thick layer of black ash. Shane wiped off the black dust on her face, revealing Kelly's delicate and tender little face. Her complexion was a little pale, probably because she had breathed in too much dust. Ahem, ahem. Kelly opened her eyes and coughed uncontrollably at first. Then, with the help of Shane, she sat up straight and looked at the environment inside the house. When she saw the wall collapsing and burying her, she was not afraid. Instead, a light flashed in her eyes. "Brother Shane, Kelly succeeded. It worked." She broke away from Shane's hand and jumped up. "What happened? Were you confused by the explosion?" Xian held her head with some concern and took a closer look, suspecting that he might have neglected the wound on her head. "Oh, Kelly is not confused." Kelly pushed him away angrily, then went to her drawer, which was only half left after being blown up, and took out a bomb in the shape of a doll. "It's the bomb you gave me last time, Brother Shane. I think it's called Just Away." Klee combined it with a bouncing bomb, and now its power has increased several times. So that's how it is. You are a genius to be able to fuse the two bombs together so quickly, but... Shane suddenly understood, and first he praised her, then flicked her forehead with his finger, making her scream in pain. "Kelly, safety is the most important thing. Do you know that?" He spoke to Kelly in a stern tone for the first time. Kelly knows. I'll be careful next time, Brother Shane." Kelly was frightened by his tone. She lowered her eyes slightly and folded her hands. In front of him, he looked as if he was admitting his mistake obediently. At this moment, she finally recalled the fear from Captain Sheen. However, with her clever little brain, based on her observations during the days they spent together, she knew that Xia would never put her in solitary confinement like Captain Sheen did. And as long as she showed her current aggrieved look, Xia would definitely forgive her immediately. If he said something sweet to her at this time, Xia would become obedient. Like now. "Sorry, Kelly, I was too worried so my tone was a little harsh. You should be more careful next time." Seeing the little angel become depressed, Xia really couldn't bear to blame her, and quickly touched her the head, felt relieved. "Kelly understands. I will pay attention next time. Brother Shane cares about Kelly the most." Kelly smiled sweetly and let Shane touch her head. Seeing Xia instantly fall for her smile, Kali's expression remained unchanged, but she felt a little proud in her heart. Alas, it's not Klee's fault for being cunning. It's really Brother Shane himself. He is too easy to be manipulated. After the episode, when she learned that they were going to the shipyard to see the ships, Klee was also very excited. She took her clothes and ran to Shane's bedroom to change, because her own and Kagura's clothes were blown up by her. Kagura is currently, it seems that he doesn't know the news yet. "Xiachan, why did I hear an explosion just now?" Shane did not wait for Kelly to change her clothes on the second floor. He just walked downstairs and saw Kagura, who was putting on her shoes at the door, looking at him puzzledly. "Oh, nothing, just your room was bombed." After saying that, Shane went to the bathroom. He had just dug out the buried Klee, and her body was covered with a lot of dust, so he had to clean it up. Hey, explain to me clearly. What do you mean my room was bombed? Shipyard. It was very close to the detached house that Shane rented, about 500 to 600 meters away in a straight line. Shane, with 3 little girls, a handsome boy and a chicken, and a supernova, followed old Neil's steps and arrived not long after. Shipyard. There were quite a few people standing at the door. Leading them was a man in his 50s or 60s with a white beard, a strong body, and wearing a pair of reading glasses. Old Neil introduced Shane and others to him as the director of the shipyard. When Shane first settled down, he specially asked old Neil to send him some wine. I guess you're Mr. Shane. You are really impressive. When Shane and others approached, the factory manager's eyes lit up, and he stepped forward and shook Drake's hand. Drake looked at Shane with a confused face and found that Shane's expression was also a little speechless. No wonder you have to wear reading glasses. Director, you've made a mistake. This is the one with orange hair. Old Neil scratched his head in embarrassment and quickly stepped forward to introduce the director. The director also realized that he had made a mistake and was a little apologizes awkwardly to Shane. It's okay, Mr. Factory Director. Please take us to see the ship. Xia shook his head and didn't care about such a small matter. The 3 Lolas around him were obviously unable to wait and were looking at him eagerly. Okay. After that, under the leadership of the factory director, the group entered the shipyard unimpeded, passed by the operating equipment and employees carrying wood, and came to the port near the sea at the shipyard. Docked at the port is a sailboat about 65 m long, for reference. The full length of the Sunny is 56 m. The basic frame has been constructed, and except for the internal structures such as the mast, steering wheel, and cabin, the ship has taken shape. Wow! The 3 girls opened their mouths at the same time. They never thought the boat would be so big. It was many times bigger than their single-family house. Wu Yochi and Jitabeo were also stunned. They looked at each other tacitly, exchanged glances dozens of times, and finally came to the same conclusion. The boss is really generous. There was also some surprise in Drake's eyes. As an old man of sailing, he saw more things than ordinary people. For example, the material used to build the hull is extremely extraordinary, no less than the legendary precious tree atom, and is a priceless treasure. This kind of material cannot be bought with money. The fact that they were gathered in such a short time was not entirely due to Shane's money ability, but most of it was also due to the great contribution of Old Neil. Drake looked at Old Neil meaningfully. Sure enough, after seeing Shane's satisfied look, Old Neil couldn't stop smiling. Thank you for your hard work, Old Neil. Shane sincerely thanked Old Neil. He couldn't see the preciousness of the shipbuilding materials like Drake did. But he remembered that Rayleigh once said that it would take nearly a month to build a ship. Now, only half a month had passed, and the ship was only a few finishing steps away from completion. This is enough to show how much effort Old Neil put into it. This is what I should do, Brother Shane. Old Neil shook his head slightly, not seeking credit for it. The sooner the ship was completed, the sooner they could go to New World, and the reason they wanted to go to New World was for his wife and daughter. Therefore, this was also for his own sake. If his savings were not far from enough, he would even want to pay for the shipbuilding fee for Shane out of his own pocket. However, 500 million Baileys was undoubtedly a sky-high price for an ordinary shipbuilder. So, what do you need me to do after you finish reading it? You can't just ask me to come over and take a look, right? Shane looked at Old Neil and the factory manager, and at the same time held down the restless Kagura and Kana with both hands. If he hadn't been careful, they would have almost slipped onto the boat. The boat hasn't been built yet. With the extraordinary strength of these two, if they really jump onto the boat to play, they might collapse the boat in less than a moment. In comparison, Klee was much less dangerous, of course in large part because she was not carrying her small backpack full of bombs today. Of course, not just a glance. On the one hand, it is for Mr. Shane to check our progress. This is the custom of the shipyard. On the other hand, we need to ask for your opinion on the design of the interior of the cabin. As he spoke, the factory director instructed the employees behind him to take out several design drawings for Xia to choose from, and if Xian was not satisfied with any of them, they would make modifications to the plans on the spot. Of course, Shane would not decide on such a matter alone. Together with Drake and G. DeBeo, the future Red Dragon pirate group held their first discussion meeting on the interior design of the pirate ship. I want to sleep with Shane. The moment she opened her mouth, everyone was shocked. Kana looked confused, not knowing why everyone was reacting so strongly. Is it any wonder that 2 dragons live in one lair, one male and one female? No, even if Kana is not old enough, it's still. Klee was the first to raise an objection, but due to her lack of knowledge, she hesitated and couldn't explain herself clearly. Absolutely not. Shane's first time must be with me. But Kagura was completely different from her. She was too knowledgeable, and everyone's eyes widened as soon as she spoke. The factory director and the shipyard workers watching at the shipyard had strange and complicated expressions on their faces as they stared at Shane. This big customer seems to be a scumbag. He actually had S**X with such a young girl. And there were 3 of them. Hey. You all have misunderstood. I'm really not a pervert. Xia-In was anxious and hurried to explain to everyone, but almost no one believed him. Some even gave him a thumbs up and looked at him as if they were a fellow traveler. Wow, there's a real Lolita control here. Catch him quickly. Of course, Shane didn't yell, because at this moment in people's minds, he was the biggest Lolita complex, and there was irrefutable evidence. Wait, aren't you asking us about the interior design of the cabin? We haven't reached the room selection stage yet, have we? What touched Xia-In was that when he was gradually becoming the center of the fun, Wu Liuqi silently raised his hand, started to fight. Achi, you really are my good employee. Well, what needs to be confirmed now is how many floors the cabin will have, how many bedrooms, how many storerooms, etc. Drake took over the conversation. He really couldn't stand Shane, who was ostensibly his captain. Continue to embarrass yourself. You only have 1, 2, 3, 6. Old Neil counted the number of people in the field, but accidentally ignored G. DeBeo, who used chicken wings to fan his legs, and added, 7. There are 6 people and 1 chicken in total, which means at least 7 bedrooms are needed. But Brother Shane should continue to take in new partners in the future, right? Well, as for the bedrooms, there are only 15 bedrooms in total. It should be more than enough in the short term. Xian thought for a moment in Kaido. Okay, let's choose this 3-story plan. There are 3 bedrooms on the top floor plus a library, 4 bedrooms on the second floor and connected to the stern of the ship, and 5 bedrooms on the first floor in the middle of the ship, plus a kitchen, bathroom, and a storage room. Library, the staircase connecting the stern to the center of the ship. There are 2 bedrooms on the first floor. In addition, there's a large warehouse and weapons depot next to it. The artillery on the ship is also there. Based on the discussion results of Xia-In and others, Old Neil worked together with the factory director and the shipwrights behind him to make revisions. In less than a few minutes, a drawing with a fine structure and a complete structure was drawn. Yeah, not bad. Xia-In and other laymen were dumbfounded and couldn't offer any other opinions except nodding in praise. By the way, Brother Xia-In, do you have any requirements for the main color of the ship's hull? Should it be an orange color similar to your hair? Old Neil asked. As soon as these words came out, Kagura, Kelly, and Kana looked at Xia-In at the same time, with a different meaning in their eyes. Xia-In's heart tightened, and he was blocked when he wanted to ask Old Neil to pick a color at will. He realized that the colors represented by the 3 little Lolita in front of him were all different. If you choose orange, there are his and Kagura's hair, white-brown, corresponding to Kelly's hair, and lavender, corresponding to Kana's hair. No, this may be a gift. Wu Liuqi, G. DeBeo, and Drake on the side also gradually realized that something was wrong. They felt that the air had become solid and looked at Xia-In with some sympathy. Cold sweat kept breaking out on Old Neil's forehead. He was already regretting raising this question in public. He wished he could give himself a slap in the face and ask in private. Fortunately, Xian's brain was working rapidly, and he understood that no matter which color he could choose, he suddenly remembered his reward order, the dragon. A crimson dragon. Got it. Let's go for crimson. This color is both domineering and sophisticated. I remember that the red-haired pirate ship of one of the four emperors is this color. It's always right to follow the four emperors. Xian pretended to be calm and said to old Neil, but in fact he was sweating profusely. When he saw the three Lolita nodding slightly in agreement from the corner of his eye, he breathed a sigh of relief. What a risk, almost not having a bowl of water evenly caused a big disaster. In the end, the plan was completely established. Old Neil, the factory director, and the shipbuilders made a plan and promised Sean a completion time of 7 days. No more, no less. It happened to be the time for his next character summons. Come here with pleasure and return with pleasure. Before leaving, Xian remembered the mess caused by Kelly at home. He tentatively asked the factory director. As expected, the factory director readily agreed and sent 2 shipbuilders to help him solve the problem. At first, Xian was skeptical about the shipbuilders repairing the wall, but they proved it with their actions. In less than half an hour, the wall between the wall that Kelly blew up and Kagura's room was restored to its original state. It is estimated that even the landlord you can't tell the difference in person. By the way, they also repaired the damaged furniture in Kelly's bedroom. The house was brand new, and the worry in Xian's heart also dissipated. It seems that the deposit paid when renting a house can be recovered again. To thank the 2 boatmen, Xian invited them to have a meal, but they were refused. It was not yet evening, and they had to go back to the shipyard to continue working. Xian stopped trying to stay and took out 2 bottles of wine from the refrigerator as a thank you gift. The 2 boatmen laughed from ear to ear, said goodbye, and drank while returning to the shipyard. At this time, Kelly somehow managed to chat happily with Chicken DeBeo. She and DeBeo moved 2 deck chairs to the door, and 1 person and 1 chicken slept on the deck chairs, waiting for dusk to come. Xian felt relieved when he saw this, as long as Kelly didn't make any more bombs. After today, he was a little worried about letting Kelly tinker with bombs alone in the room. It was not because he was worried about the house being destroyed, but about her own safety. Among their current group of people, Cleet is actually the most fragile one, but she faces the most dangerous bombs every day. Shane is now gradually able to empathize with Captain Jean on the other side of the otherworld. On the other hand, Kanna, who is also an uncontrollable factor, has now found a playmate. After Kanna came back, she started catching insects again. This time, with Kagura joining in, she didn't eat the insects. Instead, she caught 1 each and put them on the ground and started cricket fighting, having a lot of fun. Shane and Wu Yochi watched for a while, until Kanna lost her bug and ate it in anger. Then they left in dismay. It's too scary. Insect lovers should never watch it. After watching the insect fight, Xian brought Wu Yochi to an open space in the yard and continued his previous domineering practice. Boss, I've almost understood the essentials of armament hockey. I will have a chance to learn it if I practice. What about the other 2 types of hockey? As for learning how to be domineering, Wu Yochi himself actually had no great desire to do so. He could learn it or not, but he noticed that Xian seemed to be looking forward to him learning it. So there's no way. As a diligent employee, the boss's wishes are my own wishes. More importantly, there's really no other work to do. Conqueror's domineering power cannot be acquired through practice, but depends entirely on whether one has the aptitude. At this point, Xian glanced at Wu Yochi. Achi might not be as domineering as Conqueror's, but it's hard to say what the big size in his body is. Maybe he could give him a surprise one day. Well, you should practice your observation hockey. It should be the next 2 days. Our hockey teacher will come. You can take classes with us then. Xian patted Wu Yochi's shoulder with a gloating expression on his face. Why do I feel like you are trying to trick me? Wu Yochi looked at him suspiciously. How could that be? It's all for your own good. The next day, we crossed the 16th day. After Xian finished his breakfast in the morning, he called Wu Yochi to go out with him. Under the leadership of Sean, the 2 went straight ahead and took the Sabaody speedboat from Island 53 to Island 13. Boss, where are we going? After walking for a long time, Wu Yochi finally asked the question after stepping off the land of Island number 13 from the speedboat. When they came out, Shane said, "Let's go," and he followed him for an hour or two for some unknown reason. Huh? Didn't I tell you? Shane looked at him in surprise. No. Wu Yochi was confused and even suspected that he had forgotten. Then why are you just following me like this? Xia uncovered his head speechlessly. He felt that this kid was really thick-skinned. He didn't ask a single question during the 2-hour journey. Forget it. You'll know when you get there. Shane pointed ahead, where there was a tavern located on a remote hillside, looking a little weird. Shacky's Rip-Off Bar. The two walked along the stone path on the hillside and came to the door of the tavern. Before entering the tavern, Wu Yochi carefully looked at the plaque, especially the 3 words extortion. Could this be a shady shop? He wanted to remind Shane, but he saw Shane walk straight into the pub and walk towards the bar, where there was a woman with a graceful back. Oh! Wu Yochi clapped his hands and suddenly realized that the boss was out for fun. Really? Why did he bring him along for such a thing? Isn't he afraid that he will leak the secret to those 3 girls when he returns? Don't let your imagination run wild. This is business. Xia glanced at him and slapped him on the back of the head. He could see clearly the look that all men understood. Hey, it's Xiao Shane. How come you have time to come to my place? Shacky heard the noise, put down the cup he was wiping, turned around, and looked a little surprised when he saw Shane. Looking for Rayleigh? He hasn't been home in a few days. She knew that Rayleigh had been teaching Shane how to be domineering recently. No, I'm here to get information. Shane walked to the bar, sat on a round stool, and kicked one to Wu Yochi, gate of opening. Wu Yochi took the stool and sat down obediently. After seeing Shacky's age, he realized that Shane was not the kind of person who would do that kind of thing. Alas, what a pity. Information? Shacky was stunned for a second. His eyes suddenly flickered. He glanced at Wu Yochi, and then looked at Xia In with a smile in his eyes. The information I have here is very valuable. She lit a cigarette, blew out a puff of smoke gracefully, then took out 2 cans from under the bar and pushed them across the counter to the 2 of them. But I'm your fan after all. Tell me, what news do you want to know, little red dragon? Shane's eyes froze, but he was not surprised. With Shacky's information network and her relationship with Rayleigh, it was not difficult for her to know his identity. Wu Yochi, who was standing by, was confused, but he didn't interrupt. He took the can, said thank you, and started drinking. I want to know the location of all the Draco vaults in the Sabadi archipelago. Shane also opened the can, took a sip of the wine, and said something that made Shacky's face turn pale. Shacky was choked by the smoke and coughed several times. You're such a good boy. You are able to say shocking things without making any noise. Patting his chest, Shacky gave him a reproachful look. Shane did not reply, but smiled to show his apology. With his currently impossibly perfect face and a smile, he could make countless women in this world fall in love with him. Even Shacky couldn't help but take a few more glances, with admiration in his eyes. I haven't seen you for half a month. Not only has your strength improved by leaps and bounds at a speed I can't understand, but your face is also ridiculously beautiful. Shacky sighed and stared at Shane's face again. Only when Shane felt embarrassed did she smile and nod, and then get back to the topic. I know the location and can tell you, but I want to know what you're going to do, and what will it bring to this island? A few minutes later, Shane took Wu Yochi out of the pub. Compared to before they entered the door, the 2 men not only had 2 more cans of wine, but also a map with the location marked. On the way. Boss, what are we going to do next to rob money? Wu Yochi threw the empty can into a passing trash can, with a conflicted look on his face. I just overheard the conversation between Shane and the tavern owner. He didn't understand a lot of the concepts, such as the celestial dragons and the marine government, but he understood that Shane asked these questions in preparation for the last thing. Robbery of the celestial dragon's vault. He was short of money, but he didn't want to rob anyone, no matter who he robbed. No, we're just going to scout the place, right? Shane didn't notice anything unusual and answered simply. Then he suddenly stopped. There was a noisy sound coming from the street, and pedestrians hurriedly retreated to the sides of the street, kneeling and bowing their heads in unison. The streets were filled with the sound of heads hitting the ground. Xiaoyan grabbed Wu Yochi's arm and took him to hide behind a tree. Wu Yochi was a little confused and just followed Xiao'an's gaze blankly. Catch the eye. It was a snotty man wearing a glass cover. He was riding on a tall slave. The slave had a chain around his neck and was carrying the snotty man as he crawled. He was naked, and the skin on his hands and legs had been cut. A long trail of blood slid out on the ground. Beside him were a bunch of bodyguards in black clothes. Some of them were clearing the way, while others were watching the people around with vigilant eyes, guarding against possible enemies coming from all directions. The pedestrians were silent and knelt on both sides of the street. What is this? Wu Yochi glanced at the pedestrians on both sides, then set his gaze on the mounting slave, his fists unconsciously clenched. The celestial dragons are the real rulers of this world. The Marines and the world government serve them. They live on the red Earth continent at an altitude of 10,000 meters and occasionally come down to observe the people's sentiments. Shane explained to him in a cold voice, looking at the snotty-nosed man wearing a glass mask, his eyes revealing disgust and aversion. Although I have seen it in anime, it was already a beautified scene in anime. Seeing it with my own eyes now, I know that the reality is even more cruel. These celestial dragons really don't treat people as human beings. What is the identity of the slave he is riding? Wu Yochi continued to ask, with a pair of scissors in his hand. Perhaps a pirate, a merchant, a commoner, or even a noble. Does that mean he might be innocent? Wu Yochi's voice trembled slightly. The scissors in his hand made a crisp sound, and the blade glowed blue, ready to go. The corners of Shane's mouth slightly raised, and there was no surprise in his eyes. Even if you kill this celestial dragon and rescue the slave, there will be more celestial dragons, and the civilians on this island will also be harmed by your actions. His palm was wrapped in a layer of dark armament haki, and he pressed it on the scissors to stop them from shaking. Wu Yochi was silent with his eyes lowered. He suddenly understood what Shane had talked about with the tavern owner at the end. Shane said he would not bring any harm to the island. I see. Just steal the money from a vault and ignore these bullying scum celestial dragons. This way, you won't be held accountable by the forces behind the celestial dragons. Wu Yochi felt very upset. He was not from this world, so he had no reason to take action. Moreover, his action would affect Xiao'an, but doing nothing was totally against his will. All this made him extremely upset. Difficult. He scratched his hair in distress and accidentally pulled the rubber band off, allowing his long hair to fall loose, covering his eyes. His eyes became sharp, as if he had become a different person. No, it's like he's a completely different person. I'm going to kill that snot man. His hair fluttered without wind, and his pair of black pupils flashed red, emitting a bone-chilling chill. The big account is online? Xiao'an looked surprised as he met those murderous eyes. A biting chill came over him, and Shane seemed to be in a sea of blood. In front of him was a black-haired young man holding a long knife. The knife was covered in blood, dripping onto the ground. However, this was not a real scene, but only a fusion of his imagination and the memory he obtained at that time. In his memory, he had seen Shi wielding a knife to chop people, so he was not unfamiliar with his temperament. The big one is really online. What he just said was actually just to let Wu Yochi see the truest side of this world, so that he could prepare himself mentally and face such events with a good attitude in the future. Of course, this method is only for adults. It is completely different for Kagura, Klee, and Kana. He has never mentioned to them the cruelty of this world. However, Kagura had already vaguely known about this after the trip to Marihoa. One night, when she couldn't sleep, she came to Shane's room to talk about this matter. This is why Drake became more and more certain that Shane was a Lolita complex. However, he did not expect that his other personality would be awakened by some strange combination of circumstances. I'm going to kill that snotty man. The voice was repeated again. She looked at Xiao'an with a calm gaze. Xiao'an understood that he was actually asking for instructions. Is it because I'm his boss? Shane suddenly realized and understood the killer's logic. Now he was his superior, so he needed to ask himself before killing anyone. I can kill him, but not today. After thinking it through, Shane shook his head. Time. The tone was cold and concise. First, scout the area. After 7 days, kill people and rob them, then escape on a boat. Do you understand? Xian felt embarrassed by his subordinate's aloofness, so he also learned to shorten his sentences, which was a bit childish. Good. After he finished speaking, Wu Liuqi's body swayed, and he staggered on the spot. After he stood firm, his eyes became clear again. Huh? What happened just now? He asked puzzledly while tying his hair. Nothing. You were just being cool. At this time, the Tianlong people had already walked away, and the streets had returned to their former bustle. Xiaoyan patted Wu Liuqi on the shoulder and stepped into the crowd. He saw a stall selling marshmallows and was about to buy 3 to take home, but he had no choice because his children loved them. Cool. Wu Liuqi looked confused, not understanding why his boss suddenly praised him. He stared at the back of the Tianlong man, shook his head slightly, and followed Xian's pace. Wait for me, boss. The next few hours, Shane took 3 marshmallows and, together with Wu Liuqi, boarded the airship to take a look at the location marked by Shaki on the map. It was indeed a vault, and the defense was very tight, with all the bodyguards in black. Moreover, less than 100 meters away from the vault was a Marine branch base. At the same time, Shane noticed that the snotty-nosed man had moved into a large house next to the vault. It was magnificent and seemed to have a lot of property. Shane made up his mind to get the others on the boat that had already been built, taking Wu Liuqi and Kana with him. Kana was a precautionary measure. They would first rob the vault, then kill the snotty ghost, and finally board the boat. Run away. In order not to implicate the residents of the island, he would deliberately leave his name at the scene. Red Dragon Shane. Presumably, the 5 elders would not dare to start a war after seeing this name. After all, they had just been beaten up, and Shane also really wanted to see the reaction of the man behind the 5 elders. At that time, Kana brought Kagura and Klee into the holy land of Marihoa and taught 5 elders a lesson one after another, but the man behind them never showed up. It was unknown whether he knew he was no match for Kana or for some other reason. It was almost noon when Xia-in and Wu Liuqi got home. Kagura was very unhappy. Xia-in went out to play without her, and he came back almost at dinner time, so lunchtime would definitely be delayed again. She didn't want to give Shane a good look, but was instantly coaxed into submission by a string of marshmallows. Natsu-chan, you're so nice. Shane tapped her forehead. He was already used to this girl's daily change of expression. He handed the other 2 skewers to Kelly and Kanna, who were looking at him eagerly, then tied on an apron and walked to the kitchen. However, the kitchen is not run by him alone now. Wu Liuqi has experience in selling beef offal, so he can barely be considered a kitchen helper, helping Xia and cut some meat and vegetables. The dishes are very rich. In addition to the Poseidon meat, there are also beef, lamb, duck, etc. Vegetables are also available. Shane basically goes to the market to buy some every other day. But unfortunately, ever since Jidabeo came, I can no longer eat chicken as usual. Even if Jidabeo doesn't mind, the thought of eating chicken in front of chicken is really weird. With the help of Wu Liuqi and his increasingly sophisticated cooking skills, Xiaoyan only took less than half an hour to prepare a sumptuous meal. Everyone was enjoying the meal. At the table, Jidabeo asked about Xiaoyan and Wu Liuqi's going out in the morning. Xiaoyan did not tell them that he was planning a murder and robbery, but just said that he went to Shaki to get some information. He had told Wu Liuqi about it before coming back, so he didn't reveal anything else. However, Jidabeo still noticed that his expression was not right, so he called him back to the bedroom after dinner. I don't know what the man and the chicken said in the bedroom, but when Wu Liuqi walked out of the room, he was holding a broken knife with cracks all over the blade, as if it had been glued together after it was broken. Of Devil's Sword, 1,000 Blades. Xiaoyan stared at the knife for a long time, with some heat in his eyes, but quickly went out. He did not obtain Wu Liuqi's true energy, so he could not use the knife. It's better to just use your greatsword. With your current tankiness, you will definitely be the front row of the team charge in the future, and the 2-handed greatsword is surprisingly suitable for you. This unpredictable magic sword is obviously more suitable for an assassin like Achi. No, considering how he plays immune to death as a villain in anime, he can at least be considered a lightly armed warrior. Noon. When Shane was lying on the sofa resting in the sun, Kelly and Kana came over hand in hand and took the newspaper off Shane's face. Brother Shane, to thank you for your marshmallows, let Kelly and Kana give you a massage. Massage, do you mean? Shane was stunned, and then a look of joy appeared on his face, because he saw that Kelly and Kana took off their shoes and socks, and their two white and tender feet stepped on the sofa. Superior. Of course, Shane understood what massage meant, so he lay down decisively, letting the two Lolas step on his back barefoot, making soothing moans from time to time. It's so comfortable. In a bedroom on the first floor, Jidabeo and Wulyochi were observing the living room through the crack in the door. Aki, do you see it? As long as you work hard to make money, you can live the same life as Boss Xia in the future. Jidabeo patted Wulyochi's leg and encouraged him. But I don't want to be stepped on. Wulyochi was speechless. The boss's hobby was really amazing. Stupid. This is a massage, don't you understand? It's very expensive to do this outside. After enjoying the foot massage, Shane was not able to get up for a while, so he just lay on the sofa and closed his eyes to take a nap. And Kelly and Kana did not leave. They changed their position from stepping on Shane's back to sitting down and asked Wulyochi, who was passing by to get drinks, to hand them some playing cards. They sat on Shane and played with him for the whole afternoon. It was not until the afternoon, when Shane woke up with back pain, that he found a white, tender little foot in front of him, stretching out from his back, almost touching his face. He recognized at a glance that this was the jailer from Klee. She was small and delicate, much more delicate than Kana's round little feet, and had a refreshing fragrance. Shane smelled the scent of the shower gel he bought. Shane felt warm in his heart. This little angel, Kelly, was so thoughtful. She even washed his feet before stepping on his back. But she was not experienced enough after all, and didn't know that some LSP with unique fetishes were attracted by that original flavor. But this does not include Shane. He is not a foot fetishist. Even though he was very close to her, he just stared at her for a few minutes. He didn't do anything else like licking her with his tongue, which only perverts would do. Shane swallowed, not for any other reason, but because he was thirsty and wanted to drink some water. In order not to wake up the two Lolas sleeping on his back, he turned over quickly, stretched out his hands, and held the two Lolas who were sleeping together on his back in his arms. The operation was smooth, and there were basically no mistakes except for the poker cards scattered on the ground. So you're using me as a table. After seeing the playing cards, Shane understood. He helplessly laid the two cards flat on the sofa and pinched the sleeping faces of Kelly and Kana respectively. It's soft and feels so comfortable, I even can't put down. Afternoon. Kagura wants to go out. At this time, Xia uncovered the two Lolas sleeping on the sofa with a thin blanket. He was slightly stunned, but without thinking too much, he prepared to change his clothes and accompany her. But what he didn't expect was that Kagura didn't want him to accompany her and gave a reason that made him laugh and cry. Shan went out to play in the morning without taking her. To sum it up in one sentence, he is throwing a tantrum like a child. Shane was helpless. He didn't expect that a marshmallow wouldn't do the trick this time. There was no other choice but to take out 2 million Baileys from the storage space and give them to her, blinding Wulyochi and Jidabeo, and letting her go shopping alone and buy some things. Kagura curled her lips and said, "Don't try to bribe me with money," but her body was honest. After taking the money, she jumped towards the door. "Remember to bring back some drinks." Shane reminded him. There were always drinks in the refrigerator at home, usually brought back by him and Drake when they went out. "I know, stop being long-winded." Kagura grumbled in dissatisfaction, then quickly put on her shoes and socks, picked up her parasol, made a face at Shane, turned around and ran, but almost tripped over the threshold and staggered away in the courtyard. This girl, Xian, shook his head and smiled with a doting look on his face. Somehow, he had a sense that his daughter had grown up. On the side, Wulyochi and Jidabeo were already stunned, and once again deeply realized Xia's financial strength. The pocket money given to any girl is 2 million. Although Bailey is cheaper than the currency of their world, the exchange rate learned from Shane tells them that converted into money, this pocket money is nearly 100,000 yuan. What concept? Their goal was only 1 million yuan, but the money Shane took out was actually 1/10 of their goal. Work hard, and you will have it in the future. Seeing the shock of the man and the chicken, Xia-in patted their shoulders encouragingly. Everyone can draw cakes. He still remembers that when he was working, his boss often patted his shoulder like this, so he doesn't feel unfamiliar with it now, as if it is natural. Understood, boss. Therefore, the effect was particularly significant. The man and the chicken seemed to be injected with chicken blood. Their voices were as loud as bells, and they strode with their heads held high, patrolling around Shane's yard. Shane was busy during the rest of the afternoon. He found Drake, who had been training outside the hospital, and had a sparring session with him almost every day, with Wu Liuqi and Ji Debao watching from the side. After Xia-in obtained Wu Liuqi's memory of swordsmanship, his sword skills improved by leaps and bounds, and he would no longer make the amateurish moves of slapping people with the sword. Now, the blood-red sword was as flexible as if it were driven by an arm. It was continuously waving in the air. One after another, blood-red sword energy was slashed out from the sword, like layers of waves piling up and surging, rushing forward. What? Drake's eyes almost popped out his head in shock. No one understood this shock better than him. Yesterday, his opponent was a rookie who couldn't even perform a combo or hold a sword. Today, not only did his posture become very standard, he even skipped the stage of cutting iron and directly realized the flying slash. Over the past 10 days, Shane had shocked him many times and refreshed his cognition. But this time he was still extremely shocked. The blood-red sword energy was so strong that it was like a wave and was approaching him. His clothes were rustling because of the energy. Only then did he come to his senses and hurriedly raise the iron axe and long sword in his hands to block it. Two clanging sounds. Drake groaned, and under the impact of the sword energy, his body quickly retreated, leaving a long trace on the ground. The iron axe and long sword in his hands also flew backwards, drawing an arc in the air. It was stuck in the ground several dozen centimeters in front of Wu Liuqi and Ji Debao. Hiss! The man and the chicken took a deep breath. On the one hand, they were shocked by Xia-in's strength, and on the other hand, they were almost injured by mistake. That's really amazing, boss. As expected of Boss Xia, he is so domineering. He is truly a man among men, a tyrant among tyrants. After being surprised, they applauded Shane very hard. As a qualified employee, they should support their boss in a timely manner. What's more, they were indeed stunned by the strength displayed by Shane. Ha ha ha, it's not as much as you guys praise me for. Shane had never received such direct praise before. He held the sword with one hand and scratched his head with the other, feeling a little embarrassed. It's just a supernova, no big deal, just stay calm. His Kanda crew member, however, had defeated 5 elders in one move a week ago. He was still a long way from reaching that level. You really are a monster. Drake obviously thought completely differently from him. He stared at his hands, which were shaking continuously after he was exhausted, and his voice was filled with disbelief. How long has this guy had the sword? It must have been no more than a week at most. From a layman to mastering the flying slash in just 1 week, is this really something a human can do? How did you do it? Were you pretending to fight me before? You can actually use a sword. No. Then why did you suddenly reveal yourself today? Drake's brain is fried. He really couldn't do it before, but he learned it after he came here. Xia-in was very honest and pointed his sword at Wu Liuqi, who was still applauding him. Me? Wu Liuqi was stunned. Him. Drake was also confused. The sun sets in the west, and the dim sunlight shines into the courtyard. As Ji Debao's stomach growled, Shane, Drake, and Wu Liuqi, who had been practicing for the entire afternoon, stopped practicing, went back in the house to wash up, and then waited for dinner. Shane was treated very well. As soon as he entered the house, Kelly and Kanna came running down the stairs, one holding a towel and the other holding his spare clothes. Brother Shane, we have prepared everything for you. Let's go, Kelly said proudly, looking up at him as if seeking praise. Sean, this is for you, Kanna echoed, her face calm, and it seemed that she was pulled here by Klee. Well done. Xian's face was almost blooming with smiles. He wanted to rub the two cute little heads with his hands, but he realized that his hands were full of sweat and dust. So he stopped in time and just took the towel and clothes and went to the bathroom. After taking a shower, under the jealous gaze of Wu Liuqi, Xia sat on the sofa in the living room again. Behind him, two little girls stood on a small stool and wiped his hair with a towel. Ah, so cool. If he didn't have to cook, he might have fallen asleep on the sofa right now. However, when I glanced at the clock in the living room, it was almost 6 o'clock. The sky outside was covered with a faint layer of darkness, and I could vaguely see the smoke from the nearby neighbors' houses. Shane suddenly felt something was wrong. Often at times like this, there always seemed to be someone nagging him to cook. Kagura. He's been out all afternoon and hasn't come back yet. Did he get lost? Or was he kidnapped by someone using candy? The more Xia thought about it, the more anxious he became. He stood up suddenly and bumped into two Lolas who were wiping his hair behind him. Ouch! Kelly cried out in pain, and Shane's shoulder hit her arm, causing her to lose balance, knock over the bench under her feet, and fall backwards. Fortunately, Kana is not an ordinary person. Even though her stool was knocked over, she immediately floated in the air and stretched out her hand to support Klee. Thus, Klee was spared. Are you okay, Kelly? Shane came back to his senses and came over to ask with concern. It's okay, Kana caught me. But Brother Shane, why are you so anxious suddenly? Did something happen? With the help of Kana, Kelly regained her balance and asked in confusion. Nothing happened, but Kagura hasn't come back yet. I'm a little worried and want to go out and look for her. Xian said. As he spoke, he had already walked to the door, ready to change his shoes and go out immediately. But at this moment, he noticed some movement outside the yard. When he looked up, he saw an orange-haired girl jumping in from the courtyard wall. Xian's eyes lit up. Wasn't this the Kagura whom he was worried would be kidnapped? Xia-chan, are you going out now? Kagura walked over and looked at Shane, standing at the door with confusion, her voice full of energy. Behind her was a bunch of bubble bags filled with all kinds of items, and it looked like they cost a lot of money. Of course, this was not what Shane was concerned about. The first thing he noticed was naturally her face. There was no sign of injury, and she looked very happy. There were oil stains at the corners of her mouth, which showed that she had eaten a lot of good food outside. There's no need to go out now. Xia felt relieved, and now he had time to look at the things around her. Are you going shopping? It was you who asked me to bring the drinks. I searched for a long time before I finally found the supermarket. Kagura was a little dissatisfied when she said this. It was originally free time, but became completely unhappy after the task was assigned. Moreover, she didn't know the supermarkets in this world, and spent most of her time asking for directions. She accidentally walked into many remote alleys and was forced to beat up a few hooligans and save a little girl who was molested. The little girl was grateful. She invited her home for dinner. She couldn't refuse the little girl's kindness, so she had to eat up all her family's food rations for a month. The attitude of the little girl's parents changed from gratitude to shock, then to heartache, fear, and finally doubt about life. They cried and knelt down to beg her not to eat anymore. Kagura finally finished the meal, but before leaving, she took the 200 yuan that Shane had given her. Wamba left them all. 2 million Baileys is almost a year's expenses for an ordinary family. Kagura didn't know how much it was worth, but she knew that Shane had many more 2 million, so she didn't take it seriously. Then where do you get the money to buy these things in the supermarket? Xia heard it and didn't expect that this girl could have such a rich experience in just one afternoon. Klee, Kanna, Wu Liuqi, Jidabeo, and even Drake all brought stools and sat at the door to listen to Kagura's stories. Didn't I say I beat up some hooligans? They had a lot of money on them, and I took it all. Kagura explained calmly, pulling out several wallets from her Chongsan pocket and handing them all to Xian. Shane opened it and took a quick look. There was still a lot of money left, hundreds of thousands of Baileys, and the photos in the wallet looked familiar. Yeah, it looks like there are those hooligans who wanted to rob me that day, but were too cowardly. Xian asked Kagura if any of those thugs had clubs. Kagura nodded in surprise. She thought that Xian had been secretly following her in the afternoon. Her cheeks puffed up, and she looked a little angry that he had been following her without even coming out to show her the way. Shane tapped her head, explained everything in a few words, then went to the kitchen and started cooking dinner. After Shane left, Kagura began to show off the results of her work, which included not only the drinks Shane requested, but also a variety of snacks and gifts for everyone. Did Sister Kagura buy us gifts? Klee came over in surprise. The rest of the people were also a little surprised and gathered around. No one doesn't like gifts, and this gift was sent by someone with novel ideas like Kagura, which really made them curious. But the result was far beyond everyone's expectations. The gifts Kagura bought for them were reasonable. She gave Klee a cute cartoon backpack. Klee liked the cartoon characters on the backpack very much. Drake said it was a character from a famous North Blue comic called Sea Warriors. Sora. Kanna's was a sun hat with two small raised corners on the brim, which just covered Kanna's horns. Kanna was very satisfied and did not take it off after putting it on. Wu Yoshi owns a fishing rod, which is equipped with fish hooks, fishing nets, buckets, and other tools. He is very satisfied with it and plans to invite his boss to go fishing at the beach one day to enhance the relationship between the two. Gita Bayo is wearing a pair of light-proof sunglasses and a sleeping mask. Kagura said that she often saw him sleeping on the lounge chair on the balcony, so she picked them specially for him. Gita Bayo was so moved that tears fell from his eyes. Drake's gift was a black cape. Not long ago, during an unexpected encounter with Law, a small part of his coat was cut off. Even Shane didn't notice it, but Kagura discovered it. Drake was really touched. He expressed his sincere gratitude and reached out to pat Kagura on the head like Xian did. However, Kagura turned away with a look of disgust. She said, "This is Xiachan. Exclusive rights." Drake smiled awkwardly and gave Kagura 2 candies. "Then what did you buy for the boss?" Wu Yoshi asked with some confusion after Kagura distributed gifts to everyone. Yes, Sister Kagura, you must have bought a gift for Brother Shane as well," Kelly asked curiously, with some anticipation in her voice. Kanna also looked over with something strange in her eyes. She remembered that she gave gifts to Klee and Kagura last time, but not to Shane. She was really too negligent. Shane must be very sad. Of course he has one. He has an extra red sword. It looks cool, but it's always bare when he takes it out. It's pitiful, so I bought him a scabbard. Kagura took out a vertical wooden box from the bubble bag behind him and opened it carefully, revealing a dark red iron scabbard with delicate patterns and a faint glow. This was the most expensive gift she had ever bought, costing her 3 million Baileys. Although she used the pocket money that Shane gave her every few days, she had saved it for almost 10 days. She had originally planned to have a big meal at the East Ashasi Bharati restaurant that Shane mentioned in the future, but after passing by a weapons store today, she walked in unconsciously. Night. As the aroma of food wafted out of the kitchen, Shane wiped the sweat off his forehead and admired his work with satisfaction. 7 large pots of meat stew, a dozen plates of vegetarian dishes, a large pot of seafood soup, for a bucket of fried rice, plus some pickles and snacks that Kagura bought. Mission accomplished. Before he could say anything, Kagura rushed in after smelling the food. After seeing the kitchen full of dishes, she happily hugged Shane and then volunteered to help serve the dishes. Afterwards, Wu Yoshi and Kuli came over after hearing the noise and joined the team serving the dishes. Gita Bayo wanted to help, but was limited by his own conditions, so he went to the refrigerator and took out the drinks that Kagura had just bought. He got ice cubes from somewhere and mixed a large glass of special drinks for everyone. It looks good. When Xian walked into the living room to put away the apron, he happened to see G. de Bayo's operation and was a little surprised. Not only does it look good, it tastes even better. G. de Bayo was so confident that he even made a carving on each glass of drink. Shane was now certain that he was truly a professional, feeling somewhat pleasantly surprised. He was thinking that on future sea voyages, he might be able to ask G. de Bayo to make some cocktails. At that time, you can sit on the deck, lie on a lounge chair, feel the sea breeze, enjoy the sea view, and drink cold drinks through a straw as if your soul has been purified. Where did this picture come from? Xian couldn't hold it anymore and pointed at the drawing board that suddenly appeared in front of him. G. de Bayo actually drew what he had just imagined in his mind. This is too sudden. Can't you comics use some logic? At this moment, Shane suddenly felt the corner of his clothes being tugged. He lowered his head and found that it was Kanna, who was wearing a bright yellow sun hat and looking up at him expectantly. "Hey, Kanna, your hat is so cute. Where did you buy it?" Shane saw through her thoughts at a glance and reached out to touch her sun hat. "It's a gift from Kagura." Kanna answered truthfully, her voice light, and she felt a little excited after being praised. "Oh, this girl actually knows to buy gifts when she goes out. I really underestimated her." Xian felt surprised and a little proud. It seemed that he had taught her well. But did this girl buy it for him? Although he didn't really want to receive a gift, and it wasn't his birthday, but if Kagura also remembered him, it would surely feel nice, right? The last time I received a gift seemed to be in high school. At that time, a girl who had a crush on him secretly put a custom-made painting on his desk when he was away during lunch break. The painting is still hanging in his bedroom at home. The content of the painting is exactly Rayleigh Pluton from One Piece. Thinking of the painting, the corners of his mouth gradually rose. Those were all memories of youth. As he was thinking about it, the scene of the time travel that day suddenly flashed through his mind again. On the day of the time travel, when he was about to go out to catch the subway, the painting fell from the wall for no reason. He then searched for a long time at home and finally found the tape to hang the painting back up. This caused him to miss the last subway and be late for work. As expected, he was severely criticized by his boss, who handed him a large amount of work before he left. He had no choice but to accept it and had to stay up late to work overtime, which eventually led to his sudden death. In front of the computer desk, I came to this world, etc. Thinking about it this way, his death and time travel seemed to be closely related to this painting. Could it be a curse cast by the girl he rejected? No, it can't be considered a curse. It should be a blessing. He is living a very comfortable life now. He has money, a house, and a little girl. He will soon have a boat of his own. Apart from practicing and cooking, he has nothing else to worry about. This is exactly the life he has always dreamed of. "Brother Shane, look, is there anything different about Kelly?" When Shane was distracted, a clear voice came from his ear. He was startled and lowered his head again. Sure enough, he saw a cute Clee standing in front of him, deliberately leaning sideways to show him her back. New backpack. Shane understood, knowing that there was another person seeking praise. "What nice little backpack. It suits you very well. Did Kagura buy it for you too?" "Yeah, it was bought by Sister Kagura, and Clee likes it very much." After being praised, Clee smiled happily and turned around twice on the spot with her backpack on her back. Xian was touched by her cuteness again and looked at her with a smile in his eyes. Late at night, Shane lay down on the bed and was about to close his eyes to check the character panel when the door slowly opened with a creak and Kagura walked in with a mysterious look on her face. "Why are you coming to my room in the middle of the night? Didn't you say I'm a perverted Lolita?" Xian glanced at her but didn't get up. He was already used to Kagura breaking into his house in the middle of the night, and it had happened more than once or twice. "Xiachan, they all received gifts today, but you didn't. Are you sad and upset now?" Kagura approached slowly, with her hands hidden behind her back and a sly fox-like smile on her face. "Well, if you don't give me that scabbard, I'm almost going to cry out loud in my room alone." Shane looked at her with amusement. "Humph, I knew you would know in advance. It's not a surprise at all. Did that little traitor Clee tell you?" Kagura snorted softly and no longer pretended to move closer, but threw herself directly onto the bed and lay side by side with Shane. "Here, your gift." Her tone was very unhappy. She handed the wooden box containing the scabbard to Shane, then turned sideways and snatched the pillow that Shane was lying on, refusing to sleep on the same pillow with him. When Shane opened the wooden box and saw the dark red scabbard inside, the corners of his mouth curved up, his mind moved slightly, and he summoned a blood-red sword in his hand. He took out the scabbard from the box and compared it with the other two. They matched perfectly. Shane immediately inserted the sword into the scabbard. There was a silky sound of steel friction, which sounded very comfortable. The big sword was sheathed, which made Shane feel inexplicably satisfied. Maybe it was because men were born to like to insert something. He lay on the bed and weighed the scabbard sword against the ceiling. Under the desk lamp, the dark red scabbard emitted a faint fluorescence, which contrasted with the blue light from the hilt, interweaving into strange colors in Shane's pupils, mysterious and eye-catching. Nice! Xian couldn't let go of it. If it wasn't inappropriate, he would have wanted to hug Kagura, who was lying next to him, and thank her for her gift. You have quite a good taste. After hearing this, Kagura finally calmed down, turned around, and admired the weapon with the scabbard with Shane. The night deepened and a crescent moon hung in the sky. Shane opened the curtains, and the two of them lay side by side on the bed, looking at the moon and chatting. An unknown amount of time had passed as the two talked about their experiences over the past 10 days. Kagura covered her mouth and yawned. She felt sleepy. Xiachan, how about I sleep here tonight? Kagura suddenly spoke and took action at the same time, wrapping Shane's quilt around herself and wrapping herself like a caterpillar. Stop making trouble and go back to your room and sleep. Xian rolled his eyes at her and urged her to leave quickly. He didn't even agree to sleep with Kanna, who looked younger than him, let alone the 14-year-old girl in front of him, who had grown up and had a certain appeal to him. He is not really a criminal. Why not? Didn't we slept in the same room on the first night? Kagura was very unhappy. She rolled around on the bed, turning into a long afterimage, making a whirring sound. The conditions didn't allow it at the time, and I was sleeping on the floor then. Xian held her down with one hand. If she continued to shake, the bed would collapse. Seeing that Xia-in was so determined, Kagura stopped making a fuss, lowered her head, and muttered quietly. What a cowardly little virgin. He doesn't even dare to sleep in the same bed, huh? You. Veins popped out on Shane's forehead, and he felt humiliated. It took him a long time to utter a word. You should be glad that you are not yet an adult, otherwise. What else? Kagura poked her head out from under the quilt and asked provocatively. Xian didn't say anything else. He just raised his hand and slapped it hard on the center of the quilt that wrapped her. There was a crisp pop sound, and Kagura cried out in pain, and her pretty face quickly turned red. Damn you, Xiachan, you actually spanked me. Even my dad never spanked me like this. Kagura felt embarrassed and annoyed and wanted to break free from the quilt and come out to bite him. I don't want a disobedient daughter like you. Of course, Shane would not give her this opportunity. With a sly smile on his face, he exerted a little force with his hands, carried the caterpillar on his shoulders, and walked towards the door. When he was going out, he ran into Drake, who opened the door. He was stunned for 2 seconds, looked at Shane and Kagura on his shoulder with a complicated expression, and closed the door silently. That's good. The image has been further deepened. No, it should be said that it has been consolidated. Shane covered his head helplessly. What image do you have as a perverted Lolita lover? Everyone knows it, Kagura said with contempt. It's all because of you, a disobedient fellow. Shane was a little annoyed. He clamped her to his waist and slapped her hard. After she yelled, she was really obedient this time and retracted her head in the quilt. After arriving at Kagura's bedroom, Shane unfolded the quilt like a burrito and threw the girl with messy hair onto the bed. Then, without daring to stop for a moment, he immediately turned around and ran. In the end, at the cost of several teeth marks on his neck, arms, and face, he successfully ran back to his bedroom. However, before he could relax, he discovered that there was another baby dragon in the room, sitting on the bed and dangling its little feet. Xian was really tired. He didn't go to the bed, but took out a cooling medicine from the drawer in the room and applied it on the teeth marks on his body. Although he has a strong ability to recover and his body is almost recovered, the pain still comes. This medicine was originally intended to be used after finishing Rayleigh's observation hockey course, but I didn't expect that most of the time it was used to cover tooth marks. Sean, you can't beat Kagura now. Kanna stared at Shane and said in a serious tone. With her perception ability, even if she didn't actively use it, she could see clearly all the movements in the cottage, naturally including Xia-in and Kagura who were fighting just now. Kanna, you misunderstood. She and I were just playing around. You can think of it as a friendly interaction between friends. Shane sat down next to her and explained a few words. After seeing Kana nod as if she understood, he asked curiously, "Kana, what are you doing here?" "Can't sleep." Kana shook her head, her expression a little hesitant. After thinking for a while, she finally asked, "Shane, what kind of gift would you like?" Ah, Shane was stunned by the question. He didn't expect Kana came for this matter. "You were very happy with the gift that Kagura gave you." "I want the same thing." Kana looked at him with twinkling eyes, staring at Shane so hard that he felt a little uncomfortable. He understood Kana's mental journey. She had the same temperament as a human child. Seeing that he was very satisfied with the gift given by Kagura, she also wanted to give him an equally good gift. But this made him feel a little embarrassed. Kana is different from others. After several attempts, Shane found that she could accurately sense his emotional changes, so she would know on the spot whether he was satisfied with the gift she gave him. Therefore, you really have to come up with something that he really likes. To be honest, what he wanted most at the moment was undoubtedly money. However, if he asked Kana to give him the money, she might run to Marihoa to snatch it back for him overnight. The world would probably change drastically by then, and the 5 elders in Yim would probably arrest them all over the world. Although they wouldn't be afraid with Kana around, it would still be too much trouble. "So, let's dance." "Yes, I want to see Kana dance. It will definitely be cute," Shane said with a smile. This was exactly what he thought in his heart. Dance? Kana was a little surprised. She didn't expect this answer, but for what she sensed from Shane's current mood, he was very determined. This was actually the gift he wanted most. Since it was what Shane wanted, then she had no problem with it. "Okay, I'll go learn it." Kana is full of fighting spirit. After tonight, she becomes a young dragon with a goal. The second day, Shane sat at the desk, but he was not reading a book. Instead, he held a feather pen in his hand and stared at it in a daze. This is an ordinary feather pen, but it is not so ordinary, because its price is as high as 10 million Baileys. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning and obtaining the feather pen of Jean, the acting leader of the Knights of Favonius. Host's remaining assets, 293.4 million Baileys. 10 million Baileys is summon a quill. Even if it's one gene used, other than smelling good, what else can it be used for? Shane was a little confused. He was already financially tight, and thought he could summon something good like the first time he summoned a weapon, but he didn't expect that the second time was not even as good as a bomb. And this time, the lower limit of the item summon pool has been refreshed. A feather pen of Jean. Will the next one be a piece of clothing or a pair of boots worn by Jean? Wait, if that's the case, it seems not bad. Bah, I'm thinking about something weird. That morning, newspapers were scattered all over the island. After making breakfast, Shane sat on the sofa and leisurely read the newspaper while Kagura Kana and others were still asleep. His expression became more and more interesting as time went by. Today's newspaper contains a huge amount of information, and it's all breaking news. The first thing that caught my eye was the heavyweight content that occupied most of the page. Whitebeard, one of the 4 emperors, announced his abdication due to old age and physical injuries and retired to his hometown. The person who took over his position was the Fire Fist Ace rescued from the Marineford War. The world was shocked. Overnight, Ace's bounty soared from 1.5 billion to 4 billion. He became the youngest king of the sea. His name was also changed from Fire Fist to Flame Emperor. The second piece of news is that after Whitebeard announced his abdication, former One Piece Vice Captain Pluton, Rayleigh, and the super rookie Straw Hat Boy Luffy appeared in Marineford. As the bell rang, the Straw Hat Boy took off his hat to salute, which was suspected to be a tribute to the end of an era, but the strange letters and numbers exposed on his arms are puzzling. The third piece of news is still about the Whitebeard pirates. According to relevant sources, the second-in-command of the Revolutionary Army, Chief of Staff Sabo, appeared in New World and boarded the Whitebeard pirates Moby D*****K. He did not return overnight, and a grand banquet was held on the ship that night, and the two sides seem to have reached some kind of alliance. The fourth piece of news is that the Marine government announced its march in a new world. The Marine headquarters was moved from the first half of the Grand Line to the former Marine G1 branch in New World and renamed New Marineford. The fifth piece of news is that the uninhabited island of Punk Hazard in New World has been affected by unknown elements and has now turned into a strange environment of half volcano and half iceberg. No one dares to land on the island yet. The sixth piece of news: the former Shichibukai Gecko Moria was jointly attacked by Marine and Shichibukai, and now his whereabouts are unknown. The world is becoming more and more lively. Sitting on the sofa, Shane was reading with great interest. The further he turned the pages, the more news he saw about himself. The source said that a few days ago, a red dragon was spotted in the waters near Sabaody. It circled around the island for an entire afternoon, and it seemed to be looking for some treasure. Therefore, many pirates have heard about it and have been in Sabaody recently. The island was searched nonstop. Shane was speechless. He remembered that he was just taking Kelly to fry fish at that time, but he didn't expect the rumor to spread to this extent. Brother Shane, Kelly also wants to read the newspaper with you. At this time, Kelly ran down the stairs, noticed the newspaper in Shane's hand, and rushed over. Her petite body flexibly slipped into Shane's arms, and she jumped lightly and sat on the bed. On Shane's thigh, Kelly was the one who liked reading newspapers the most besides him and Drake, so Shane was not surprised by her behavior. He simply rested his chin on her head and raised his thighs to make a comfortable position for the two of them to read the newspaper. Posture. Kelly's hair smells very good, and it makes people feel relaxed and happy when they smell it accidentally. The scattered hair touches his face, which makes him feel itchy but also comfortable. Wow, so many new contents. Kelly was also shocked by the huge amount of information in the newspaper. Since she often reads newspapers, she has already learned about the various forces in the world. And because the first time she read a newspaper was during the Battle of Marineford, she is most concerned about the Whitebeard pirates. She's like a little girl chasing stars. She can call out the names of all the captains of the Whitebeard pirates' fleet. Among them, she likes the third Captain Diamond, Jaws, the most because he looks shiny and cool. The next are Ace and Marco, because both of them have fire-related abilities. Klee still believes that people with fire abilities are good people. What? That old man with a white beard has retired, Kelly said in disbelief. She covered her mouth in surprise. Why are you so surprised? You don't know him. Shane was amused by her startled look. Because the newspaper said he was the strongest man in the world, Kelly originally wanted to go to New World to meet him in the future to see if what the newspaper said was true. Kelly explained with a regretful tone. Then, she scanned other content, and when she saw the news about Punk Hazard, she thought about Shane taking her there in the future. The extremely strange environment of half volcano and half iceberg was really too touching for her. Interested, Shane couldn't make any guarantees. After all, he didn't have a permanent pointer to the island. In the New World, you couldn't just go wherever you wanted. You could only rely on luck to meet someone by chance. Time passed slowly, and the sun rose higher. Others got up one after another, and almost everyone who came to the hall would come over to take a look at the newspaper that Shane Kelly was reading. Then, they were attracted by the content of the newspaper and gradually formed a circle behind Shane's sofa. It was not until Kanna squeezed into his thighs and sat together with Klee, and Kagura sat on his neck and hugged his face, that he finally couldn't bear it anymore and closed the newspaper and put it on the coffee table. Let's go have breakfast first. I'll show it to you after I finish eating. I basically spend the morning at home reading newspapers. Drake occasionally made some professional comments, such as the impact after Ace took over, the purpose of Marine headquarters moving to New World, and its strategic significance, etc. Kanna and Kagura didn't really want to listen. In fact, they didn't even want to read the newspaper. But when they saw everyone else reading, they came over too. After listening for a while, they ran outside to catch insects and fight crickets. Kelly was fascinated by what she heard, her eyes shining. Shane never expected that this little elf who was obsessed with bombs was actually a military fan. Wu Yoshi was completely confused. He had just arrived and only had a rough understanding of the three concepts of marine, pirates, and celestial dragons. He knew nothing else. Although G. DeBeo knew nothing, he was able to have a lively conversation with Drake, occasionally asking questions that allowed Drake to express himself, and occasionally throwing simpler questions to Shane so that the boss could feel involved. What a chicken with high emotional intelligence. Xian couldn't help but sigh that if he had had this kind of emotional intelligence before, he would probably be able to thrive in the workplace. After lunch, Shane had just rested on the sofa for a while when Rayleigh, who hadn't seen him for many days, pushed the door open and walked in. Without waiting for Shane to get up, he directly had a conqueror's collision with Shane. Shane felt exhausted again after a long time. Hey, brother Shane, do you have a new partner? Inside the courtyard, watching three young men of different heights change their clothes and walk out of the room. A hint of red light of observation flashed across Rayleigh's reading glasses, and his eyes fell on Wu Yochi. His steps were unsteady, his body was thin, and he didn't seem to have any signs of training. However, like Xiao Kagura, this young man also has a great power hidden in his body, and he vaguely feels that this power is related to the sword. He is a swordsman, or perhaps he should be called a swordsman. Hello, teacher. My name is Wu Yochi. I'm a part-time barber selling beef offal on Chicken Island. Now I'm a crew member under Boss Xiaoyan. Wu Yochi bowed deeply to Rayleigh. Shane had previously told him about Rayleigh's identity, that he was the world's top figure, a top powerhouse, much stronger than Shane, and would be his future domineering instructor. When he bowed, Wu Yochi took a few curious glances and found that the other person was just a white-haired old man of average height and strong build. Nothing special about him. Compared with those strong men who are 7 or 8 meters tall in the newspapers, it seems far behind. However, after a brutal training session in the afternoon, this view suddenly changed. This is an extremely cruel and stinky old man. An hour or two later, Wu Yochi was no longer recognizable as a human. His face was swollen like a pig's head and covered with scars from being beaten with a wooden stick. If Shane and Drake hadn't been beaten badly as well, he would have almost thought that the boss had deliberately found this old man to torture him. Do you feel the observation hockey, Chi? During the break, Xia-In looked at Wu Yochi with anticipation. He did not forget his other ability of cheat, which was to obtain part of the training results of the summon character. When Kagura learned armament hockey, his armament hockey also changed from awakening to mastered. I only feel my grandmother, although I don't remember who my grandmother is. Wu Yochi said this with a look of despair, with some resentment in his voice. He finally understood why this job was usually so leisurely. It turned out that suffering was waiting for him here. It's actually this serious. Looking at Wu Yochi's swollen head like a pig, Xia-In felt a little guilty. This is also the reason why he did not force Kagura and Klee to practice observation hockey. If he let those two pretty little faces become like this, he would not be able to forgive himself. As for Wu Yochi, he is pretty tough anyway, and his health bar might even be higher than his, so he should be immortal. How about you let your hair down and try? Shane suddenly had an idea. If it was Big 7, he might be able to learn observation hockey immediately. Ah, boss, can even you bear to see my face swollen like a pig's head? Wu Yochi misunderstood and pointed at Xia-In with a sad and angry look on his face. That's not what I meant. Xia-In waved his hand, too lazy to explain further. He decisively took action and pulled off the rubber band that tied Wu Yochi's hair. His long hair hung down, covering most of Wu Yochi's face. His body was stiff for a long while, and suddenly a cold, murderous aura burst out. The murderous aura swept through the courtyard like a gust of wind, and the cold air made people feel as if winter had arrived. Xia-Un's heart sank, but because he had seen it once before, he not only did not panic, but watched with even greater anticipation. What? Drake on the side looked much more embarrassed. He stood up suddenly and looked at Wu Yochi, who was sitting on Shane, as if he was looking at a monster that was about to devour someone. Sure enough, none of the partners that Shane found were simple. Rayleigh also looked over with interest, his eyes filled with surprise and admiration. He had felt this strong, murderous intent last time from Luffy's three-sword swordsman partner. I found another monster partner, brother Shane. Rayleigh took a sip of the wine from the hip flask. He looked forward to the day when Shane would go out to sea. Is New World really ready to welcome this group of young people? And what kind of earth-shaking changes will these young people bring to the world? The hair fluttered without wind, revealing Chi's scarlet eyes, which were full of murderous intent. If an ordinary person looked into his eyes, his legs would probably go weak immediately. Hit me. The voice was also icy cold, as if it had no emotion, short and rapid. Good. Shane understood what he meant. He summoned the dark red, scabbard-bathed dragon blood sword, took off the scabbard, held the sword with both hands, and under the gaze of Rayleigh and Drake, he decisively rushed towards Pan. Chi, who was sitting on the ground, slashed forward. Wow! The air stirred up a gust of wind, making Chi's white sweatshirt rustle, and his hair was blown neatly to one side. Even the cheek facing the sword was sunken. But even so, he stood still and slowly closed his eyes, actually trying to avoid Shane's attack. Drake's pupils suddenly shrank, and he was filled with inexplicable horror. He realized what the two men were doing. Wu Liuqi wanted to comprehend the observation haki under the threat of life and death. How arrogant and confident he was. Moreover, this guy Shane actually used all his strength. Wasn't he really afraid of killing someone with the sword? Great! Rayleigh's eyes were filled with admiration, but she still subconsciously tightened the stick in her hand just in case. In the end, he was not disappointed. When the sword was about to hit Chi's cheek, his ears trembled slightly, and a flash of red light flashed in the corner of his eyes. Almost in an instant, his body leaned back suddenly, dodging the sword with an extreme distance. Blood-red greatsword. Boom! The sword still had some force left as it struck the ground heavily, causing the earth to tremble and rocks to fly. A sword mark nearly 10 meters long spread across the courtyard. Observation haki. Awakening 21.54%. Observation haki. Mastery 2.52%. Success. Xian was delighted when he heard the mechanical voice in his mind. He then saw Wu Liuqi on the ground seem to have lost consciousness and collapsed. He quickly retracted his sword and supported him. Aki, are you okay? Xian asked worriedly. Although he was not hit just now, and he had really comprehended the observation haki, he was still afraid of accidents. He's fine. He just fainted due to excessive energy consumption. He will be fine after a good sleep. Rayleigh went forward to check and finally made Shane feel relieved. Shane handed Wu Liuqi to Ji DeBeo, who was basking in the sun on a lounge chair outside the house, and asked him to take him back to the room to rest. Then, of course, he wanted to try out the observation haki he had learned through cheating and summoned the greatsword again, raised an eyebrow, and glanced at Drake, signaling him to pick up the weapon and fight a few moves with him. Drake naturally wouldn't refuse. To him, Shane was his closest long-term sparring partner, and he couldn't get used to not sparring with him twice a day. However, as expected, with just 2 moves, there were 2 clang sounds, and Drake's iron axe and long sword were both knocked away, with the blood-red sword tips pointing directly at his neck. Have you learned observation haki? Drake was unexpectedly calm, and there was not even any surprise in his eyes, because in his mind, Shane had long been equated with the word pervert, in both senses of the word. Even in his opinion, it took Xia in nearly 10 days to learn observation haki, which was already very slow. Yeah. Shane nodded. He felt a little regretful that he didn't see Drake's shocked expression. Then he looked at Rayleigh with some eagerness in his eyes. With the 3 colors of dominance in hand, he felt that he could do it. But the reality was that it was not possible. The result was as simple as when he defeated Drake. Rayleigh used a wooden stick covered with armed color domineering, and with just 2 moves, he knocked the big sword in Shane's hand away. He is not as good as Shane in observation haki, armament haki, and conquerors. Even in swordsmanship, Rayleigh is far superior to him. The gap between Shane in his human form and Rayleigh is like a chasm that cannot be overcome in a short time. But if he was in dragon form, even if he couldn't cause any substantial damage to Rayleigh, as long as he didn't forcefully fight back, he estimated that he could still hold on for an hour or so without being defeated. Night. After practicing, it was getting dark, but Rayleigh did not leave, but stayed for dinner at Xia En's invitation. Luffy has also initially mastered the method of practicing haki, so he does not need to be with him all the time. In the last few days, he plans to stay at the shipyard to coach Shane's ship. Hearing this, Xia was very moved and hurried to the kitchen to cook a big meal for Rayleigh. He wished he could stew the chicken for him. Soon, as the fragrance filled the whole hut. "Has the date of sailing been finalized?" Rayleigh asked at the dinner table. As soon as these words came out, everyone turned their attention to Xia. Kagura raised her head from the iron bucket. Kelly's fork stopped in the air. The sleeping Kana opened her eyes. Wu Yochi and Chicken DeBeo also stopped eating, and Drake wiped the corners of his mouth with a napkin and stared straight at looking at Shane. They had been waiting for this day for too long. In the early morning 4 days later, old Neil told me exactly that the boat would be repaired by then, and that afternoon we would go to the landlord to check out and then move our belongings to the boat overnight, including, by the way, marine supplies and the like. "I will start buying in the next few days." Xia told them his plan in an orderly manner. Not only them, but he himself had also been looking forward to the day of going to sea. He has almost reached the end of the encyclopedia of maritime knowledge on his desk. He can now be called a navigator with rich theoretical knowledge and close to zero practical experience. "I only have 4 days left, which is really a big challenge." Looking at everyone's increasingly excited eyes, Rayleigh shook his head slightly and took a sip of wine with a smile. The hull has been built, and now only the cabin is being built, so the shipbuilder's shipbuilding will not affect its coating. But even so, it is much more difficult than coating a complete ship. Fortunately, the shipyard also has many shipwrights who are good at coating, which can relieve him a lot of burden. Rayleigh estimates that there is a high probability that it can be completed on time. Late at night, as usual, Shane checks the character panel before going to sleep. Character: Xia. Age: 24. Race: human, 81%. Night rabbit: 5%. Elf: 4%. Dragon: 10%. Ability: Conqueror's Haki Awakening, 30.76%. Fire Elemental Power Mastery, 31.35%. Wisdom Color Haki Mastery, 3.18%. Armed Color Haki Mastery, 14.41%. Dragon Transformation Mastery, 35.75%. Sword Skill Mastery, 6.64%. Required until the next character summons. 5 days, summoning conditions, 300 million belly. Required until the next item is summoned. 2 days, summoning condition, 10 million belly. Host's remaining property, 292 million belly. The improvement in abilities in all aspects is normal, except for the observation haki. Similar to the last time Kagura comprehended armament haki, this time, after Chi's big brother Chi comprehended observation haki, his observation haki changed from awakening to mastered. Today, he tested it with Drake and was able to use it at will. Thus, he confirmed once again that all the improvements in domineering power after the summoned character came to this world would share part of the progress with him. The next few days passed normally. In addition to playing with the Lolita and practicing his domineering aura every day, Shane goes out to buy marine supplies almost every day, sometimes with Drake, and sometimes with the 3 Lolas. The things you buy are usually necessities on the sea. First of all kinds of drinks. Water is the source of life and must be put first, so they're not only canned and bottled drinks, but also a large water tank on the ship, which is dedicated to use to store fresh water resources. Then there is food, which is more targeted. Because Shane and Kana can dive into the sea to fish for Poseidons at any time, they buy all the ingredients that are not found in the sea, such as ducks, cows, sheep, pigs, and all kinds of vegetables and fruits. Of course, all the meat was frozen. Shane had already placed a large order with a market manager and asked them to prepare the goods first and move them all to the new ship's ice storage on the last night. There was no need to worry about space in the ice storage, as Shane had requested it early on. There needed to be at least enough space to hold Kagura's food for half a month, plus the fish that Shane and Kana caught in the sea, which would be more than enough for a month's consumption at sea. Then it's time to buy things that you need. The first thing was to buy clothes for the 3 girls. It took a whole day to do this. Shane's legs were almost broken for shopping, but watching the 3 girls constantly changing into new clothes of various styles in front of him, it made him forget his mental fatigue. In addition, Shane also bought a lot of exercise equipment for Drake. He himself didn't need any because his current physical fitness was already very abnormal. He went to the blacksmith shop where he and Kana were last time. This time, I went with Kana again. After the equipment was selected, Kana once again shocked the owner and employees of the blacksmith shop. The equipment with labels weighing several tons was lifted up in one hand by Kana like a toy. Passers-by on the way home actually thought that Kana was holding a realistic toy. Some of them touched it and were almost crushed to death on the spot. Fortunately, Shane was quick-witted and held it up with his hands. Kana was indifferent to this. With her personality, she would not actively harm weak humans. But if a human was asking for death, she would not interfere. Of course, the premise is that the human was not Shane. Not just me. Kana, please also pay more attention to other companions in the future. They are not as strong as you, Kana, and there are always unexpected dangers on the sea. Okay, Kana got it. I promised Shane that I would protect all of you. Kana nodded seriously, with determination in her eyes. However, the next day, Kana was stuck in standby mode and she ran out of power. It's all because the weather in the Sabati archipelago has been too good in the past 10 days. The sky is clear and the sun is shining every day without any signs of thunderstorms. In addition, Kana had fought against the 5 elders in Marihoa, and her energy was overconsumed. Now, Kana has been sitting on the sofa in the living room, with her eyes closed and breathing slowly, as if she is sleeping. But unlike sleeping, she can still observe everything happening around her and wake up when necessary, such as when Shane prepares a big meal or when Klee asks her to play poker or chess. And Kagura caught 2 insects and came to her to fight crickets. Kana said that in this state she could still move normally and even fight, but she would always feel hungry, similar to humans who had not eaten for a long time, which made her very uncomfortable. By staying dormant, she could alleviate the hunger, so unless there was something worth her waking up, she would remain in this state for the rest of her life, until the next thunderstorm arrives. Shane has no other way to deal with Kana's current condition. He can only cut some fruits or put some snacks on the coffee table in front of Kana regularly, so that she can eat them immediately when she wants to wake up. Moreover, considering that Kana can also hear the sounds from the outside world, Shane would often sit next to her and read newspapers and magazines to prevent her from getting bored and read out some content that interested her. 2 days passed like this, and Shane always felt like he was taking care of a disabled elderly person. However, he immediately slapped himself. How could he say that to the lovely Kana? This morning, it was the day when the item pool was refreshed, and Shane got up early in the morning. He also woke up Kagura and asked her to accompany him in summoning. This was because after Kagura went out alone last time, Shane discovered that her luck was different from that of Drake. Not only did she get some food, she also ran into a few troublemakers and gained access to their wallets. Therefore, Xia-In felt that with such a European emperor around him, he would probably be able to benefit from it. If you say start smoking, I'll start smoking. Remember, it has to be the time you want most. Okay, Xia-Chan, I got it. Why are you so easy to talk to today? Shane was extremely surprised. Before waking up Kagura, he was prepared to be bitten because he knew the girl's bad temper when waking up. But unexpectedly, Kagura not only got up obediently and followed him, but also obeyed his requests. This was really incredible. According to common sense, she should have been impatient by now. Really? Maybe it's because I slept well yesterday, Kagura rubbed the dark circles under her eyes and lowered her head, not daring to look into Shane's eyes, her voice sounding particularly guilty. He couldn't let Xia Jiang know that he and Kuli sneaked out last night while he was asleep, went to the beach to fry fish, and were chased back home by Marine. However, her acting skills were so poor that Xia-In noticed something was wrong at the first sight. His eyes gradually became suspicious, and he touched his chin thoughtfully. Something is wrong, absolutely wrong. This girl must have gotten into trouble again. Xia-In's face froze, and he subconsciously tightened his fingers, wanted to give this nonsense girl a slap on the head. But he realized that the summoning would be soon, and he still had to rely on the girl's luck. So he had to wait until later, as the summoning was more important. Let's start. Kagura seemed to sense the danger and spoke quickly. Start summoning. As soon as she finished speaking, Xia-in also silently recited in his heart. Item pool summons open. Host's remaining assets, 222 million Baileys. The condition for this summon is 10 million Baileys. Once the condition is met, the summon will begin. As the familiar summoning array and summoning special effects appeared, a treasure shining with gold appeared before the two. The brilliant golden light instantly covered the entire room, casting a golden glow on all the furniture in the room and the faces of the two people. Shane and Kagura opened their mouths almost at the same time. Wow! It was a magical weapon floating in the air, shaped like a stone lock. The whole thing was dark gold in color, with ancient textures and mysterious runes on the surface of the lock, demonstrating the profound power it contained. As it slowly fell into his hands, information about it echoed in Shane's mind. Chains of the World, Teyvat Continent. This item was given by the demon god of dust Hagintis to the god of rock Morix. It embodies her lifelong knowledge and enthusiasm. The holder will gain a shield when releasing elemental attacks, blessing, and can obtain a certain degree of damage increase. Wow, Xiachan, this thing looks very valuable. Is it a decoration? Kagura looked at Shane with anticipation, her eyes full of "I want," and stretched out her little hands to pull Shane's clothes. Shane didn't give it to her because he himself hadn't even experimented with it yet. Besides, Kagura didn't know how to use elemental power, so he couldn't trigger the effect of the weapon at all. It's not an ornament, it's a weapon. Shane's mind moved, and he found that he could actually control the golden shield lock, making it fly around his body, and then control it in front of him. He began to concentrate and guide the fire element in the air. When a ball of fire condensed in his palm, the chain of the world also flashed with brilliant golden light, turning into a 360-degree golden shield with no blind spots. He was wrapped in it. Kagura was stunned. She also wanted to enter the golden shield outside of Shane's body, but it was like hitting a transparent glass and being blocked outside. Seeing Shane's mocking smile, she got angry and raised her fist to punch him. Swung it up. The terrifying force dispersed the air, bringing with it a gust of wind that blew the bedding off Shane's bed in his bedroom and knocked it to the ground. A night rabbit's angry punch hit the golden shield outside Shane's body, but it only caused a ripple and also brought a recoil force, which bounced Kagura out and rolled around. To the wall. Oh, that hurts! Kagura banged her head against the wall, and a big bump appeared on her head. Compared with her super recovery ability, the hardness of her body is actually very average, not even as good as Xian, who has been strengthened by the dragon blood. Shane found it somewhat amusing, and at the same time he extinguished the fireball in his hand. The golden light of the chains of the world dissipated, and the golden shield in front of him also gradually dissipated and disappeared into the air. Who told you to use so much strength? Don't you know that forces are mutual? Having said that, Xian hurriedly opened the drawer of the bedside table, took out his ointment and cooling oil, and went to apply it on Kagura's head. If it didn't go now, he would almost cry. Morning. After breakfast, Shane found Kelly, who also had dark circles under her eyes and looked nervous. He pinched Kelly's face helplessly. When he applied medicine to Kagura in the morning, he had already questioned the two of them about what had happened to them in the middle of the night. To do something. Fortunately, they were only there to fry fish and didn't blow up other people's boats. However, Klee's identity as a bomber was recognized by a passing Marine, who chased them for several blocks. After returning home safely last night, the two Lolas were not scared at all. Instead, they felt excited and stimulated. Klee was a habitual offender. She was even morbidly obsessed with the thrill of being chased after making a mistake. And Kagura is not ordinary either. Her Yado bloodline destined her to have a warlike gene in her body, which she usually suppressed and restrained until last night when it was released a little. Shane was really afraid that the Marines chasing her would accidentally shoot her. Once injured, this night rabbit would go crazy and enter a violent mode, and might even tear those Marines to pieces. Marine Shane, who works the night shift, can empathize with this kind of person. It is already difficult enough, and it is really tragic to lose his life inexplicably. And Cully was with her. If she was accidentally injured, that would be the scene that Shane least wanted to see. Kelly, keep this thing. From now on, you must always carry it in your backpack and summon it when you encounter danger. A dark golden iron lock came down from the second floor and hovered above Shane's head. The living room was suddenly filled with golden light. Cully was no longer sleepy, and her eyes were full of curiosity. Wu Yochi and Ji DeBeo beside her put on sunglasses. Shane controlled the world with his mind and moved the chain to Kelly's outstretched little hand. He had already decided who would own the chains of the world. This weapon, which could both increase damage and provide a defensive shield, was most suitable for Klee, the most fragile mage in the team. What's more, besides him, the only ones who can use elemental power are Kanna and Klee. Given Kanna's physical strength, even the 5 elders couldn't hurt her, so the golden shield was useless to her. Shane himself already has a blood-red sword, and his current physical strength is second only to Kanna. Basically, no one can kill him suddenly, so he is more suitable than Klee, who he obviously needs to protect. Well, I understand, Brother Shane. Klee looked at the earthly chains that were floating in her palm and glowing with dark golden light, and her deep red pupils also flashed with light. She felt that this strange-looking golden lock had a special origin and was more special than most of the magical tools she had seen in Mondstadt. Just by touching it, the elemental power in her body kept leaping with excitement. And, most importantly, this was a gift from Shane to her. The next day, the day before the ship was completed, at 10 o'clock in the morning after breakfast, Shane took Kelly to the landlord to check out, took back the 10 million Bailey's deposit, and quietly gave Kelly 1 million as pocket money, asking her not to tell Kagura. At 12:30 noon, after lunch, Shane told everyone except Kanna to pack their supplies and luggage. Everyone was surprised. Kanna woke up and wanted to help, but was pushed back by Shane. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, news came from the shipyard that the construction of the ship had been completed and was now in the final stage of sea trials. Materials and other items could be transported to the shipyard. At 6 o'clock in the evening, the moving took 1 hour, and Kagura was awarded the award for the hardest working employee of the day by Shane and was rewarded with a string of marshmallows. Kagura felt it was perfunctory, and Shane's arm was bitten. At 7 o'clock in the evening, in order to celebrate the important customer Shane's upcoming voyage, the director of the shipyard spent a huge amount of money to hold a factory-wide banquet. Shane finally didn't have to cook dinner and was in tears. At 9 o'clock in the evening, after everyone got drunk, Xiaoyan and Chi quietly left and changed into the night clothes they had prepared in advance. It was a dark and windy night, a night for murder. Chi, I'm a little nervous. On the beam, Xiaoyan looked at the brightly lit hall below. He touched his heaving chest and took a deep breath. The snotty-nosed Tianlong was in the hall. Just now, the black-clad bodyguards brought in several good-looking slave women in front of him, and now he could hear the sound of them taking off their clothes. I kill people, and you steal their money. Chi slowly pulled out the magic sword Qianren from the sheath behind him, lowered his head, and stared intently below, as if he could see the environment inside the hall through the bricks and tiles. He is not a person who hates evil. How the celestial dragons do, evil has nothing to do with him, but he is an assassin. Another personality, Wu Liuqi, wants to kill him, and his boss, Xiaoyan, also wants to kill him, so he also wants to kill him. As soon as he finished speaking, Qi slid down along the beams of the house and flashed like a ghost behind the 2 black-clad bodyguards in front of the palace gate. With 2 stabbings, blood splattered, and the 2 men were gently knocked to the ground unconscious by him. The whole process took only 1 or 2 breaths. Before the 2 black-clad bodyguards could show any warning, they had already passed away. The one still making obscene noises in the hall was that slug-nosed celestial dragon. For what the black-clad bodyguards said, his name seemed to be Charlos. How elegant! Shane gave a thumbs up. The murder scene was so clean and neat that it was almost like art. Sure enough, professional matters should be left to professionals. Chi's expression remained unchanged, with a little blood on his face in the moonlight. He gave Xia a look indicating that he was going to enter the palace to kill someone. Good. Xian nodded slightly, watching Qi transform into a ghostly black shadow and rush into the hall. The sharp sword light and blood intertwined and splashed onto the lighted screen window. Who are you? Ah, Lord Charlos has been killed. Lord Charlos is dead. After about a few seconds, a horrific scream was heard from inside the house, followed by a woman's scream and the guards' cries for help. The silent night was suddenly ignited, and dense groups of black-clad bodyguards came over upon hearing the noise. Their faces were either solemn or terrified, and many of them even used the moonwalk to swarm towards the hall where the celestial dragons died. Qi stood in the hall, slashing the dead pig-like body on the ground with his magic knife, leaving a thick layer of blood on the blade. He used the knife as a pen and the blood as ink. Clang! When a group of black-clad bodyguards broke in, they saw a young man in black with his back to them, writing on the wall with a long, broken knife. A few large scarlet words written in blood. The murderer. Red Dragon Shane. Red Dragon Shane? The eyes of the black-clad bodyguards all became serious. They were not unfamiliar with this name, which had become famous throughout the world after the Battle of Marineford. A man with $1 billion bounty, a dragon known as the Blasphemer, who defied the Marine government and invaded the holy land of Marihoa, yet escaped unscathed. And now, this blasphemer actually killed God and killed a celestial dragon right under their noses. Red Dragon. If you kill His Majesty Charlos, no matter how strong you are, you will never be able to escape from the Sabaody archipelago. Don't act rashly. We have already notified the Marine headquarters. Admiral Marine is on his way. I advise you to surrender as soon as possible. None of the black-clad bodyguards dared to approach, and their threatening voices were trembling. Facing a man who seemed to have $1 billion bounty and was fearless even after killing a celestial dragon, it was hard for them not to feel scared. Moreover, the young man in black in front of him exuded a cold, murderous aura. After killing someone, he not only did not leave, but also left his name with the blood of the celestial dragons. Just thinking about it made their scalps tingle. This person is too arrogant. I'm leaving now. I don't know who dares to stop me. Everyone should have left. At this time, Xia In had quietly come to the door of the Tianlong people's vault next door. At this time, everyone was attracted to the Tianlong people's residence. There was no obstacle in the vault except an iron lock. Click! A blood-red sword light flashed, and the iron chain was easily cut off by Xia In with his sword, and the door, which was cut in two, also fell to the ground. Shane's figure paused as he entered the door. He cut the lock in the wrong direction. It's not a big deal, and no one noticed. Entering the vault, there was no light. Shane snapped his fingers, and 2 fireballs instantly floated on both sides of his body. Under his control of his mind, they moved forward like 2 ghost lights. As the firelight shone, dozens of sealed treasure chests were piled together. The treasure chests looked extremely gorgeous, inlaid with diamonds. Shane touched it with his palm, and Cheat calculated the value of the diamond, which was worth 1 million Baileys. Then, he swung the sword, and the sharp sword light cut through the night, extinguishing the fire for a moment, and the sound of the box breaking came to his ears. The flame became brighter, and when it shone on the box opening, it reflected a dazzling golden light, almost blinding Shane. It's actually all gold. Shane swallowed his saliva and saw a golden ocean in front of him. He felt that even if he used these gold bricks and gold nuggets to build a small house for people to live in, it would be more than enough. The number is several times more than that of the original population auction house, and this is just a temporary storage warehouse of the Tianlong people in Sabaody. It is hard to imagine how outrageous their assets in the holy land of Mary Geos would be. It really was the right person to rob. A large amount of gold is detected around the host. Do you want to absorb it? Yes. Shane nodded quickly. He heard a lot of noise outside and thought he should run away. Absorption successful. Congratulations to host for receiving 4.37109 billion Baileys. Host's remaining assets, 4.58309 billion Peleis. I'm full. This time I'm really full. Shane was so satisfied that his mouth was almost splitting with a smile. When he was about to run away with the money, he saw a small box in another corner. With the idea of doing good things to the end, Shane opened the box. There was actually a fruit of strange color inside, with a smooth surface and complete patterns, which had a strange magic that made people want to eat it. A few minutes later, the two met at the beach. "Boss, when are we going to start?" Chi changed back into the white sweatshirt. Now he should be called Wu Liuqi. He seemed to be unaware of what was going on. At this moment, he was standing there stupidly holding the magic knife. Shane noticed that the blood on his face had been wiped clean. "So that's why you asked me to meet you at the beach." Shane glanced at the blood-red sea where a scarlet black coat was floating. She didn't want Wu Liuqi to know that he had killed someone, so he went to the beach in advance to clean up the traces. Is it simply because he doesn't want to? Or is it for protection? Didn't you, the boss, ask me to be here?" Wu Liuqi looked confused and took out a note from his trouser pocket. It says, "Just stand here and wait." His memory stayed at the time when he and Shane put on their night clothes and set off. He didn't know whether he was distracted or what, but he was conscious that he was standing on the beach with a piece of paper in his hand. He thought it was something Shane left for him. "Well, it's okay. We've got the money, and I've killed the man. We can go back." Since Chi didn't want to tell him, Xia-in certainly wouldn't act on his own. As a captain, he took the blame. On body, he originally let Chi retain the name of Red Dragon, so that the outside world would think that he was the one who killed the Tianlong. The reason why he killed and left his name behind was certainly not because he was mentally ill. On the one hand, he had promised Shaki that he would not let his actions implicate the residents of this island. On the other hand, it was a test. He wanted to see how Yim and the 5 elders would behave after he had blatantly killed the celestial dragons. If they suppress this matter and don't let outsiders know about it, it will prove that they are indeed afraid of Kanna and have no means to defeat Kanna. If he publicizes the evil deeds of the Red Dragon and sends people to look for his whereabouts, it may prove that Yim is confident in dealing with Kanna. If it is the former, Shane will have no worries about sailing in the future. He can go wherever he wants, punch Big Mom and kick Kaido, and then talk to Red Hair about face matters and be free. If it was the latter, Shane would try his best to hide his identity, keep a low profile, and mainly go sailing and traveling to see the natural scenery and experience the local customs and culture, and avoid doing anything that could easily expose his identity. It was not until 2 years later, when Luffy went out to sea again and the identity of the sun god Nika was exposed, that would definitely make his enemy his main target and would not care about Shane. As soon as he returned to the shipyard, he was caught by Kagura. Such a strong smell of blood. Kagura wrinkled his nose and stared at Wu Liuqi. The night rabbit has a different sense of smell than ordinary people, especially the smell of blood. "I didn't do anything. It was all done by the boss alone." Wu Liuqi felt numb from being stared at and betrayed Xia in a blink of an eye. Kagura raised his eyebrows and looked at Shane in surprise, his eyes full of contempt and doubt. "I did it. My hands were itching, so I killed someone for fun in the middle of the night." Shane joked, but he couldn't help laughing as he spoke. "You're lying. You only smell like money, not blood." Kagura curled her lips and ignored this guy who was talking nonsense. But her eyes would occasionally sweep over Shane's body, secretly checking if he had any injuries. Seeing this, Xia-in raised the corners of his mouth, opened his arms, and turned around in front of her, allowing her to take a closer look. "What's in your box?" Kagura discovered the small wooden box in Shane's pocket. A devil fruit. It seems to be of the animal type. Devil fruit? Oh, well, I turned into a big dinosaur like Drake after eating it. Kagura was curious and reached out to grab the box, but Shane grabbed her hand. He knew that if the box was opened and the moment Kagura saw the fruit, she would definitely eat it immediately, given her personality. He has to get vaccinated first. It tastes like shit. If you eat it, you'll become a landlubber and won't be able to swim in the ocean anymore. You won't even have the energy to take a bath. After a series of words, Kagura's outstretched little hand trembled, especially after hearing that taking a bath would make her lose strength. Her little face turned pale with fear. She loved taking baths, and before the boat, was repaired, she begged Shane to buy her an extra-large bathtub. "Boss, how do you know it tastes like shit?" Wu Yochi discovered the blind spot and looked at Xia In with a complicated expression. In his understanding, anyone who can say that two flavors are the same must have tasted at least one of them, and Shane is not a devil fruit user. "You don't think I've eaten that, do you?" Xian's forehead was bulging with veins, and he slapped the boy on the back of the head, making Wu Yochi see stars. Seeing Kagura's equally complicated expression again, he felt that he had to explain. "That guy Luffy said that. You know, he is the user of the rubber fruit." At this time, "Brother Shane, come on board quickly." Kelly's voice came from the harbor. Shane and the others looked up and saw a large sailing ship can be seen, docked under the lighthouse. It was red in color, with a dragon head at the bow and a layer of bubble film covering the whole body. The ship was 65 meters long. For reference, Wanli Sunshine is 56 meters. Kuli was standing on the railing near the shore. She was almost as tall as the railing. If it weren't for Shane's good eyesight and her constant waving, it would be difficult to see her and the chicken at her feet. Save. A few minutes later. "It's so spacious, I feel like I can skateboard on it," Wu Yochi exclaimed as he looked at the large empty deck, except for the mast. "Are you really not afraid of slipping into the sea?" Shane smiled. He looked at everything on the boat carefully, just like the first time he moved in when he rented a house. The feeling was even stronger than that day. Smooth deck, tall mast, tightened sail, steering wheel beside the mast, rudder rope at the edge of the ship, 3-story cabin. Kana was sitting on the windowsill of the cabin on the 3rd floor and waved at him. "Xian, are we about to set off?" Her voice reached my heart. "Yeah." Shane nodded. At this time, Drake walked out of the cabin, and when he came to the deck, he stared at Shane and Wu Yochi with a serious look. Just now, he received a message from Marine. Red Dragon, Shane appeared on Sabeti Island, killed the celestial dragon Luo Charles and his bodyguards, and then escaped. After the banquet, both Xia In and Wu Yochi were not there, so the time of the crime matched perfectly. "What orders did the Marine give you?" Shane noticed his look and was not surprised. He motioned for him to follow him to the corner of the ship and gently stroked the railing with his hand. The sea breeze blew past, making his face feel cool and comfortable. Shane really liked this feeling on the sea. "No, it's strange. There is no news from Mr. Kizaru. The Marine government has indeed sent troops there, but they have not issued any orders to hunt you down." Drake looked puzzled. The last time Straw Hat Luffy beat up a celestial dragon at the auction house, he didn't kill him, so he immediately brought in the Admiral. This time, Xia In and Wu Yochi killed a celestial dragon directly, but Marine's reaction was calm. Shouldn't it be the kind of thunderous rage he imagined? "It's true, but it's still a trouble. Let's go to Fishman Island first." Hearing this, Xia In nodded as expected. After thinking for a while, he looked up at the stairs at the bottom of the staircase boat. At this time, with the sound of footsteps, old Neil, the shipyard director, and a group of shipwrights who were drunk at the previous banquet came to the ship one after another. "Brother Shane, I'm leaving old Neil's matter to you." Under Shane's surprised gaze, the factory director and a group of shipbuilders bowed to him in unison. Some of them even almost buried their heads on the deck, their voices trembling and earnest. You guys." Old Neil was so shocked that he was speechless. The expression on his face changed from confusion to surprise, and then to emotion, with 2 lines of tears streaming down his face. It turns out they knew it all along. Marine Headquarters, Marineford, in process of relocation. After answering the call from 5 elders Den Mushi, Zhang Guo walked back to the office with a gloomy face. He sat back in his office seat, covered his forehead, and looked at a general who was trimming his fingernails on the sofa with a complicated look. "Celino, you can leave now?" The voice was still dull, as if suppressing emotions. "So, Mr. Sengoku, what is my mission? To arrest the murderer who killed the celestial dragons. Or should we say, execute him on the spot?" Kizaru was still concentrating on trimming his nails. His tone was casual, very relaxed and natural, without any of the dullness of the Warring States period. However, Zhang Guo's next words made his expression change drastically. "Neither. Don't worry about the murderer. Your mission is to eliminate all the people on that island who know about the murder of the Tianlong people. Make sure this matter is not leaked. You mean all? Well, including the guards protecting the celestial dragons, world government agents, slaves, etc. Everything. Everyone associated with the Tianlong people will die. They will not let today's news spread. On the deck, Rayleigh stood where Drake had been before, leaning against the railing, drinking and looking at Shane with a smile. When Shane's expression suddenly froze after hearing his words, the old man laughed even more happily. Kill them all? Won't the slaves die with them? Shane was not a man of high moral standards, but he would eventually feel guilty if innocent people died because of him. But to be cruel, even if he felt guilty, he had no intention of going back to rescue those slaves. The risks and troubles were too great, and those slaves were strangers to him, so there was no need for him to risk his life for them. More importantly, Kanna, his biggest source of confidence, is currently on standby. But if he really doesn't save her, what will Klee and Kagura think when they find out? Will they think he is cruel and create a rift with him in the future? He also didn't dare to bear the consequences of that. For a moment, there was a host of tangled and complicated emotions. Seeing Shane's gloomy expression, Rayleigh shook his head slightly with amusement. Brother Shane, your expression right now doesn't look like that of a captain who is sailing for the first time. He hit Shane's head with the wine jug in his hand with such force that he cried out in pain. Then, under Shane's blank gaze, he pointed in the direction of Sabaody. He said this with a smile, looking at Xian with a look that was like an elder teasing a younger person. Don't worry. While you were still counting money in the vault, I'd already freed all the slaves. Now they're all placed in a safe place by Shaki. Shane was stunned, as if he was suddenly overwhelmed by the surprise. It took him several seconds to come to his senses. Rayleigh, he was so excited that he didn't know what to say, and a warm feeling surged in his heart. He was not stupid. When Rayleigh said this, he knew that when he was seeking information about the Celestial Dragon's vault from Shaki a few days ago, Shaki also told Rayleigh about this. So tonight, it's not just him and Wu Liuqi who are acting stealthily. There's also Rayleigh who's following them in secret and checking for any omissions for them. Go out to sea without any worries, Shane. Whether you're chasing freedom or turning the world upside down, the sea will give you an answer. A long time. After becoming an adult, Shane, who hadn't cried for many years, shed tears this time. Perhaps it was because of Rayleigh's words before we parted that the passion and enthusiasm of youth were rekindled at this moment. Or perhaps it was because I was reluctant to leave the island where I had lived for 21 days. In short, a strange emotion enveloped my heart. The emotion was not relieved until the bubble air cover was deployed. The ship gradually sank into the sea, and Rayleigh and the shipyard employees who were seeing them off on the shore disappeared from sight. Of course, Klee also has an indelible contribution. Are you feeling better, Brother Shane? At this moment, Kelly was kneeling on the deck. Shane was lying on her bare white thighs between her short skirt and long white stockings. Kelly looked. She held Shane's face with her little hands with concern. Much better. So cool, so fragrant, so soft. These are what Shane is thinking at the moment. As the ship sinks into the sea, he feels like he is about to sink into Kelly's lap. Why were you shedding tears just now? Never mind. It doesn't matter at all. What Sabaody? What Rayleigh? How can they compare to the little angel Kelly? Then could Brother Shane get up now? Kelly's legs are a little numb. Kelly said crisply, blinking her eyes. She lied. Her legs were not numb, and she did not dislike the saliva dripping from Brother Shane. It was simply because Kagura, Wu Liuqi, Jidabeo, and the others were all standing by the boat admiring the beautiful scenery of the sea, and from time to time they expressed admiration for the passing fish, which made the playful Klee envious. I suddenly feel a little uncomfortable. Shane wanted to continue the happiness and couldn't stay awake. That's too much, Brother Shane. You just said you were feeling much better. Kelly's cheeks puffed up, and she pinched Shane's face in revenge with her little hands. The little hands are not very strong and were extremely soft. They pinched Shane's thick skin like a massage, which made him look more enjoyable. Stay away from Klee, you perverted Lolita. However, his expression of enjoyment did not last long. as a small foot wearing short pink socks suddenly appeared and kicked him hard in the face. Ah! With a scream, Shane's body suddenly rose into the air like a rocket higher than the mast and crashed into the bubble air cover covering the hull of the ship. Then he was bounced back to the deck and fell to the ground with a thud. Deck! Kagura glanced at him with disdain, put her foot on his back, used it as a footrest, and after putting on her shoes, she stomped over ruthlessly and pulled up the stunned Klee. Come on, Kelly, let's go play together. But Brother Shane, Klee was hesitant and looked at Shane lying motionless on the ground, feeling a little worried. Don't worry about him. Who knows how happy he is right now? If we talk about the person who understands Shane best in this world, Kagura, who has spent the longest time with him, should be the first one. Shane didn't say how good it felt now, but he really had no intention of resisting. He was just kicked and stepped on by the lowly, so he still had some tolerance. Humph, I'll just lie on the ground and wait and see what you can do to me. As she spoke, Kagura pulled Klee's hand, and the two of them stepped on Shane's prone body as if it were nothing, causing him to groan twice in succession. The shoe prints on the back are clearly visible. Come with me over there. DeBeo discovered that the fishing line can be extended outside the bubble. Really? Then I'll go get the bomb from the cabin. As soon as she walked past, Kelly immediately turned around, stepped on Shane's body again with a cheerful step, and Shane, who had already had enough fun, just stood up and was stepped back to the deck by her. Hissa! This time it was really unexpected, causing him to fail to use his hands to relieve the force in time, and his nose hit the metal deck heavily. Blood flowed instantly, and Shane also gasped in pain. Klee really didn't mean it this time. 3 o'clock in the morning. It sank about 1,000 meters to the bottom of the sea. At this time, the area around the ship was completely dark, and the moonlight on the sea level could not be seen overhead. From time to time, huge creatures swam by, but they avoided the ship from a distance. All this was because of Kanna, who was sleeping in the cabin on the 3rd floor. After the ship sank to the bottom of the sea, Shane immediately asked her in his heart to stop concealing her breath as she did in the past. The effect was particularly significant. When the Poseidons on the seabed felt Kanna's breath, they all recalled the afternoon when the 2 evil dragons were wreaking havoc on the seabed. It was a cruel, terrifying, and thrilling memory. Moreover, they also sensed another familiar aura, also from this month, a terrifying existence that bombarded the sea with bombs every few days. Therefore, up to now, the ship has not encountered any danger, which makes old Neil, who has been to New World, unbelievable and calls it impossible. You're surprised by what you've seen before. It's just a Poseidon. Tell me which one you like, and I'll catch it for you. Beside the railing, Shane rolled up his sleeves and spoke with confidence, showing the captain's magnanimity. If we ignore the 2 pieces of tissue paper on his nose, it would be more convincing. Well, I'm not that hungry. Old Neil was stunned for a moment. After learning that Shane was the Red Dragon Shane on the wanted list, he knew very well that Shane could indeed do what he said. However, it was absurd to catch Poseidons in the deep sea just for eating. He could not bear such kindness from the captain. So he glanced at the hull and changed the subject. Brother Shane, why don't you save some energy and give her boat a name first? Xian was slightly stunned. It was because he was in such a hurry today that he forgot to name the ship before sailing. Isn't it strange that after the boat is built, the boat builders are the ones who are most active in naming it? But when Shane and others boarded the ship, no one mentioned it. Why? The factory manager and his team didn't come up with a name in advance. That's because of an unwritten rule in the shipyard. Old Neil smiled and stroked his beard, explaining to Shane, after the boat is built, the boatman who contributed the most should name it. This is the best reward for his hard work. At this point, Old Neil touched his nose a little embarrassedly, looking shy. And the boatman who contributed the most to Brother Shane's boat happened to be me. Oh, Shane suddenly realized. Because the factory director and the shipbuilders all knew that Old Neil would follow him to New World, they did not bring up the issue of naming the ship on the spot. After all, there was still a long way to go. Why don't you pick one now? Are you really going to give me this power? Old Neil was a little excited. When he saw Shane nod, he immediately expressed the thoughts in his mind that he could not suppress. It's called Colorful Dream Chaser. Colorful dreams symbolize the beauty of the sea, and chasing waves represents driving this ship to pursue dreams and be full of hope during the voyage. I wish you, Shane, can always pursue the most beautiful dreams in your heart. What a nice name. Shane couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. The name sounded very beautiful. He never thought that old Neil, a big and strong boatman, had such a rich cultural background. Feeling Shane's surprised gaze, old Neil touched the back of his head and laughed innocently. In fact, I found this name in my daughter's diary. It seemed that she chose it by herself after reading a book. She said that her father would build a boat for her in the future, and the name of it would be Colorful Dream Chaser. After hearing this, Shane fell silent for a moment, and the atmosphere became inexplicably sad. I also began to feel resentment towards Doflamingo. This be D had destroyed so many beautiful families. The Wave Chaser has 3 levels of cabins, plus 2 levels inside the hull below the deck, for a total of 5 levels. The top 3 floors are mainly the kitchen, shower room, toilet, and bedroom. The first floor is the largest and almost connects both sides of the ship. It is estimated to be nearly 100 square meters and has 5 bedrooms, a kitchen, a bathroom and shower room, and a small warehouse. Drake, Wu Liuqi, and Jita stayed on this floor. It is worth mentioning that this time Jita Bayo also had his own bedroom, but the shipbuilders built a thatched chicken coop in his bedroom, which made him so angry that he jumped up and down and said that he must come back next time. Let's settle accounts with those be D boatmen. Go up the stairs, and you will reach the second floor of the cabin. There are 4 bedrooms and a bathroom. There is also a door leading directly to the stern, so people living on this floor do not have to go downstairs to get out to the deck, which is very convenient. Shane's own bedroom is on this floor, with its windows and door facing the mast. It is the most central location on the ship and is the most suitable bedroom for the captain. Shane lay on the soft mattress for a while, when he suddenly heard Kanna's call from upstairs. Thinking that Kanna must be bored being alone, he picked up the storybook on the bedside table and hurried up the stairs. "I'm coming, Kanna." There are 3 bedrooms and a study on the 3rd floor. Naturally, Kagura, Klee, and Kanna live in the bedrooms. The study was prepared for Shane. Before leaving, he bought a lot of books in Sabaody to entertain himself while sailing on the sea. But now, most of the time he uses it to read to Kanna, who is on standby. After telling Kanna a story, putting her to bed, and pinching her little face, Shane returned to the deck tiredly. At this moment, Wu Liuqi and Jitabayo were fishing. Their slender fishing rods stretched out from the surface of the bubble cover, and not a single drop of seawater entered the cabin. Kagura and Klee are even more excessive. They hold a bomb in each hand, and any big fish that passes by cannot escape being beaten. It's really annoying. Drake was the most obedient, exercising silently on the deck, swinging the exaggerated equipment weighing several tons, which made a whirring sound. He had been to New World many times, so the underwater scenery was not new to him. Ahem, ahem, come here, everyone. I have something to tell you. Walking to the bow, Shane sat cross-legged on the dragon's head. He cleared his throat and clapped his hands. After saying this, he felt a surge of satisfaction in his heart. Is this the feeling of being the captain of a ship? These people in front of him are all his subordinates. However, except for Wu Liuqi and Jitabayo, who rushed over to the spot and waited after hearing his words, the others seemed not to have heard anything and were still immersed in their own world. Shane's face darkened slightly, and he was the first to stare at Drake with a look full of resentment. Drake couldn't stand it, so he put down the exercise equipment in his hand helplessly and slowly walked to the side of Wu Liuqi and Jitabayo. After that, Shane used its time for dinner, and there's a big fish to attract Kagura and Klee respectively. Of course, the consequence of the deception was a new tooth mark on his arm and Klee's angry little pink fist. After the pain. Okay, Now that everyone is here, let's start arranging everyone's future duties and specific tasks. Shane took out an A4-sized piece of white paper from his pocket, which was densely written with Chin's feather pen. He had prepared this long before he set out to sea, for the sake of ceremony, but he was only now ready to announce it. First of all, Kelly, you will be the gunner of this ship. From now on, the right to use the fort, as well as the research and development of bombs, etc., will all be handed over to you. Leave it all to Kelly alone. Kelly was surprised and happy, holding her hands in front of her chest, her crimson pupils shining brightly. Well, don't you have confidence? Of course. Kelly promises to fulfill Brother Xia's request. Kelly waved her little fist, her delicate face full of confidence. Okay, very energetic. Xian smiled and patted her on the head as encouragement. Then the next item, the helmsman, will be taken by Drake. You don't have to make a promise to me. There's no way your tough guy face can make an expression as cute as Kelly's. ****. I haven't even said yes yet. Drake was so angry that if he wasn't his opponent now, he would have pinned the arrogant captain to the ground and beaten him. The next item, Lookout, will be shared by Ji DeBayo and Wu Liuqi. You will need to stay at the lookout for a long time, so I will let you two take turns. Yes, boss. One person and one chicken responded loudly, standing upright, showing the employees' respect for the boss to the fullest. Xian was very satisfied with this, but felt a little weird. He discovered a big problem. Although he was nominally the captain of the ship, no one called him captain. All the crew members called him strange names. The most outrageous one was undoubtedly the orange girl with a round head who stepped on her not long ago. Xiajiang, what about me? What is my position? Is it the captain? Kagura approached Xia unexpectedly and threw herself on Xian. She wanted to snatch the paper from his hand and look at it, but Xian held her back. Raise to the top of your head. Don't worry, it's your turn now. Don't think about the position of captain. You guys have taken advantage of me, and now you actually want to usurp the throne. Xian used his other hand to push the girl back to the ground, rolled the paper into a tube, and gave her a slap on the head. The damage was not high. It just shook the girl's head. He spread out the paper and continued. Your position is the same as calmness. You are the combatant of this ship. As the name suggests, you usually only need to lie on the ship and wait for food like you did in Sabaody. But when it comes to fighting, you will be needed. TCH, isn't this just a thug? Kagura touched her chin and thought for a while. The image of herself lying under the awning and sleeping, with Xian wearing a waiter's suit serving her tea and water, appeared in her mind. The corners of her mouth gradually raised. Rise. But it suits me quite well, hee. I must be thinking about something weird again. Xian shook his head and sighed, feeling that she was too optimistic too early. It is true that combatants do not have many things to do except fighting. But in the Great Channel, especially in the New World in the second half of the voyage, it is common to encounter emergencies such as tsunamis, whirlpools, or strange weather during the voyage. At that time, everyone on the ship will know one can stay out of it. After talking about Kagura, old Neil was left because after he rescued his wife and daughter in Dressrosa, he would immediately return to settle in the Sabaody Islands. So Sean asked him to temporarily serve as the boatman of the ship, responsible for repairing and maintaining the ship in the coming period. Finally, Xian himself holds several important positions such as captain, cook, navigator, and combatant. In short, in a word, the captain is like a brick. You can move it wherever you need it. The time is 4 a.m. The wave chaser has already dived to 3 kilometers below the seabed. It is estimated that it will take about half a day to reach Fishman Island. Kagura, Klee, Wu Liuqi, and others were called back to their rooms to sleep on the pretext of ensuring they were in good condition for landing on the island. Gone. On the deck, only Drake, an experienced pirate supernova, and Shane, the captain who led by example, were left. As we go deeper and deeper into the seabed, the temperature on the ship continues to drop. Drake and Shane put on their cotton jackets on their own accord. Shane was worried that Klee and Kagura would catch a cold while sleeping, so he lit the heater he had bought in Sabaody before leaving and placed it in front of their beds in each of their bedrooms. You care about them a lot. Seeing Shane suddenly busy, Drake teased with a smile. This guy is usually lazy, but surprisingly reliable at critical moments. They are all children. It would be bad if they catch a cold. I heard that the doctors on Fishman Island are not friendly to humans. Shane walked back to the deck with a heater. While taking care of the children, he did not forget to for myself and Drake. After placing the heater on the deck, he brought 2 small stools from the cabin, placed them against both ends of the heater, and then sat on the stools with Drake to keep warm. The temperature on the deck was colder than in the cabin, and a heater alone was not enough. Shane condensed a ball of flame in his hands and controlled it to float above the deck, acting as an artificial sun. The firelight instantly illuminated every corner of the deck, dispelling the icy cold. Drake looked at the fireball in the air with envy, and once again envied Shane's fruit ability. He was indeed a mythical beast, with a strong body and the ability to release such a degree of flame. Just like the discrimination against fishmen and mermaids in the Sabati archipelago, humans will also be subjected to hostility in Fishman Island. The most hostile place towards humans is Fishman Street, where there seem to be many fishmen who dislike or even hate humans. With nothing to do, Drake started a conversation and told Shane what he knew about Fishman Island. However, what he didn't expect was that Shane actually knew more than he did, and he couldn't stop talking after that. The news that came out shocked him from time to time. From Hody Jones, the leader of Fishman Street, to Neptune, the king of the Fishman Kingdom, and his 3 sons, to Princess Otoheim, who has been dead for nearly 10 years, and finally to the Princess Shirahoshi, is full of mystery. These important figures who are extremely important in Fishman Island and are invisible to ordinary people have no secrets in his mouth. He knows the reason why Princess Shirahoshi never shows up, and even who killed Princess Otoheim. Drake was confused and didn't know whether what Shane said was true or not. If it is true, how did this guy who has never been to Fishman Island know about it? If it is false, he can make his case with reason and evidence. Just as Drake was puzzled, Shane's voice suddenly stopped, his expression froze, and then he immediately showed joy visibly. "Finally, I've made it to this time," he said with surprise. "What do you mean? Isn't it only 7 o'clock? Drake glanced at the clock in the cabin in confusion. It wasn't time for him to make breakfast yet. A new partner is coming. Shane stood up suddenly, his face full of joy. Then, as if he remembered something important, he turned and ran into the cabin. A newcomer is joining? How is that possible? We are thousands of meters below the sea. Drake was stunned. He watched Shane walk in, go up the stairs, and then jump from the second-floor window to the deck. He held a cane in his left hand and a cotton coat in his right hand. Runetura Valorant Piltover, in a dimly lit research room. In front of a blue energy stone that was shining brightly, the figures of 2 young men were reflected. "Victor, thanks to you, we are about to succeed." The sturdy man among them showed ecstasy on his face. "No, Jace, it's your credit." The other thin-faced, frail young man, whose entire body was skin and bones, spoke in an exceptionally gentle voice. His face was also filled with a sincere smile. The research on Hextech crystals was about to be completed, and then it could be used to develop people's livelihood and improve the living environment of the lower-class people. Perhaps his body and legs will have a chance to heal. But at this moment, as an ethereal mechanical voice sounded in his mind, scenes from the future suddenly appeared before Victor's eyes. All of this happened after he and Jace succeeded in their research on Hex. There was devastation, disappointment, despair, sacrifice, and war. I succeeded. Why? The future is like this. Victor suffered a great blow to his heart. His body trembled uncontrollably, and the cane supporting him accidentally slipped off. Fortunately, Jace beside him held him up. He staggered and fell to the ground. "What's wrong with you, Victor?" Jace asked in confusion and concern. Victor's eyes were dazed, and he did not answer him. He focused all his energy deep in his heart, from where another emotionless mechanical voice came. "Do you want to change the future?" The view returns to the ship. Drake originally thought that the captain must be ill, so he ran back to the cabin for no apparent reason and brought back a cane and a coat. When he asked him the purpose of doing so, He mysteriously said that they were prepared for his new partner. Get ready for a ghost. Where can he recruit new people in this deep sea thousands of meters underwater? Could it be a Poseidon passing by the ship? When Shane walked to the center of the deck, as if performing some kind of religious ritual, a glowing magic circle appeared on the ground. Cracks appeared in the space, and a black vortex gradually formed. Drake's eyes widened. Duh. Footsteps were heard, and under the light of the fire above, a pale, thin young man limped out of the vortex. Is this magic? Victor was first attracted by the fireball above his head. It had no mechanical devices and was suspended in the center of the ship out of thin air, exactly the same as the magic in the legend. Wait, is this a ship? After discovering this, Victor's eyes gradually became shocked. It turned out that the deep darkness above the fireball was not the night sky, but an endless expanse of sea, in which there were even many strange-looking big fish swimming. Victor saw a thin layer of bubble gas outside the hull, and he immediately determined that it was these bubbles that isolated the sea water outside. At the same time, he deduced from the cold temperature on the ship that the ship had submerged quite deep underwater. Could it be that the layer of bubbles outside the ship was also magic? Otherwise, how could it withstand the water pressure at such a deep bottom of the sea? It's not magic. I usually call it fire elemental power. It's probably a little different from the magic principle of your world. In this world, people usually think it's some kind of fruit ability. Shane explained to Victor, handed him the walking stick, and put his cotton coat on him, which was very considerate. He stood in front of Victor and stretched out his hand with a smile. My name is Shane, and I'm currently the captain of the ship you're on. Welcome aboard, Victor. Successfully summoned character Victor from the Runland Valorant continent. Host gains the ability mechanical. As the cheat prompt sounded, a strong sense of dizziness came over Shane, and a series of knowledge and memories flooded into his mind. The knowledge was all about science that made him feel painful, and the memories were the first-person pictures of Victor making certain tools and equipment. After a few seconds of headache, the dizziness disappeared, and Shane's brain became clear again. Is this the device? Xian looked dazed, the same as when he summoned Wu Yochi. There was no change in his body or blood, except that he had gained a lot of science knowledge and practical experience. He had great confidence, and combined Victor's knowledge with what he had learned in high school and college before the time travel to build a simple generator for Kana. Thank you, Mr. Shane. I will serve as your boatman at the invitation of the voice. Victor looked gratefully at the man who put a coat on him. He had orange hair and a face as delicate as a supernatural species, but he looked approachable and easy to get along with. Of course, this is not the point for Victor. Through the flames in the sky and the magic of the ship, he has a hunch that the man in front of him may really be able to help him. 10 minutes later, there was another Victor next to the fireplace on the deck. His health was so poor that even with the heater and the coat that Shane had prepared in advance, he still kept coughing. But even so, the man next to me, named Drake, kept asking strange questions. Do you have any special abilities? Can also spit out flames? Could it be possible to turn into a dragon? Or are you a killer too? Victor felt helpless, even though he had said many times that he was just an ordinary person, and the only special thing about him was that he was a little smarter than ordinary people. But Mr. Drake never believed it. He stared at him with wise eyes and insisted that there was some terrible power hidden in him. In response, Mr. Shane had a stiff expression, covered his forehead with his hands, and his body was shaking slightly. Victor could see that he was probably trying to hold back his laughter. The gentle and intelligent Victor immediately guessed that the rugged-looking Mr. Drake must have been persecuted by Mr. Shane, which has led to his current suspicious appearance. So, he just looked at Drake with sympathy, stopped arguing with him, and let him do what he wanted. Victor, the other companions on the ship are in the same situation as you. They all come from faraway worlds. They all have different demands. I wonder what your demands are. Shane interrupted Drake, who was chattering. It was quite funny, but this guy was a little too noisy and silenced his new crew members. A very distant world. Hearing this, Victor was slightly stunned. His heart was agitated. He realized that those companions he had never met were not from the Valoran continent, but from other, different worlds. Being able to summon people from different worlds onto a ship, Mr. Shane's strength may have reached a level that he could not imagine. This also made his dark brown pupils gradually glow, as if he had found new hope, and gradually became hot. I want to gain the power to change Zahn's future. Also, if possible, I want to have a healthy body and normal legs. After listening to Victor's request, Shane pondered for a moment, then turned around and entered the cabin again, this time taking out a wooden box. Devil fruit? Where did you get it? Drake was a little shocked after seeing it clearly. No matter what kind of power the devil fruit has, it can be sold for at least hundreds of millions of berries in the market, and there's no demand for it. Of course, it's the spoils from last night. Shane answered briefly and turned his gaze to the silent Victor. After Shane opened the wooden box, his eyes had been focused on the fruit with a smooth surface and strange color. It seemed to have some kind of magical power that drove his heart to eat it. Victor's expression became solemn. He did not think that this devilish fruit that bewitched people was a good thing. At the same time, he thought of his former mentor Singed. The potion he developed could also restore people's health, but it had serious side effects. I'm afraid that this foreign object in front of me, which Drake calls a devil fruit, also comes with powerful side effects. This is an animal-type devil fruit. After eating it, it can strengthen your body, improve your physical fitness, and also give you the ability to transform into an animal form to fight. Seeing Victor's concerns, Shane chuckled, first gave him some brief knowledge, and then pointed at Drake, who was still staring at the devil fruit. Besides becoming a landlubber, the devil fruit has no other side effects. You can rest assured. The Drake next to me is a devil fruit user. Apart from being a little slow in the head, he is no different from an ordinary person. Regarding the brain problem, he may be born with... Shut up, you talking nonsense. Drake interrupted before he could finish his sentence. He seemed to be listening to the first half of the conversation, but he didn't expect that the conversation would come back to him. You perverted Lolita lover. You have the nerve to say that others have mental problems. What? You actually said that Lolita is a pervert. What is wrong with liking Lolita? Nanny, you don't even bother to refute the fact that you are a Lolita complex? The two of them started arguing with each other, and the argument became more and more intense. The information they revealed was also extremely explosive, which made Victor stunned. He didn't quite understand what Lolita control was, but after adding the word pervert to the prefix and learning that Shane had 3 little girls as crew members, Victor gradually understood everything. Mr. Shane seems to be a casual strongman. After several embarrassing incidents broke out, such as Drake was knocked down by a tree during training and was almost killed by his own weapon, and Sean put too much chili oil in the noodles and was pinned to the ground and beaten by Kagura. Victor finally couldn't stand it anymore and swallowed the devil fruit in one gulp to end this meaningless dispute. Ugh, it's unexpectedly unpalatable. Victor covered his neck with his hands, looking extremely uncomfortable. To be honest, this is definitely the most disgusting thing I have ever eaten in my life. Drake agreed with this and looked at Victor with admiration in his eyes. I didn't expect you could actually swallow it all. It's obvious that you can gain the ability by just taking one bite. Xian also gave him a respectful look. No, you two didn't tell me to just take a bite. Victor felt helpless as he had realized that the quarrel between the two guys in front of him was fake, and the real purpose was to trick him into eating the whole fruit. But he was not angry because the moment he ate the fruit, changes occurred immediately inside his body. His body, which had been sickly for years, seemed to suddenly be nourished and burst out with unprecedented vitality. Victor tried to put down his crutches. His other leg still had no feeling, but now he could stand on one leg. He even felt like he could keep hopping on one leg thanks to the strength in his body. This was not what excited him the most. The most surprising thing was the change in his body. His pale complexion, which had been caused by illness for many years, gradually became rosy. He looked closer to a normal person, and his breathing became more stable. He no longer felt like coughing. Compared to the sudden surge of strength in his body, he was happier that he had a healthy body. Although he was still lame, he was already satisfied. Thank you, Mr. Shane. Haha, you look much better. Shane smiled and patted Victor's shoulder. He used a lot of force, and an ordinary person might have been knocked down, but Victor just swayed slightly on the spot with no sign of pain on his face. Uncomfortable expression. It can be seen that this devil fruit has greatly transformed his body. Try it quickly. What ability is it? Drake didn't know Victor's background story like Shane, so his focus was on the devil fruit. Ability? Victor looked puzzled and glanced at Shane. After seeing the other party nod in affirmation, Victor tried to close his eyes and began to feel it. And at the moment he closed his eyes, his body began to swell, his clothes burst into pieces, and he gradually turned into a huge figure over 3 meters tall on the deck. The head was huge and long, with sharp teeth gleaming like daggers in the slightly open, ferocious mouth. His forelimbs were short but strong and powerful, with claws like steel hooks, and his hind limbs were slender and muscular, as if he could rise several meters with one leap. 10 meters, with a body covered in black or gray feathers, emitting a faint light under the firelight above its head. Is this a velociraptor? Shane asked in surprise. Before traveling through time, he was more interested in dinosaurs, so he was very familiar with their appearance characteristics. Inaccurate. The full name should be dragon fruit, ancient species, velociraptor form. Drake corrected. When he obtained the Allosaurus fruit, he specifically looked up all the information about this type of ancient species within marine. Dragon? But why do I feel like a big lizard? Victor said weakly, but his voice became particularly deep because of the dinosaur's body. There had never been creatures like dinosaurs in the history of Valorant, only Western dragons in the form of Shane and Kanna. So he really felt like he had turned into a giant lizard, and to be honest, he felt a little disgusted. Soon, the 3 little girls and Wu Lukiji Debeo woke up. After learning that there were new partners, except for old Neil, the others were not as surprised as Drake, but were very happy with Victor. Get familiar with each other quickly. Shane went to the kitchen to make breakfast, welcomed Victor at the table, and gave everyone a brief introduction. Finally, after arranging a bedroom for Victor, he and Drake went to the room to catch up on some sleep after a sleepless night. Victor and the rest of the companions were left to continue the familiarization. Time flies. After waking up, Shane got up in a daze and opened the window. What he saw was not the sea, but a piece of land covered with buildings. Huh, we're at Fishman Island already? He was confused. According to the previous speed, it would take at least half a day and should arrive around evening today. He took out the clock to check the time again. It was indeed 12 noon. He lay in bed at nearly 8 in the morning, and only 4 hours had passed. Shane walked out of the bedroom door with sleepy eyes. When he passed the first floor, he went to the bathroom to get a toothbrush, squeezed toothpaste on it, and walked out of the cabin while brushing his teeth. What caught the eye, besides the sunlight coming from the sun tree Eve, was the crew standing in a row, neatly dressed and wearing outdoor clothes. Shane was stunned and stopped brushing his teeth. Could it be that he actually slept all day? Natsu-chan, you're finally awake. Kagura waved at him first with a surprised smile on her face. She was wearing a white high-slit cheongsam today, with a gray cape over it. She didn't have a bun on her hair, but let her orange-red hair fall down behind her, making her look more mature. At least now, Xia-in prefers to call her a girl instead of a lowly. This change caused him, who was already distracted, to linger on the girl for a few more seconds. Oh, it turns out that Xia-chan prefers the girlish style over the lowly style. If I dress like this that night, Xia-chan will probably agree to let me sleep with you, right? Kagura reached out and lifted the long orange hair from her ears, then winked at Shane playfully. At this moment, Xia-in was truly astonished. He did not expect that this little girl, who was still wet behind the ears, could be so beautiful. Brother Shane, don't just look at Sister Kagura all the time, look at Klee too. Klee brought a kanna to Shane, her expression a little tired, and she fell down on him after getting close. On Shane's body, she was dressed the same as usual, with light brown twin ponytails, a red knight's miniskirt, knee-high white socks, and small leather shoes. She looked cute and lively. The same thing happened to Kanna, whom she was holding. She had lavender gradient twin ponytails, a pink and white miniskirt, white lace stockings wrapped around her chubby carrot legs, and a pair of red sandals on her feet. "Shane, good afternoon." Kana greeted Shane in a soft tone. She was still in low battery mode. "Boss, good afternoon. Hey, when are we going to land on the island? I've been up for almost an hour." "Mr. Shane, you look good too." Wu Liuqi, Drake, Victor, and others on the side also spoke up. Like the three, they also changed into going-out clothes. Wu Liuqi and Ji Debeo were particularly trendy, wearing sunglasses and sun hats. "Hey, what on earth happened while I was asleep? How did you suddenly arrive at Fishman Island, and you guys are preparing to land on the island on your own?" Shane, who had felt that the whole thing was full of flaws from the beginning, finally couldn't help but yell out loud. After a few minutes, Shane understood the whole story. It turned out that after Victor learned that Klee also had the ability to produce fire, he used the existing tools on the ship and spent less than half an hour to transform a fire-driven sailboat engine. After that, thanks to Klee's 3 hours of uninterrupted efforts, the wave chaser dived at a high speed and arrived at Fishman Island half an hour before Shane woke up. Then, under the leadership of Drake, everyone drove the boat to the harbor where Fishman Island docked. After paying the berthing fee, they all stayed outside on the deck waiting for the most important captain to wake up. During this time, Drake, who was getting impatient, wanted to wake Shane up, but he failed because of the obstruction of Kagura and Klee. So that's how it is. It seems I got up too late. After learning the whole process, Shane felt a little embarrassed. He didn't expect that everyone on the boat was waiting for him alone. "Hurry up, Xia-chan. I want to go to Fishman Island for a big meal." Kagura pushed Xia into the cabin impatiently, urging him to brush his teeth and wash his face, change his clothes, and then go to the island together. A few minutes later, after Shane changed into a red coat and casual trousers, he led 6 people and 1 chicken into Fishman Island. Because they had paid the mooring fee, the Fishman guards were particularly friendly and treated them as an adventure group different from pirates. Before entering the city, they not only showed them the direction, but also informed them of a piece of news. Today is Princess Shirahoshi's birthday. Unless there are special circumstances, it's best to stay away from the location of the Fishman King's capital. When these words were spoken, no one, including Drake, understood what they meant, except Shane, who remembered the plot. An avid fan of the Mermaid Princess, I forgot his name, but I remember that he was the user of the target fruit, and the things he threw attract the objects he had touched with his hands. As a result, Shirahoshi was never seen by anyone and was protected by the king behind a thick iron wall. Thinking of this, Shane couldn't help but feel a little regretful. If nothing unexpected happened, he would most likely not be able to see this mermaid princess who was famous for her beauty and not inferior to the pirate queen. Step into the streets of Fishman City. Prosperity, diversity, and peace were Shane's first impressions when he stepped onto the street. These words also perfectly fit the Sabaody archipelago, except that the Fishman Island is more diverse. After all, more than 80% of the passersby here are fishmen and mermaids. It's really unreasonable that there can be such a prosperous city 10,000 meters under the sea. Victor was shocked for the nth time. This world was constantly impacting his worldview with its outrageous side. "Would you like to take a photo together, brother you and sister you?" Wu Liuqi and Ji Debeo adapted the fastest. They took out a camera from somewhere and took photos with the fish people passing by. The fishmen are divided into 2 factions. One hates humans, and the other is friendly to humans. As a result, Wu Liuqi and Ji Debeo encountered many setbacks, but they still enjoyed it. So many fish and people. Klee was dazzled. When she saw a large fishman with a fish head just now, she almost couldn't help throwing a bouncing bomb. But fortunately, Shane stopped her in time. "Kelly, you have to look carefully. They are not fish." Shane was exhausted after walking all the way. Not only did he have to prevent his companions from getting into trouble at all times, but he also had to carry a baby dragon on his shoulders. Since Kana was unable to move around after running out of power, Shane originally planned to arrange for her to guard the boat, but she refused to agree and insisted on going out shopping with everyone. Shane couldn't persuade her, so he had to carry her on his back to Fishman Island. But as they walked, Kana climbed up by grabbing Shane's shoulders in order to see more clearly, and her position gradually changed to sitting on Shane's neck. At this moment, Kana's two small hands were pressing on Shane's head, and a pair of short white silk legs were clamped around his neck, falling along his shoulders to his chest, and were firmly held in Shane's hands. Kana had a happy look on his chubby face. He was very close to Shane, and he didn't mind at all that he was riding him like a mount. But she was completely wrong. More than just not feeling disgusted, Xiaoan was extremely happy when he felt the soft touch on his shoulders and neck. After wandering around like this for half an hour, Xiaochan, there's a restaurant over there. Kagura, who had been extremely hungry, finally discovered something. She took Xiaoan's hand and walked towards the restaurant. The rest of the people naturally followed the captain's steps. Getting started, Shane and Drake looked at each other and found that they were familiar faces in the room. Oh, you are actually interested in this matter as well. A man with 3-jointed arms, a long braid on his head, and his whole body wrapped in bandages looked over in surprise. He was looking at Shane. Huh, the commission isn't that much to begin with, and you're actually trying to get involved? Sitting opposite the man with the long braid was a man with a red hedgehog head. He had a fierce look in his eyes and looked extremely wild, and it exudes a powerful aura. However, his eyes fell on Drake. Inside the restaurant, with the entry of Xia In and others, the atmosphere in the restaurant gradually solidified. With the addition of Xia In, the forces in the restaurant are now generally divided into 3 groups. On the left are Kid and Kira, and on the right is DJ Sound Apu. They're all supernovas like me. You should be familiar with them, right? Led by the waiter to a table, Drake sat down next to Shane and whispered, "Well, we're all acquaintances, but I don't know what they just said." Shane used both hands to pick up Kana, who was sitting on his neck, and put her on the table and chair beside him. Then he bent down slightly, and she tied a napkin in advance. There's no way. Children's clothes are hard to wash. It turns out that the motionless little girl is not a decoration. The pirates in the restaurant were a little surprised. Who would use people as decorations? Shane glared at them speechlessly. At this time, the waiter handed over the menu carefully. Just as Shane was about to take it, Kagura got there first. She and Klee started to study it head-to-head. Victor stared at the opposite side with curiosity. There were 2 dining tables far apart from each other, and it was obvious that they were 2 groups of people. One group was led by a red hedgehog-headed man with a mask, and the other was led by a man with long braids and 3 section arms. Behind them stood a number of ferocious pirates, all staring at him and Shane with unfriendly eyes. Direction. Wu Liuqi and Ji Debeo looked at each other. They felt that their boss was provoked, so they put on sunglasses, tied their ties, and stood behind Xia In like bodyguards, glaring back with the same fierce eyes. Shane nodded with satisfaction. After a day, he finally realized how the captain treated him. Drake's face was a little tense, and he covered his head. He knew that the red hedgehog had a bad temper and would definitely react. As expected, the next moment, when Kid saw the provocative looks from Wu Liuqi and Ji Debeo, his face turned ferocious for a moment. He suddenly stood up and slammed the table with his open palms. "Drake, do you want to fight?" As his palm formed into a claw and placed on his chest, the restaurant suddenly buzzed. The plates, iron doors, iron tables, weapons on the pirates, and even the scissors in Wu Liuqi's sleeves all became noisy. At this moment, I was trembling slightly. What's going on?" Wu Liuqi tightly grabbed the scissors that were about to fly out of his sleeve. He was a little confused. How could it move on its own without him using any internal energy? Because he is the user of the magnetic fruit, with a bounty of 320 million Baileys, Captain Kidd. Drake also stood up at this time, and his 2-meter-tall body blocked Wu Liuqi's body, holding down the iron axe and long sword that were also shaking with both hands. He stared at Kid seriously. "If I remember correctly, this island still belongs to the Whitebeard pirates, right?" "Humph. No matter whose territory it is, I can fight if I want." Kid looked disdainful. With his other hand, he took out a dagger from his coat pocket and looked at Drake with eager eyes. Drake didn't say much. As a supernova, he was no match for him in a fight. However, before fighting, he had to at least ask for permission from his current captain. He glanced at Shane out of the corner of his eye, only to find that this guy was actually huddled together with two Lolas to order food, while the fishman waiter next to them was standing tremblingly. B asterisk 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 D captain, you are too leisurely. So that's how it is. Kid noticed Drake's action. It was not difficult to see from his action that among these people, Drake's status was actually slightly lower than that of the orange-haired young man whom he had never noticed. Interesting, where did this tough guy come from to make someone like Drake inferior? Kid smiled with interest and slowly shifted his dangerous gaze toward Shane. Kid, that man is very unusual. The masked man Kira walked behind Kid, his voice solemn. I feel more threatened by him than by you. Haha, it's worthy of being the island closest to the New World. Just meeting someone can make you so powerful. Kid didn't get angry at his words. He stared at Shane more seriously. One can vaguely feel the sense of oppression from the observation hockey. This guy is no unknown person. At that time, in Sabaody, he faced Admiral Kizuru alone without changing his expression. However, compared with me, he lacks the courage to attack the Admiral. Hearing the conversation between the two, Apu, who was covered in bandages, suddenly interrupted and revealed Shane's information to the two while also boasting about his past achievements. Is this all you get for your courage? In the end, a set of bandages. Kid interrupted him impatiently. This guy had been chattering away before Shane and the others came in. He said that he successfully escaped from the joint encirclement of the admirals and the Shichibukai, and even used his ability to split Kizuru in half. Kid and Kira naturally took these words as a joke. Assholes, I've been telling you for so long, and you still don't believe me. Apu's face turned red with anxiety. At least 70% of what he said this time was true, but these two guys didn't believe him. In desperation, he's suddenly thinking of Shane. Hey, that orange-haired guy. I remember you were there too, right? Tell these two bastards if I use my power to split Kizuru in half. Apu slammed the table and shouted in Shane's direction. Xian was a little surprised when he was suddenly called. He was just ordering food and watching the show with Kagura Klee, but he didn't expect that the topic would be brought to him so quickly. However, this Apu's tone was quite polite, and he had indirectly helped him in Sabaody at that time, so Shane was happy to testify for him. Yes, it was you who used the sound wave to split that wretched old man into two pieces, and it landed less than a meter in front of me, but afterwards. Don't tell me what comes after that. Apu interrupted him immediately. The content after that was a bit embarrassing. After he committed suicide, he was kicked a few times by the general like a ball. But that was enough. He looked at Kid and Kira with a smug look on his face, but was ignored by both of them, and the two were walking towards Shane. Hey, aren't you waiting for me? Apu's face froze, and he quickly called for his man behind him to give him 2 crutches, and then he was supported by his men and walked towards Shane's dining table. Kid, what do you want to do? Drake raised the iron axe and pointed the axe blade at the people coming over. If I saw it correctly before I walked in, the name of this restaurant is not Drake, right? Kid ignored him, bypassed his axe blade, used his ability to suck a chair, and sat down at a position of Shane's dining table. Old Neil was originally sitting next to him. When he saw Kid coming over, Old Neil, who was just an ordinary boatman, was frightened by the man's aura and quickly pulled his chair and moved it towards Kana. When Kana heard the noise, she slowly opened her eyes. She first looked at Old Neil, who was embarrassed, and then slowly turned her eyes to Kid. Yes, almost instantly, Kid was startled and felt an almost death-like threat. His heart stopped, and cold sweat continued to fall from his forehead. Who is it? He looked at everyone at the table with wide eyes. The old man who was scared away by him just now was not him. The girl with white and purple hair looked like she was awake. It was not her. The thin young man had a cane beside the table. He looked extremely weak, and it wasn't him either. The 2 little girls staring at the menu and ordering food were not surprised. Why are there so many little girls in this pirate group? However, it is really this orange-haired guy who can take so many old, weak women and children sailing. He is really strong. Thinking of this, Kid gradually fell silent. He is reckless, but not stupid. He believes that such a strong person who can make him feel the breath of death with just his momentum is rare even in the new world. What's wrong, kid? Kira also moved a chair to sit next to him. Seeing Kid's expression, he was a little confused. In terms of Kid's usual unruly character, he would at least put his legs on the dining table if he didn't shout loudly at this time. But now he sits quietly on the seat and even seems to have some rules. But the other Apu, as usual, carelessly ordered his subordinates to pull up a chair and sit down at another of the few remaining seats at the dining table. Next to him happened to be the thin, lame young man. "Your crutches, sir." Apu accidentally dropped 2 crutches to the ground when he sat down. Victor, who was also disabled, felt the same and kindly picked up the crutches for him. "Thank you." Apu took the crutches and subconsciously wanted to say thank you, but he reacted in time and threw the 2 crutches away. Why are pirates so polite to each other? Are you in the wrong place? Victor was startled by the sudden increase in his voice. Even the Zon people living at the bottom of his world were not so emotionally unstable. At the same time, he was also confused about the word pirate and turned his attention to Xian. "Mr. Shane, does pirate mean pirate? This gentleman seems to mean that we are pirates, but I don't see a pirate flag on your ship." "Strictly speaking, we are indeed pirates. After all, several of us are holding Marine's bounty, but our identities have not been revealed yet." Xian always answers questions about the crew. However, after Apu, Kid, and Kira heard the words Mr. Shane from Victor's mouth, their expressions changed rapidly at almost the same time. Since the war on the top, the name Xia-in has become famous all over the world, almost as famous as the title of Straw Hat Boy. Moreover, because its fruit has more special abilities, higher bounty, and more mysterious identity, pirates are very fond of him. More curious. Not long ago, rumors circulated in New World that 100 Beasts, Kaido, and Big Mom, the second member of the 4 Emperors, are waiting for the Red Dragon to appear in New World and will force him as soon as he appears. Take him under his wing. Among them, Kaido wanted to make him his subordinate, while Big Mom seemed to have other ideas besides making him his subordinate. In addition, for Emperors Red Hair Shanks and the new 4 Emperors, Fire Emperor, Ace also publicly extended an olive branch to Qi Long, promising that as long as he agreed, they would be directly promoted to senior cadres after joining. And this also made the names of Qi Long and Xia-in spread throughout the New World. Could this guy be me? Although his tone was doubtful, Kid was 90% sure in his heart. He believed that only a man with a bounty of 1 billion could make him feel so dead. No doubt, on that day in Sabaody, this man and the girl sitting next to him were in a stalemate with Admiral Kazuru for half an hour. I saw it clearly in the dark. Apu stroked his chin and thought. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that his guess was correct. It's just the same name. Aren't you guys too hasty in your decision? Kira still couldn't believe it. He hadn't even arrived in the New World yet, and he had already met a man with a bounty of 1 billion in a restaurant. How could this be possible? A coincidence? Besides, how could Neptune, the king of Fishman Island, have the face to invite this billionaire? Could it be that he relied on the 200 million commission he offered? "Xiao-chan, I've ordered." After studying the menu for several minutes, Kagura finally looked up. After handing the menu to Xia-in, she felt very happy when she thought that she would be able to eat the delicious food soon. But at this moment, she discovered that there were 3 more people sitting at the table, and behind those 3 people, there were at least 20 people standing. Kagura's face was blank and dazed for a moment, then gradually turned into anger. Her cheeks puffed up with anger. "You guys don't think you can eat for free just by sitting together with us." She stood up quickly, raised her hand, and slammed the table. With a loud noise, her elbow accidentally hit Shane's face. The enormous force instantly distorted Shane's face. With a splatter of blood, his body flew backwards like an arrow. He crashed into the wall with a bang. The atmosphere suddenly froze. In an instant, everyone in the field, including Kid, Kira, Apu, and their 20-odd men behind them, as well as their own crew members including Klee, Victor, Wuliochi, and Jidabeo, all stared with their eyes wide open, unable to believe it. This scene is happening before my eyes. I didn't mean it. Being stared at by so many people, even Kagura felt embarrassed and her face blushed. She covered her face and sat back at the table in silence. Shane, who had inexplicably had an intimate contact with the wall, collapsed on the ground for a long time. His head was hit hard, and he still felt dizzy, so he staggered when he stood up. "You be asterisk, 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 asterisk D girl." Relying on his powerful recovery ability, the wound on his face caused by Kagura's elbow healed in an instant. At the same time, his brain gradually became clear, and he approached Kagura viciously. He moved his wrist and stared at the orange-haired girl's buttocks. No matter what he said today, he had to teach her a lesson and spank her buttocks until it was swollen. "No, Natsu-chan." Kagura noticed his evil look and was so frightened that she covered her hips with her hands and hid behind Klee. "Klee, go and persuade him." "Okay, Klee will." Klee doesn't have any persuasion skills at all. Klee was speechless. The two brothers and sisters started quarreling again, and in front of so many outsiders. It really hurts her face. "Brother Shane, please let Sister Kagura go." Kelly saw it all. She didn't mean it. Kelly opened her hands and blocked Kagura's way, trying to call back Shane's only the last bit of rationality left. However, perhaps because there were outsiders present, Shane was unexpectedly tough this time. He reached out and took Klee aside, then attacked Kagura like a wolf pouncing on its prey. Let's see where you can run this time." Knowing that she was in the wrong, Kagura didn't dare to use any more strength, so she was easily caught by Xian. He sat on the chair and pressed Kagura onto his thigh. Revealing with a cruel smile, he raised his hand and was about to slap the girl's not-so-perfect buttocks. But at this moment, there was a burst of dense footsteps. The door of the restaurant was pushed open, and a team of armored fishmen soldiers came in. "The right minister has arrived." The fishmen soldiers stood in 2 rows, knocked their weapons against the ground, and shouted in unison. Soon, a white-haired orange seahorse mermaid bounced into the room. In his hand was a long sword with a crescent blade, and on his waist was a sword that looked of fine quality. He swept his serious gaze over everyone in the room, finally landing on Kid, Apu, and Shane, and bowed slightly to them. "3 of you. The king invites you to come to the palace for a chat." Undersea Palace. The interior is dazzling, with huge coral beads supporting the magnificent dome and colorful shells and pearls decorating the walls, exuding a luxurious atmosphere everywhere. On an astonishingly large long table were crystal trays filled with all kinds of seafood, which were cooked exquisitely by the palace chef and exuded an enticing aroma. Kagura did not escape the disaster after all. Even when the right minister of the Fishman Palace brought the king's invitation, Shane, who was very angry, still waved his hands like a palm leaf fan, which made loud and crisp sounds, accompanied by the shy cries of the girl. Kagura was very angry, not because she was spanked in public. This little thing was nothing to her. What annoyed her was that right after she ordered the meal, this strange seahorse took them all back to the palace with the king's order. Wasn't this just a waste of her beating? However, after seeing the wide variety of food in the palace, she immediately had no complaints and started eating voraciously. Ms. Kagura's appetite is so good. Looking at the speed at which the empty plates were piling up on the table, Victor was a little shocked. It was the first time he saw someone who could eat so much. "You'll get used to it. She can eat as much as all of us by herself," Wu Yochi replied as he and Jidabeo worked together to open a huge shell. "These are all foods I've never eaten before." Kelly stood on a chair, holding a fork, searching for something to eat, not knowing what to eat. In this palace of the Murloc king, both the tables and chairs were too high, at least several meters high. Even a big man like Drake, who was over 2 meters tall, had to jump onto the chairs. It was even more difficult for Kelly. She had to be carried by Shane to sit on the chair, and if she just sat on the chair, her head couldn't even reach the surface of the dining table. So whether it was her, Kagura, or Kanna, they all ate while standing on chairs. So many fish. Kanna stood on a chair, drooling from the corners of her mouth. Her eyes were not on the dining table, but on the huge figures beside it. King Neptune of Fishman Island, 3 princes of the Fishman Island Kingdom, and the left and right ministers. In short, no matter which one of them is taller than several meters. The largest merman King Neptune is 12 meters tall. But at this moment, under the gaze of this white-haired little girl, Neptune was sweating all over. He felt that to her. He seemed more like food than the delicacies on the crystal plate. You are definitely not mistaken. This little girl really wants to eat him. Kana, don't stare at others so rudely. Shane was ashamed. He finally realized why Neptune hadn't spoken for so long. Sean, can I have one? Kana asked in a negotiating tone. It had been a long time since she had come across food that suited her taste so well, especially the fat man with the crown. Just looking at him made her want to swallow him in one bite. How can we discuss such a thing? Who would go to the host's house as a guest and eat the host? Shane was a little overwhelmed. He quickly moved several plates of food in front of Kana and stuffed them into her mouth. At the same time, he signaled Kana to stop talking and stop staring at others. He was just passing by Fishman Island, and he didn't want to fight with the army of Fishman Island, nor did he want Kana to eat someone else's king. If that happened, his notoriety would probably spread throughout the world. Oh, Kana lowered her head with some regret, ate 2 bites of food casually, then closed her eyes and lay in Shane's arms and went into sleep mode. After she closed her eyes, Neptune and the other mermen breathed a sigh of relief, and the chilling sense of crisis in their backs finally disappeared. Hey, King of Fishman Island, you've been dawdling for so long. Why don't you start talking? Kid had long been impatient and threw the clean plate on the dining table with a clanging sound. Yesterday, not long after his pirate group landed on the island, someone from Fishman Island found them and asked him to do something for a commission of 200 million. However, until now, he still didn't know what Neptune needed him to do. How dare you be so rude to the king? The right minister grabbed the weapon on the table and glared at Kid. He would not allow anyone to be disrespectful to the king in front of him. As he moved, many guards in the palace also looked over at him. Kid raised his eyebrows and a cruel smile appeared on his face. He raised his hand casually, and the weapons in the hands of the guards seemed to tremble uncontrollably, and the tips of the blades approached their own necks. What's going on? Why did my knife move by itself? There was an instant of panicked shouting in the arena, and the guard were already sweating profusely just from holding down their weapons. At this time, the 3 princes also came to Neptune and drew their weapons. He stared at Kid with wary eyes. Kira beside Kid also stood up at this time, with 2 sickles on the back of his hands, which gradually rotated and reflected a dazzling cold light. The atmosphere was tense. Ah, that's funny. You guys are really brave to mess with this guy. Apu clapped his hands in gloating, but soon his expression faded. Drake and Shane beside him glanced at him. He was not afraid of Drake, but he could not help but take Shane, a man with a suspected bounty of 1 billion, seriously. At the critical moment, a catfish mermaid stepped forward. Quickly order your men to lay down their weapons, right minister. They're all guests invited by the king. He is the left minister of the Fishman Kingdom. If the right minister represents military force, then he is the brain of this country. But the right minister showed hesitation. He was also struggling now, and the long sword in his hand kept shaking, but he knew that all this was the ability of the red hedgehog-headed man in front of him. Stop it. I didn't invite you here to fight. Neptune finally spoke at this time. His voice was deep and carried a strong momentum. After the king's voice fell, the right minister no longer hesitated and immediately put down his weapons. However, the guard in the palace could not stop because their weapons were still shaking uncontrollably. Kid, why don't you take back your power? The eldest Prince Shark Star held the golden trident and stared at Kid with a hostile look on his face. He had originally been very opposed to Neptune inviting pirates into the palace, believing that these willful guys were difficult to control. I hate being threatened the most. Just use your own abilities if you want. Kid looked at him with disdain. He didn't even take the 4 emperors of the New World seriously, let alone these fishmen. But in the next moment, his expression suddenly changed. His shoulder suddenly sank, and when he glanced out of the corner of his eye, He saw a hand pressing down on his shoulder without him noticing, and the force was so great that his bones creaked. Kid turned his head with some dissatisfaction, and, as expected, it was the orange-haired man. What a fast speed! Kira was shocked. He had been standing next to Kid and had not noticed this person approaching at all. He now truly believed that this person was the red dragon Xia-In with a billion bounty on his head. I say, how about giving me some face and waiting until my friends have finished enjoying this lunch before making trouble? Shane patted Kid on the shoulder and looked up at him slightly. This guy was more than half a head taller than him and should be over 2 meters tall. In response, Kid was silent for a while. Feeling the force coming from his shoulder, he did not try to break free, but a raging fighting spirit burned in his eyes. If you really are that person, fight with me and I will naturally give you face. What if it's not? Shane looked at him curiously, expecting his answer. Take my move and prove that you have the ability to make me give in, Kid said with a smile in his voice. As he spoke, he stretched out his other hand and activated his power. The weapons in the hands of all the guards in the field gathered towards him, wrapped around his arm, and gradually formed a huge steel arm. Almost everyone looked horrified. The right minister and several princes wanted to stop them, but were stopped by Neptune. Even the guards who had dropped their weapons could only stay where they were and wait. That means I have to fight you no matter what, right? Shane sighed, feeling that this was a bit troublesome. He should not have stood up for Neptune earlier. What a big hand. Boss, we can't stop it. Wu Yochi and Jidabeo were a little scared and hid behind Xia-In, but they felt unsafe and ran to next to Kanna, who was sleeping on Klee's shoulder. Based on their observations over the past few days, this young dragon is the most powerful in their team, and it is safest to be around her. Mr. Shane, do you need help? Unexpectedly, the person who walked up to Shane was the gentle Victor. He is just a scientist and cannot fight, but he has the devil fruit that Shane gave him. Strictly speaking, he should be able to defeat several guards of the Fishman Palace. It's okay, it's a little troublesome, but not dangerous. Shane shook his head and motioned him to stay away. Then, he stretched his hand in front of him, with a layer of armed color domineering gradually covering his palm, and waved at Kid. Bring it on. Arrogant. Kid felt that he was being looked down upon, and roared angrily. He suddenly exerted force with his arms, and the huge mechanical arm made a whistling sound and collided heavily with Shane's palm. Boom! It was like the collision of steel, sparks flying, and after the huge impact sound, an invisible wave spread out, causing many guards to stagger and fall to the ground. As the mechanical arm and the armed, color-domineering palm were deadlocked in the air, the veins on Kid's face popped out and the muscles all over his body surged, which was a manifestation of using all his strength. However, no matter how hard he tried, the opponent was like a mountain or an iron wall, showing no signs of retreating. At this moment, a sudden ball of flame burst out and quickly wrapped around the mechanical arm. With a few sharp sizzling sounds, almost all the guards' weapons were burned black and scattered on the ground. Ah! And the flame did not stop, gradually wrapping around Kid's body, baking half of his skin and making him scream in pain. Kid! Kira made a move at this time, and the two sickles kept spinning in the air, sending out a gust of wind that blew away the remaining weapons and flames on Kid's arms. Kid half-knelt on the ground, covering his arm with his hands and looking in pain. The arm that attacked Shane was completely black with many burns on it, and nearly 1/3 of his coat was burned. Even half of the hair on the left side was burned by the flames. It was no longer a hedgehog hair, but looked more like a non-mainstream youth with a one-sided afro. In stark contrast, Shane was completely unharmed. It was only at the last moment of Kid's effort that he was forced back a few steps by the sudden outburst, leaving a mark on the ground. How is it? Are you satisfied? The armed, colored, domineering aura dissipated. Shane withdrew his palm, feeling a little numb, and grabbed his wrist with his other hand and shook it. I'm so satisfied. Kid hugged his arms and struggled to get up. His expression was still a little painful, but more of it was excitement. Shane shook his head and knew that he should be stared at by such a fighting maniac. On it. Kira, did you see that? Monsters like this are waiting for us in the new world. It's really exciting. Don't you really want to bandage it? Kira seemed helpless, and he looked at Shane with some fear. With his firepower and strong physique, everyone present, whether it was Kid, Kira, or Apu, confirmed Shane's identity. He was the Red Dragon, Shane, with a billion bounty. Hey. Now that the fighting is over, it's time to listen to our king's speech. My man behind me can't wait any longer. Apu interrupted at this time and stepped forward to act as the peacemaker reached out and patted Shane and Kid on the shoulders. Kira raised his scythe, stopping him from smacking Kid's hand. Shane didn't mind it much, as he was a casual person. But Drake raised his iron axe at this moment and blocked Apu's hand. Xian looked at him in surprise, his eyes asking, "Why are you so generous today?" Drake ignored him and looked in the other direction, where Neptune, the three princes, and the ministers on both sides were walking. Ahem! Neptune coughed twice and glanced at the four people in front of him, lingering on Shane the longest. He saw the mountain road at the gate of opening. I have invited the four of you here to solve a problem that has troubled my daughter Shirahoshi for 8 years. Find and kill a man named Vanderdyken 9. Vanderdecken 9, the captain of the Flying Pirates, the descendant of the first-generation Vanderdecken, is a fisherman who ate a devil fruit. His ability is the target fruit, which allows the objects he throws to track objects he has touched with his hands regardless of distance. When Princess Shirahoshi was 6 years old, Vanderdecken 9 found an opportunity to touch her with his right hand. From then on, he never washed his right hand in order to chase Shirahoshi and kept throwing weapons at Shirahoshi. Neptune once ordered his 3 sons to chase him, but he hid in the pirate ship and escaped. Therefore, for the next 8 years, Shirahoshi had to live in the airtight hardshell tower and never came out again. Today is Shirahoshi's birthday. Vanderdecken 9 will definitely use his ability to send Shirahoshi a gift today, and this is also the best time to catch him. Whether this succeeds or not, I will pay each of you for a commission of 200 million. And if someone really captures or kills Vanderdecken 9, he will gain the friendship of our entire Fishman Island. 200 million is a considerable commission, especially for pirates who do not have a fixed income. It is a huge sum of money. Without any hesitation, Kid and Apu led their men, followed by the second and third princes of Fishman Island and many guards to the hardshell tower where Princess Shirahoshi was. Shane was not in a hurry to go. On the one hand, because Vanderdecken 9 had not yet launched his ability to attack, and on the other hand, because Kagura had not yet eaten enough. By the way, isn't the Merman Princess particularly beautiful? Wu Yoshi showed an expectant and somewhat amorous expression. That's for sure. As far as I know, those who can be called princesses are usually very good-looking. Jidabeo pushed up his sunglasses, his voice sounding a little vulgar. Brother Shane, is the Merman Princess pretty? Kelly's curiosity was also aroused, and she hugged Shane's arm and shook it. It is indeed very beautiful, very cute, very white, and very big. Shane held his chin and recalled the scenes in the anime in his mind. After realizing that what he said was wrong and Neptune's face was gloomy, he quickly changed his words. I mean her size. Yes, she's huge. Isn't it a bit rude to discuss this in front of other people's fathers? Victor sighed. He felt that Mr. Shane and his other friends were a bit special. This special refers to being casual, carefree, or simply being relatively pure, and this purity reminds him of an acquaintance, Heimerdinger, a professor at Piltover Academy. In addition to his belief in changing the current situation in Zaun, Victor is actually a person with this trait, so he likes the current atmosphere with Shane and others. Mr. Shane, I didn't expect you to be such a person. Unexpectedly, Neptune was not angry because his daughter was talked about in person. Instead, he stroked his beard and laughed out loud. From the tone of his voice, it seemed as if he had known Shane for a long time. Shane was puzzled. Could it be that Neptune also recognized his identity on the wanted poster? But even so, he was too lenient in front of a pirate with a billion bounty. Neptune seemed to see the confusion on Shane's face and gave an answer that surprised Shane. 20 days ago, a citizen of Fishman Island predicted that a red dragon named Shane would descend upon Marineford and change the fate of the four emperors Whitebeard and Ace who would die in battle. 10 days ago, she made another prophecy, saying that Mr. Red Dragon would come to Fishman Island today and solve the problem that has troubled my daughter for 8 years. Seeing Shane's gradually opening mouth, Neptune and the eldest Prince Sharkstar, the left minister and the right minister behind him, looked at each other and all laughed out loud. The eldest prince, Sharkstar, took a step forward and said with emotion, "Mr. Shane, thank you so much for coming to Fishman Island. This banquet was actually set up for you. It's all for us." Shane was stunned. As a time traveler, he knew that there was a female mermaid on Fishman Island who could observe the future, but he didn't expect her predictions to be so accurate, even including this existence outside the world line. Perhaps the moment he stepped into this world, the world line had already changed. In that case, can you let me meet the person who gave the prophecy in Princess Shirahoshi? After a moment of surprise, Shane suddenly spoke. Meeting the female fishman was purely out of curiosity, while meeting Shirahoshi was purely out of male instinct. Moreover, as a time traveler, it would be embarrassing to tell others that I came to Fishman Island without meeting the Fishman Princess. Of course, no problem, whether it's Mrs. Shirley or my daughter by. Before he finished speaking, Neptune's voice suddenly stopped, and he looked at the three exquisite-looking people beside Shane. Unbelievable. A little girl who is extremely small in both age and size. There seems to be something wrong with this Mr. Shane. The other crew members were all rough and fierce men, but he was accompanied by three delicate little girls. This reflects his confidence in his own strength, as he is able to protect three young girls in the new world where strong men abound. But on the other hand, does it mean that he has a hobby that is different from ordinary people? His daughter Shirahoshi, although nearly 10 meters tall, is only a 14-year-old mermaid girl in terms of age, which happens to be close in age to the three girls around Shane. Yes. Neptune took a breath and looked at Shane with an extremely complicated look. Shane felt uncomfortable all over, as if he was being scrutinized by an old father. "Mr. Shane, I will not hand my daughter over to you. When did I ever say I would take your daughter away?" Hardshell Tower, exterior. Shane was very depressed now. He sat on a piece of coral with his chin supported by his hands, staring at the sea with a look of despair. After Neptune said that, everyone looked at him with a different look. Afterwards, he tried his best to explain and finally cleared up the misunderstanding. At this moment, Kagura, who was eating, suddenly said, "Natsu-chan is like this. The younger and cuter the girl, the more he likes her." At this point, Shane was speechless. He could no longer clear himself of the words spoken by his closest friend. "Boss, don't be too sad. It's not your fault that you like lowly." Wu Yoshi couldn't bear to see his boss sad, so he came to him to cheer him up. "Yes, boss, yeah, compared to those rich people who break the law, your little habit is really normal." Ji DeBeo patted Xia on shoulder with his chicken wing. "Well, brother Shane, Kelly is so cute. There's nothing wrong with liking Kelly." Kelly also came forward, holding her face with a playful smile. Are you really comforting him?" Victor didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he watched Shane lower his head. "Why do I always feel so happy?" From the time he left the palace to here, the smile on Drake's face had never disappeared. He inexplicably felt as if he had achieved revenge. Alas, men are like this. They become listless when faced with a little setback. They can't just hold on a little longer. Kagura sighed and shook his head, looking like a man who was disappointed in his son. "You be asterisk, 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 D girl." Hearing her words, Sa'in, who was almost depressed, immediately raised his head, his eyes filled with anger, and his voice came out from clenched teeth. The next moment he shot out, his figure turned into an afterimage, stirred up a wave of air, and rushed towards Kagura at a high speed. "Ah, Xiao-chan is bullying the pretty girl again." Kagura screamed in fear, but did not sit there and wait to be ravaged. She temporarily handed the parasol in her hand to Victor, then ran away. The two of them chased each other at an astonishing speed that was difficult to see with the naked eye. They chased each other in the open space outside the hardshell tower where the merman princess lived. This scene made Kid, Kira, and Apu, who were also present, stunned. They were not surprised that Xia and could run so fast. They were already aware of his strength, but the orange-haired girl who looked petite and thin was actually faster than Xian. This really shocked them. Suddenly, several whoosh sounds pierced the air. Everyone present either had keen senses or mastered the domineering power of seeing and hearing. The moment the sound rang out, they all raised their heads alertly. In the sky, a few rays of cold light flashed past. Under the sunlight from Yangshu Eve, 5 or 6 long knives and iron swords were vaguely visible. They seemed to be thrown from a distance, passing through an arc in the air, and their glowing blades pointed directly at the hardshell tower, swiftly and accurately. Here we come. Kid stood up suddenly. His eyes gradually became serious, and he stretched out a big hand from his coat, with his palm facing the sky. The next moment, invisible magnetism began to spread. The sword flying in the sky stopped suddenly and hovered in the air several meters above the hardshell tower. But even though they were controlled by magnetism, those swords were still trembling, their blades struggling in the direction of the hardshell tower, as if they would not stop until they reached their destination. When Apu's palms turned into 2 golden symbols, and when the two sides came together, a loud and clear sound erupted, and at the same time, a sound wave suddenly shot out. Just listen to a few clicks. Several weapons controlled by Kid's ability suddenly shattered from the center, turned into iron fragments, and scattered on the ground one by one. It's unnecessary. Kid retracted his palm without any intention of being grateful. He glanced at Xia, In, and Kagura, who were still chasing each other below, turned around, called Kira and his men, and ran in the same direction. It was the direction from which those long knives and iron swords flew. Let's go and find that mouse hiding in the dark. Hurry, let's follow. I don't want to be accused of taking 200 million commissions for nothing in the future. Apu also quickly greeted his subordinates and followed Kid and Kira. In an instant, Xia, In, and his group were the only ones left outside the hardshell tower. At this moment, Xia, In finally caught Kagura, who accidentally stepped on the air and fell down. Now he was ravaging her face with his hands, as if he was kneading dough. Are we going to follow them? Victor looked away from Shane Kagura. He looked at Drake and pointed in the direction where Kid and others were leaving. Following them, there seems to be a chance of catching that Vanderdyken 9. It's not that easy. We can only confirm his general direction based on the direction in which the weapon is flying. The specific location and distance are unknown. Those guys probably won't succeed. In response, Drake shook his head. If that's the case, how can we catch the big bad guy? Kelly looked at the towering hardshell tower not far away, feeling a little troubled. Although she has never met her, she already has deep sympathy for the Fishman Princess. If she had stayed in an airtight shell for 8 years, she would probably go crazy from boredom. Then it depends on how long the next 2 people are going to play. After all, didn't the Fishman King say that in the prophecy, it was Red Dragon Shane who solved the princess's problem? Drake looked at Shane and Kagura below with an expression on his face, somewhat difficult to stretch. These 2 guys look like they are about to fight. Damn you, Xiachan. My face is swollen from your pinching. I'm going to beat you up. Kagura covered her red cheeks. Then come on. I usually play with you, but you take it seriously. Today I will teach you a lesson. Xian was brave beyond imagination. After hearing what Kagura said, he not only did not run away, but also challenged her. Wave, could it be that he gained confidence from beating Kid? Drake, Wu Yochi, and Jidabeo looked at each other with worried expressions. After spending so many days together, they also knew the strength ranking within the team. Kagura is the number 1 in the team, second only to Kana. And according to Xia and his understanding, this is her strength in her normal state. After stimulating her bloodline, her strength will increase several times. Is Shane upset today? No. Sister Kagura doesn't have this expression when she's angry, and Brother Shane wouldn't say such things. It's like the two of them are acting. After observing for a long time, Kelly noticed something wrong. Hey, but Kagura even used that armament hockey. Wu Yoshi opened his mouth wide, watching Kagura's fists wrapped in a layer of black, his legs kicking a big hole in the ground and rushing like a beast. To Shane, the momentum was like a rainbow, and it brought with it powerful waves. Even the surrounding corals were overturned. Shane's clothes were blown rustling, and his face became uneven under the strong waves. Everyone was stunned. They couldn't believe that Kagura would use so much strength, and they couldn't believe that she would really hurt Shane. Klee, who originally thought that the two were just joking, couldn't help but exclaim. Surprisingly, the fist did not hit Shane. Kagura flashed past Shane's side, and the fierce attack actually hit the hard-shell tower behind him. Bang! A huge crashing sound resounded 100 meters away, and along with the scream of a young girl inside the shell, a corner of the shell tower suddenly shattered. Through the missing corner, one can see a huge iron door, which has now been scrapped by Kagura's attack, and one can vaguely see that there's a room inside. Oh damn, I accidentally missed. Kagura's face was full of regret. She stomped her feet angrily, and her eyes fell on the fishtail. Kagura, look at what you have done. You actually destroyed Princess Shirahoshi's room. Come with me and apologize to her. Shane angrily knocked on her head, then grabbed her. He held her hand, like a parent taking his child who broke the neighbor's window to apologize to the neighbor, and walked towards the inside of the shell, towards the iron gate. The process was so natural that Drake, Wu Yoshi, and even Klee were all stunned. At this moment, they already knew that these two guys were really acting. Xiang Zhuang was dancing with a sword, aiming at Peigong. Stepping into the shell, the space inside was unexpectedly large, estimated to be more than 20 meters high and at least several hundred meters wide. Moreover, the environment is extremely luxurious, with pearl curtains and jade decorations, almost the same as a royal palace, worthy of being the residence of a princess. The first thing the two saw was a huge shark. It looked a little cute, but when it saw Shane and Kagura, two stranger humans, it bared its teeth and showed its ferocious intent. However, Kagura jumped onto it as if she had seen a cute pet and tamed it in an instant through love and influence, referring to her fists. Shane shook his head and smelled a fragrance. With anticipation, he walked around Shark and Kagura and entered the inner room. What comes into view, besides the huge pink-based version of the girl's boudoir, is a trembling pink fishtail. A huge figure was hidden under a white sheet that was more than 10 meters long, revealing only a trembling fish tail and a timid head with pink hair. Next to her was an equally large dining table, on which were placed a number of delicacies, though they were all in large versions. A single wine glass was as tall as Xianren. Please don't hurt me. In the merman girl's boudoir. Wow, what a big fish. If your Klee were here, she would definitely say that. Kagura rode into the house on a shark, sat on the shark's head, and stared curiously at the hill like a ball of shivering sheets. Hearing her voice, the figure trembled even more violently. You're talking nonsense again, girl. Xia looked up and glared at her. He had just tried to comfort the merman girl with great difficulty, but was interrupted by this guy again. Don't force yourself to ride someone else's shark. Looking at the humiliated shark with a big bump on its head and tears in its eyes, his voice sounded helpless. It's my new friend, and we get along very well, don't you think? As she said that, Kagura stretched out her little hand and patted the shark under her. The shark looked scared and nodded tremblingly. Not long ago, it was still baring its teeth, but when the human girl rode on its back, it tried to fight back and was nearly killed by a punch. After that, it became clear that this was not an ordinary human girl at all, but a monster hiding under human skin. Look, Xiachan, it's so cute. Seeing the shark's response, Kagura's blue eyes narrowed with a smile, and she looked at Xia In with anticipation. Let's take it with us when we leave this island. Don't let your imagination run wild. It's almost colliding with our ship. Before Shane could finish his words, he was interrupted by a young girl's voice. You can't take Mekaro away. The white sheet was lifted, revealing a merman girl with misty eyes and long pink hair. Her lower body is a pink fishtail wrapped in a white apron with striped lace, and her upper body is the body of a human girl. Her snow-white skin and plump upper body are only covered by 2 pieces of light yellow chest cloth, making them vaguely visible. "It's really as big as you said, Natsu-chan," Kagura said, pointing at a certain part of her body, her eyes wide open. Hey, don't frame me. I've already debunked the rumor. I was talking about her body shape." Xian waved his hands while admiring the beautiful scenery. "But I'm also talking about body shape. Xia-chan, you have a dirty heart." Kagura covered her mouth and laughed evilly. Shane didn't have time to pay attention to her, because the merman girl he was admiring suddenly started crying, tears falling from the corners of her eyes. To Shane, it was like a sudden rain. He quickly stepped back several meters, leaving the range of this rain of tears, with shock and emotion in his eyes. "Wow, it's just like raining, so spectacular." Kagura jumped from the top of the shark and came to Shane to watch. "It's quite spectacular, but if we let her cry any longer, the fathers and brothers of others will come after us to settle the score," said Xian, giving her a slap on the head. "Natsu-chan, you hit me again." Kagura covered her head with her hands, her pretty face puffed up with anger, like a little puffer fish. Seeing how cute she was, Shane couldn't help but pinch her face again. This time, the rabbit was really P************** D off. She pounced on him with her teeth bared, but Shane held her forehead with one hand. The rabbit's teeth couldn't bite him, and even his short arms and legs couldn't hit him. Gradually, after the two started fighting for no apparent reason, Shirahoshi's crying disappeared. She quietly opened her hands that were covering her cheeks and observed through the gaps between her fingers. From her perspective of 12 meters tall, it looked like 2 little people were fighting in front of her. Moreover, they were 2 little people with particularly delicate appearances, which immediately fascinated the girl who had never been out of the house. When she saw Shane pressing his hand on Kagura's forehead, she finally couldn't help but burst out laughing. But when she made the sound, she realized that something was wrong and wanted to cover her eyes, but was stopped by Kagura's angry voice. "You were laughing just now, weren't you? I heard it. You were definitely laughing." I didn't mean it." Shirahoshi looked at Kagura, who was lying on the ground with her hands on her hips through the gaps between her fingers. After the secret observation just now, she was no longer so scared. And from her perspective, Kagura's angry look was really cute. "Is that so? Then I forgive you." Kagura has always been very generous to everyone except Shane. A few minutes later, Shane and Kagura sat at the edge of the dining table and chatted with the huge mermaid princess opposite them. "Lord Shane, have you been entrusted by my father to help me?" Shirahoshi looked surprised. At first, she thought the 2 people in front of her had sneaked in. "Well, my friends and I are all outside. There are 2 other groups of people who have gone to catch Vanderdecken," Shane explained to her gently, while taking Kagura from a glass. "Rescued from. This greedy girl accidentally fell, and while drinking someone else's drink just now. So that's how it is. Then, will I have the chance to go out in the future, go outside?" There was both anticipation and fear in Shirahoshi's eyes. She had never left this shell tower since she was 6 years old. "Of course, even if Kid and Apu can't catch that guy, I will, let my partner kinda take action. He definitely won't be able to get away," Shane answered while patting Kagura on the back. "Road. Thank you. Lord Shane, you are such a good person." Shirahoshi pursed her lips and smiled, her eyebrows curved. Her smile was innocent and pure, coupled with the innocent feeling unique to a girl. Xian was so dazed by what he saw that he failed to control the strength of his hand and was knocked to the ground by Kagura. "Lord Shane, have you ever been outside? What is the world outside like?" When Shane helped the miserable girl up from the ground, Shirahoshi supported his chin with one hand, lowered his head, and asked expectantly and curiously. "Of course I have been there, but my friends and I have just started our journey. We set out from the Sabati Islands 10,000 meters away from here yesterday. Fishman Island happens to be our first stop. Our goal is New World." The next few dozen minutes were spent by Shane telling stories. He knew that Shirahoshi must be curious about the outside world, And he also felt sorry for this mermaid girl who had never been out of the house, trapped in a corner and trapped in a cold office building in her previous life. How similar he is. The two had a pleasant conversation. Shirahoshi was immersed in Shane's story, and her blue eyes became brighter. She felt something she had never had from the orange-haired man in front of her. It is the freedom that comes from his mouth. All this until an angry old father came. "Mr. Shane, what are you doing in my daughter's room?" Under Shirahoshi's reluctant gaze, Shane ran out of the shell tower in a panic, carrying Kagura on his back. Outside the hard shell tower, Neptune and the three princes stood in front of the door, their faces gloomy, their bodies huge like four small mountains. "Mr. Neptune, good afternoon." Shane was shrouded in their shadow. He carried a well-fed Kagura on his back, but he did not look panicked. Although he was blocked at the door by the other party's parents, he did not do anything. He just chatted with the ignorant girl. A man of integrity has nothing to fear. Perhaps due to his calm attitude, Neptune and the three princes did not express anger as expected. Neptune glanced behind Shane at the iron door of the hardshell tower, where a mermaid girl with long pink hair was peeking. It was his daughter Shirahoshi. This surprised him a little. As a father, he was naturally aware of his daughter's courage. Normally, unless she was facing him and her brothers, she would be timid towards other strangers and would not dare to speak at all. I didn't expect that after only being in contact with Shane for less than an hour, I would become so close. From this, Neptune suddenly had a bold idea. Ahem, Mr. Shane, how big is your ship?" Neptune suddenly asked in the face of Shane's bewilderment. Why do you ask this question?" Shane was shocked. He had an outrageous guess in his mind. "Shirahoshi is similar in size to me, about 12 meters tall, so a ship that can accommodate her would need to be at least 100 meters long." Neptune said thoughtfully, his voice flat, but what he said immediately made Xia in, and the three princes were shocked at the same time. "Father, are you planning to marry Shirahoshi off?" The eldest Prince Shark, Star, looked horrified. Neptune had never discussed this with him before. "No, father, Shirahoshi is only 14 years old today. It's too early to hand her over to someone else." The second and third princes also tried to dissuade him. They looked at Shane angrily. Shane and Kagura both opened their mouths wide, and it took them a long time to recover from the shock. What are father and brothers talking about? The mermaid girl who had been eavesdropping in the shell tower finally understood at this moment. She glanced at Shane, and her face turned red with embarrassment. "You three bastards who said I was going to marry Shirahoshi off." Neptune hit each of the three princes on the head, and his beard almost stood up in anger. "I just thought that Shirahoshi had never been far away from home, and she knew what she wanted, so relying on Mr. Shane's strong strength, she might be able to go out and see the world with him." The voice was sincere, full of an old father's love for his daughter. Of course, this was not the reason why he could so confidently hand over Shirahoshi to Shane. This morning, Mrs. Shirley made another prediction that Fishman Island will face a crisis of extinction in the future, but will eventually be saved by a giant white dragon. The appearance of the giant dragon, except for its color, was exactly the same as the red dragon Shane on the wanted poster. So Neptune and Shirley immediately determined that Shane would be the future savior of Fishman Island. Therefore, he would naturally feel most at ease handing Shirahoshi over to a future savior who would save Fishman Island, even more at ease than letting Shirahoshi stay on Fishman Island. "I'm sorry, my boat is only 60 meters long, and it's too dangerous for Princess Shirahoshi to follow us now." Shane shook his head and refused. The problem with the ship was actually not a big deal. If he really agreed, he believed that Neptune, as the ruler of a country, would be able to get him a suitable ship. But if they really took Shirahoshi with them, given how popular she was in the outside world, it would definitely cause a lot of trouble, plus her huge size, given the average strength of their current crew. It was hard to take care of her while adventuring. Lord Shane didn't agree. That's right, he would definitely find it troublesome to bring a coward like me along. The fishman girl in the shell tower lowered her head, her eyes gradually dimming with shame and anger. He hugged the shark beside him with some loss. However, after Shane's next sentence, The fish girl's eyes brightened again. So, let's put off getting Shirahoshi on board until after we go to the New World. By then, I will have a large group of strong partners who can protect Shirahoshi's safety. I have never traveled the first half of the Grand Line. When Shirahoshi comes on board, we will travel the Grand Line in the opposite direction from the Sabeti archipelago. It will surely be a wonderful journey. The sunlight reflected by the Eve tree turned into tiny strands of light, which sprinkled on the face of the orange-haired young man, allowing people to see his serious expression clearly. His voice was incredibly sincere, and you could really feel from his content that he was truly thinking about Shirahoshi. Neptune and the three princes were stunned. At this moment, they actually thought of marrying Shirahoshi to the man in front of them. Master Shane. The fisherman girl in the shell tower was so moved that she burst into tears. She hugged the shark and cried. The shark was also crying because the girl used too much strength. It's suffocating. Finally, when the shark was about to roll its eyes, Shirahoshi loosened her arms, squeezed away her tears with her hands, mustered up her courage, and made such a loud noise for the first time. I'll be waiting for you on Fishman Island, Master Shane. The voice was tearful, but it also contained the courage of a girl who longed for freedom. Shane was stunned for a moment, somewhat surprised that Shirahoshi would speak at this time, but soon a smile appeared on his face. Achieve one of the time traveler's achievements, kidnapping the mermaid princess. Then the only thing left is to deal with that pervert Vanderdetkin, who has been harassing others since he was 6 years old. A 6-year-old girl, even a Lolita complex would turn pale at the mention of her. Xiaoyan sneered at this pervert who never washed his hands after touching others. The two followed the trail of the weapon to the edge of Fishman Island. To get out, they would have to pass through the protective membrane of Fishman Island and enter the deep sea. They did not have the confidence to catch people in the deep sea, so they stopped and left Fishman Island. After realizing that Shane was finally going to take action, Neptune called the accompanying guard and told him about the follow-up of Kid, Apu, and others' pursuit. After they realized they could not catch Vanderdetkin, they all chose to leave the island. Among them, Apu chose to take the 200 million commission promised by Neptune, and after expressing his gratitude, he decisively left with his men. Kid and Kira did not ask for a commission. They felt ashamed for not arresting Vanderdetkin, but they were not prepared to stay on Fishman Island any longer. So after leaving a message to the guards, they drove their own the pirate ship went to the New World. The man named Kid left a din mushy for us to hand over to you, and he left a message. He said, "Billionaire, when we go to New World in the future, maybe we will have a chance to cooperate with each other." Shane took the din mushy in silence, thinking of the scene in the future where this guy would be killed instantly by red hair. Next time we meet, this guy will probably only have one arm. 10,000 meters below the sea. Thousands of meters away from Fishman Island, in the dark and cold sea water, a shabby pirate ship coated with transparent bubble film was suspended on the seabed. On the deck, various long knives and sharp blades were piled up. A skinny fisherman with 4 legs was excitedly selecting various weapons he had prepared on the deck. What else should I give you next? Today is the birthday of the lovely princess Shirahoshi. I guess she should be eating her birthday cake right now. That should be the knife that needs to cut the cake. It's decided. Send another 20 knives over. Vanderdetkin showed an excited smile. He grabbed the handle of the long sword on the deck with his gloved hand and threw it casually. More than 20 long swords shot out in one direction like arrows. Ha 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 ha. Princess Shirahoshi, you will definitely like my gift. The perverted and excited voice echoed on the deck, and Vanderdetkin danced with joy, imagining Shirahoshi's happy look when he received the gift. However, a huge black shadow loomed from the deep ocean in the distance. The shadow blocked the path of the thrown-long knife, and the huge and sharp claws swung, causing a surging torrent in the ocean. All the blades seemed to be caught in a tornado and deviated with the current direction, and then quickly returned to the original direction. The sudden accident made Vanderdetkin stop dancing. His eyes widened with fear. Reflected in his pupils were the 20 or so long swords that he had just thrown, and at this moment the blades were heading straight towards him. The long knife penetrated the hull coating unhindered and fell from top to bottom, like a sudden rain of steel blades, instantly cutting through Vanderdecken's body, blood splattering and flesh flying everywhere. Eeeewa! Vanderdecken howled in pain as one of his palms was pierced by the blade and stuck on the deck, and several other blades pierced his back, chest, thighs, etc. At this moment, looking from above, he was like a piece of pork nailed to a chopping board. His whole body pierced by the blade, he was preparing for Shirahoshi. What on earth is going on? How can my ability attack myself? He was nailed to the deck, screaming in confusion and pain. But soon, he knew the answer. He heard the sound of surging sea water and raised his head with difficulty, only to see a figure standing at the bow that was larger than the ship. Its body was as huge as a mountain, and it was covered with red feathers, which shone with a dark red light in the dark sea water. Its wings were like covering the sky and the sun, and it had a pair of huge blue pupils like lanterns, which exuded a soul-stirring aura. The brilliance. This is a giant red dragon? Why does this creature exist on the seabed? And why does it attack itself? As the blood continued to flow from the wound, Vanderdecken was in his last moments of consciousness and could not make a single sound. He could only express his current doubts with his ferocious pupils. And this was the last scene he saw in his life. The dragon's eyes did not contain a trace of emotion. He snorted as if in disdain, then swung his huge claws and split Vanderdecken's ship into two halves. The coating shattered instantly, and seawater poured into the hull under pressure. The ship disintegrated instantly, along with its owner, and turned into ruins and slowly sank to the bottom of the sea. Fishman Island, the Royal Palace. Thank you, Mr. Shane, for resolving Shirahoshi's troubles as predicted. Looking at the pirate ship flag in a man's hand, Neptune's eyes were filled with surprise and astonishment. He was happy because from now on his daughter would no longer have to be locked up in a dark hardshell tower, but he was surprised because he did not expect it to happen so quickly. In less than half an hour, Xia-in, along with the sleepy white-haired girl beside him, flew into the air and turned into a red dragon several dozen meters long. Before they could react, it turned into a beam of fire and flew out. Fishman Island. When he came back, the red dragon flew high above the palace and transformed into a human form. He jumped down from the sky holding the white-haired lowly who still had her eyes closed, and there was a pirate flag in his hand, the flag of the Vanderdecken family from generation to generation. Shane took the package handed over by the right minister, which contained a total of 400 million Baileys in commissions for him and Drake. Ignoring Drake's gaze, he packed everything up and stored it in the cheat space. Obtained 400 million Pele. Host's remaining assets, 4.6579 billion Bailey. It's a small matter. I just took the money and did the job. As his purse became fuller, joy appeared on Shane's face. He patted his chest and said righteously, "What's more, I've always hated this kind of pervert who likes to harass young girls, and I will never tolerate him. Well, anyway, I still want to thank you on behalf of the entire people of Fishman Island." Hearing this, Neptune's face looked a little strange. If he remembered correctly, it was this guy who broke into his daughter's boudoir not long ago. Although he did not commit any harassing behavior like Vanderdecken, there was a sense of incongruity when he said this. "Mr. Shane, if you're not in a hurry to leave, we sincerely invite you to stay and attend our daughter's birthday dinner today. However, no matter how you look at it, the other party is his daughter's benefactor, and Neptune feels more grateful in his heart." Dinner. Before Shane could answer, Kagura rushed over like a machine that had received a signal. "Is there a birthday cake?" Kagura asked excitedly. Her delicate face looked a little anxious, and saliva was flowing from the corners of her mouth. "Of course there are," Neptune replied with a smile. He was especially polite to Shane's crew members because he loved them. "Xia-chan, can we stay and eat the cake before leaving?" Kagura's heart was instantly moved. She quickly ran to Xia-in, who had decided to stay, and grabbed his arm and acted coquettishly. "Well, I was planning to stay on this island for a day. After all, This is our first island after setting sail, so I should at least spend more time on it. Xian had no resistance to the girl's coquetry. I was gradually feeling elated. Yeah, great. As soon as he finished speaking, two cheers came from around him, one from Kagura and the other from Shirahoshi. As the only princess of Fishman Island, today was her first time out of the hardshell tower since she was 6 years old, and it was also the first time she could celebrate her birthday in the palace. And on such a memorable day, not only her father and brothers were there, but also her new friends Shane, Kagura, and their companions, which really made the fish girl feel happy. Fishman Island. In the afternoon, when Jinbei was hiding as usual and buying daily necessities in the capital of the Fishman Kingdom, he heard the news that was spreading wildly on the island. A human guest from the Sabaody Islands who solved Princess Shirahoshi's 8-year-long problem. King Neptune was delighted and ordered a banquet covering the entire country to celebrate Princess Shirahoshi's birthday and to thank the human guest from Sabaody. Solved Princess Shirahoshi's troubles. Jinbei looked dazed. As the former Shichibukai and the current strongest person in Fishman Island, he was naturally qualified to know the information of the royal family members. As far as he could remember, Princess Shirahoshi had been living in an airtight hard-shell tower because of a man named Vanderdecken 9. Neptune also asked him for help, but even he could not accurately find Vanderdecken's ship in the vast ocean. And now, it is actually humans who have solved the problem of Vanderdecken. This puzzled Jinbei. In this deep sea, human activities were limited to the islands. How could they find Vanderdecken, who he had been searching for days, but could not find? Perhaps we should go to the palace to find the answer. The other side, on the Fishman Street, Klee, Kagura, Wu Yoshi, and Jidabeo are shopping together. Because Neptune announced that they were the benefactors of the mermaid princess, the people of Fishman Island were very enthusiastic about them at this time. Girls, what do you want to buy? Come take a look, little brother. You can take whatever you want from us. That chicken, yes, is calling you, needing some chicken feed. Ah, the chicken hit someone. Oh, everyone is too enthusiastic. Klee is a little overwhelmed. After rejecting a kind-hearted fish lady again, Klee wiped the sweat from her forehead. Within a few minutes of walking on this street, no less than 50 people had already spoken to her. Given Klee's personality, as long as someone talks to her, she will definitely say something back in order to not make the other person feel ignored. Her voice was almost hoarse from all this. This is because the boss helped their princess, so it doesn't seem too excessive for the citizens to be a little more enthusiastic. Wu Yoshi was very happy. Now, these fish people no longer rejected them and were willing to take photos with him and Jidabeo. But one of them wanted to feed chicken feed to Jidabeo, but was pecked several times by the angry Jidabeo. He was very confused. Why would the fishman carry chicken feed with him? Isn't this 10,000 meters under the sea? Where did the chickens come from? Not too much. But if that's the case, we won't be able to pick a good gift for Shirahoshi. Kagura looked distressed. Because her hair color was the most prominent, she was approached the most often. The topics of conversation are usually, where's the guy with the same hair color as you? I heard that he solved Princess Shirahoshi's problem. Is King Neptune planning to marry Princess Shirahoshi to him? Kagura felt dizzy from all the questions, especially when she heard the news that the king wanted to marry Shirahoshi to Shane. She was so angry that she almost lost her temper on the spot. Xiachan will never get married. She yelled at them unhappily. The fishmen were stunned at first, then burst into laughter. The whole Fishman Street was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. Dozens of minutes. They finally arrived at a street with relatively few pedestrians. They deliberately avoided the sight of pedestrians and quietly ran into a clothing store. The owner of the store looked very strange. Neither a fishman nor a human, but an orange starfish smoking a cigar and wearing sunglasses. Jidabeo half took off his sunglasses, with a cigar in the corner of his mouth. He tilted his head and looked at Haishing, who was also half took off his sunglasses and slumped in the boss chair. The atmosphere suddenly froze, and their eyes collided, as if sparks could be seen. Just a chicken, yet it's so fashionable. Haishing's voice was filled with shock, and the cigar at the corner of his mouth fell to the ground. Humph, your starfish has good taste. Jita showed appreciation in his eyes and gave the starfish a thumbs up with his chicken wings. Of course, I am the most famous fashion designer in Fishman Island. To be honest, I have always been the one leading the fashion in Fishman Island. Even the king's clothes have my contribution. The starfish held a cigar in his mouth, blew out a smoke ring, and boasted very proudly. Oh, so that means if I buy clothes from you and give them to Princess Shirahoshi, she will definitely be satisfied? Wu Yochi's eyes lit up, and he looked at the starfish with sharp eyes. Is that so, Mr. Starfish? Upon hearing that, Kelly also held her little face and asked expectantly. Of course there is no problem. Whether it is for the king or the princess, the clothes in my clothing store must be presentable. Papagoo seemed particularly confident. The island is doing so well, largely because it dares to brag. He is indeed very good at designing clothes and owns several companies in Fishman Island, making him a real big entrepreneur. However, he is still far from designing clothes for people like the king and the princess. No, are you really going to pick a gift for Princess Shirahoshi? As they blew the trumpet, Papagoo realized that the expressions of several people were very serious. They actually looked like they knew Shirahoshi. Princess. Yeah. The three people and the chicken nodded in unison. Could it be? You are the benefactors that the king mentioned who helped Princess Shirahoshi? It suddenly realized something, and its face changed abruptly. Yeah, nodded again. Inside the palace hall, Shane did not go shopping for gifts with her. He wanted to go, but Shirahoshi kept him in the palace to continue telling her the story that was interrupted by Neptune. Saving time on buying gifts, eating delicious snacks in the palace, and chatting with a mermaid, Shane certainly wouldn't refuse such a good thing. At that time, Marineford was heavily guarded, and the three gates of justice were all closed. There was no other way to get there except from underwater and from the sky. Straw Hat Luffy brought the criminals of Impel down from the sky, and the Whitebeard pirates, yes. I am lucky. I happen to have a friend who has a submarine. He is a bit aloof and doesn't talk much, but he actually has a very good heart. His crew is also very interesting. Among them is a huge white bear named Beepo. How big is he? About 2 meters, not the size of toy. You're too big. Don't cry. I didn't mean to yell at you just now. And it's not because you are nagging, nor because I hate you. When Jinbei stepped into the palace, this is the scene he saw. A mermaid princess crying with her hands covering her eyes, and an orange-haired boy who was at a loss trying to comfort her. Inside the Murloc Palace, inside the hall with carved beams and painted buildings, Neptune, Shirahoshi, and other royal family members, the former 7 warlords of the sea Knight Jinbei, as well as Shane, Drake, and Victor were talking. Kana is sleeping soundly on a large white mattress, which is actually a pillow from Shirahoshi's boudoir. So it's Mr. Qilong Shane. If it was you who took action, it would be reasonable for that troublesome guy Vanderdecken to be dealt with. Jinbei was surprised to learn about Shane's identity from Neptune, but then he remembered their first encounter in Marineford. His eyes softened as he looked at Shane and the others. His eyes were serious, his mouth was closed, and his 2 large upright teeth in his lower jaw were pressed against his cheeks, making him look inexplicably silly. Could it be that Jinbei, you, and Mr. Shane knew each other before? Hearing this, Neptune was a little surprised. Since his old friend returned from the Battle of Marineford, he has not shown up again and has been living in seclusion in a remote corner of Fishman Island because he lost his position as Shichibukai and became a wanted criminal again. Therefore, he hasn't communicated with Jinbei for some time. Well, I received help from Mr. Shane when I was in Marineford. I wanted to repay him later, but never had the chance. But I didn't expect that when we met today, Mr. Shane would grant Fishman Island a favor again. I am really grateful. I don't know how to repay you. Jinbei became more and more excited as he spoke, and he almost fell down from his seat and kowtowed on the spot. Fortunately, Xia-In reached out in time and held his shoulder. The repayment is another matter. I only do this for a commission. Shane helped him up. With the dual blessing of dragon and knight rabbit blood, his strength had already far exceeded that of ordinary people. Even Jinbei couldn't help showing a look of surprise after feeling it slightly. Shane hadn't noticed that after helping Jinbei up, he grabbed his chin and looked at the former Shichibukai, the blue whale shark man in front of him, with more and more satisfaction in his eyes. He was half a body taller than him, estimated to be nearly 3 meters tall, an extremely rare tall man on his ship. If Jinbei can get on his ship, wouldn't the average height be raised significantly? Moreover, Jinbei's dominance in the sea as a fishman is probably second only to him and Kana. Coupled with his physical skills that are ranked among the best in the New World, he is definitely a powerful fighting force. If you really want to thank me, come and be my crew member. Thus, after Drake, Shane made his second offer. When these words were spoken, everyone present was shocked. Drake was so shocked that his body trembled and the wine glass in his hand accidentally slipped. Fortunately, it was caught in time by Victor beside him. While thanking Victor, he looked at Shane's expression and found that this guy was actually serious. He actually wanted to recruit a former Shichibukai to join him. Hey, are you kidding me? This is a man of the same level as Doflamingo. How can you, who is only slightly better than me? The complaint in his heart suddenly stopped because his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a white-haired girl who was snoring. Thinking of her strength that even Pluton Rayleigh was afraid of, Drake suddenly understood where Shane's confidence came from. What? Jinbei was also surprised. He never expected Xia In to make such a request. But at this point in time, he was in a bit of a dilemma. I'm sorry, Mr. Shane. It's not that I don't want to get on board, but not long ago, the Whitebeard pirates sent people to Fishman Island. As he said this, Jinbei scratched his head in embarrassment. He was too ashamed to look into Xian's eyes. They brought a handwritten letter from Ace, inviting me to take up the position of captain of the Second Fleet that was vacated after Ace took over the captain's position. Good hospitality is hard to refuse, and the Whitebeard pirates have always protected Fishman Island. Therefore, I have been the captain of the second team of the Whitebeard pirates a few days ago. I came here this time, firstly, to clear up my doubts, and secondly, to say goodbye to Neptune. I am going to the New World. After the words fell, the atmosphere suddenly solidified. No one in the venue spoke. Everyone was digesting the huge information in Jinbei's words. This is news that will definitely make the headlines of newspapers. Jinbei, the former 7 warlords of the sea, has become the second captain of the Whitebeard pirates. It's a pity that Kelly is not here. She usually likes to pay attention to the hot news in newspapers. Nowadays, whether it is Shichibukai, for emperors, or various pirates with hundreds of millions of bounties, she can clearly identify them. If she knew that Jinbei would join the Whitebeard pirates, she would be so excited that she would jump up and down. The expression on Xian's face was also extremely complicated. He originally wanted to cut off Luffy, but instead he was cut off by Luffy's brother Ace. Who could he talk to for reason? Night. As the first free birthday dinner for the princess of Fishman Island, it must be grand and warm, with the whole country celebrating. The lights at night shine throughout the city, as if it were daytime, and the streets and alleys are filled with the sounds of celebration. Among them, the banquet in the palace was undoubtedly the most luxurious. This day was not only a birthday banquet for the daughter, but also a welcome party for Xia and others, and a farewell dinner for Jinbei, the patron saint of Fishman Island. When the dinner was about to begin, Kelly, Kagura, Wu Yoshi, and Jidabeo came back with their gifts, along with a trendy starfish wearing sunglasses. After Kelly, Kagura, and others gave gifts to Shirahoshi, they quickly came to Xia and to show off the formal dresses they were wearing now. Xia Jiang, do I look good here? Brother Xia, isn't Kelly so cute? Xian showed an astonishing look. Although the 2 Lolita girls were not very old, after wearing exquisite dresses with hair colors similar to theirs, the close contact still made people feel heart-thumping. But he didn't want to admit to his face that he was surprised by just 2 Lolita. Wouldn't that really be a blow to Lolita control? They're indeed pretty. Who picked them for you? Xia complimented without changing his expression, but he had already firmly remembered the images of the 2 Lolita girls in skirts in front of him, saving them for his dreams at night. Good material. Of course, it's the great designer, Master Papago. A starfish wearing sunglasses rushed over. It stared at Xia, suddenly took off its glasses, and roared angrily. Boy, your expression should be more stunning. You are definitely not as calm as you are now. You must be pretending. Hey, you guy, show some respect to Boss Xia. Chicken de Bayo volleyed his chicken foot and kicked Papagoo to the ground. His sunglasses were smashed by him. Damn it, you chicken is too much. Papagoo was furious, got up and struggled with Chicken de Bayo. The scene was extremely chaotic. Xian's eyes widened when he saw it. This world was so absurd that one day he could actually see a chicken and a starfish fighting. Could it be that he came not to Fishman Island, but to Bikini Castle? No matter how grand a dinner party is, it will eventually come to an end, and new friends will eventually have to say goodbye. But this time is a bit too fast. Master Shane, Kagura-chan, Carrie-chan, and Mr. Wuliochi, are you really leaving? At the edge of Fishman Island, there is a 65-meter-long ship, the Wave Chaser. Shirahoshi, with her huge body, supports the cabin deck with her arms, lowering her head to look at the few small people on the deck, her eyes gradually moistening. Now, it was the morning of the next day. Shane and the others did not inform her before leaving, probably because they did not want to experience a live farewell with her. However, after she found out that Shane had left, she immediately ran out of the palace. This was her first time leaving home, and she didn't know where she got the courage from. Along the way, the citizens of Fishman Island and some humans passing by were all amazed. This was also the first time they saw the true face of the Fishman Princess. They were shocked for a moment. Some people took this opportunity to take a photo. Shirahoshi's photos will definitely make a lot of money if submitted to newspapers. Shirahoshi, I'm so glad you came. It's all because of that Xia-chan. I had to leave secretly. I wanted to say goodbye to you before I left. Kagura was also happy to see Shirahoshi coming to see her off. He glared at the innocent Shane with dissatisfaction. They were both 14-year-old girls and had good personalities. Apart from Shane, she and Shirahoshi got along best. Of course, the most important thing is that Shirahoshi's food is huge, and one table of food is enough to fill her stomach. Goodbye, Sister Shirahoshi. Don't be too sad. Brother Shane said that after traveling to New World for a while, he will come back to pick Sister Shirahoshi up on the ship. Little Angel Kelly is always good at comforting people. After hearing this, Shirahoshi's face lit up with joy, and the tears in his eyes stopped. She rubbed her eyes and stared at the orange-haired man on the boat, with resentment in her eyes and her cheeks gradually puffed up. She has been here for such a long time, and this person is not ready to say anything. Therefore, Shirahoshi felt an emotion that he rarely felt before. Anger, but in fact, it was more of a feeling of grievance. Just when she was about to cry again, the orange-haired man she was staring at finally spoke. If I give you a birthday present now, will your anger subside? Shane looked up at the merman girl who was holding on to his boat and refusing to let him go, looking aggrieved, and said with a smile, Huh, a gift. Shirahoshi was stunned for a moment, then gradually turned to surprise. In fact, the stories that Shane told her were already the best birthday gifts, but she was also very happy to receive a gift given by Shane himself. What kind of gift is it? Shirahoshi's eyes no longer contained resentment, but instead a girlish shyness and embarrassment. She recalled the contents of the storybook she had read before. People who care about their closest friends would give each other gifts when they leave to wish each other well. It turns out, in Shane's heart, she is also a close friend. Cunning Xia-chan, you actually secretly prepared a gift for Shirahoshi. Didn't you stay in the palace yesterday? Did you take advantage of us sleeping last night? Kagura looked incredible. He remembered that Xia-in, Jinbei, and Nip were all gone yesterday. I drank a lot of wine, so I shouldn't have the energy to go out. Sister Kagura, have you forgotten Klee's earthly chain? Klee summoned the shield lock that was shining with golden light from her backpack and suspended it in her palm. It has been 3 days since she obtained the earthly chain, so today is the time for Shane to summon and refresh. How clever, Kelly! Shane praised with a smile, then lightly snapped his fingers with his right hand. Along with the sound of something appearing, a faint blue light flickered and floated down to the top of Shirahoshi's head. Shirahoshi felt a slight chill on her face. It was a layer of faint blue gauze, which completely covered her head and shoulders, but her vision was not obstructed at all. Moreover, she could clearly feel that after putting on the veil, a light blue halo instantly enveloped her entire body, like a bubble shield covering Fishman Island. Its name is Banshee Veil, and it is a treasure from Victor's world. When you put it on, not only will outsiders be unable to see your face clearly, but it will also form a transparent protective film around your body that can resist a certain degree of attack. Shane explained. This was the one he had spent 10 million berries to summon from the item pool half an hour ago. Klee had the earthly chains, Kagura and Kana didn't need defense, and their companions were all male, so it was inevitable that there would be a little bit strangeness. When they were wondering who to give it to, Shirahoshi arrived and stopped the boat, and thus, the Banshee Veil had its home. Thank you, Lord Shane. I like your gift very much. Shirahoshi was extremely surprised. He didn't expect Shane to give such a mysterious and precious thing. Then she felt a little ashamed because she came in a hurry and there were many good things in her father's treasury, but she didn't take any of them with her. She secretly made up her mind that when Shane returned to Fishman Island next time to take her on board, she would plunder her father's treasury and pack it up to take on Shane's ship. Anyway, those things in the treasury have been stored for many years, and she has never seen them reduced. Shirahoshi, what are you doing out here alone? Just when Shirahoshi was setting his sights on his father's collection, Neptune and several princes hurried over with a group of guards. They looked frightened and only felt relieved after seeing Shirahoshi. New World. Punk Hazard, an island where ice and fire meet. Amid the cold ice and snow, there is a huge experimental base with a sign called Bank Restricted Area hanging on it. Inside the experimental base, SHHHH, those two monsters are finally gone. Inside a secret room, Caesar finally breathed a sigh of relief after hearing the news from his subordinates. A year ago, he escaped from the prison ship and, with funding from Doflamingo, began his artificial devil fruit experiments. With the help of the Shichibukai, he had lived a particularly stable life in the past year. The progress of his artificial devil fruit was also steadily improving, and it had recently begun to bear fruit. However, just 10 days ago, Doflamingo reminded him to close the door and not go out again, because 2 Marine admirals had agreed to duel on this island for the position of Fleet Admiral. As a result, they suffered terribly during these 10 days. The experimental base was always filled with the sound of molten lava and ice colliding violently, and the climate was constantly changing. It was dozens of degrees below 0 one second. It became 10 degrees Celsius the next. The temperature is 40 or 50 degrees. Fortunately, the most difficult days were finally over. Caesar breathed a sigh of relief and was about to take a sip of the hot coffee on the table when one of his subordinates brought him another message. Lord Caesar, there's a pirate at the entrance of the experimental base. He seems to be one of the supernovas, the surgeon of death, Trafalgar Law. Puff! Hot coffee gushed out, and Caesar's eyes almost popped out. How did that guy find his way here? It was noon, and the sun was scorching. The clear sea surface with a faint golden glow suddenly rose up into a huge wave of more than 10 meters. Amid the rolling waves, a scarlet ship broke out of the sea. Walalelo. The sea water fell from the sky like drizzle, accompanied by the sound of the bubble membrane breaking, and produced countless tiny bubbles floating upwards, emitting colorful rainbow-like light under the sunlight. On the deck, when the sea water fell to the surface of the boat, Shane quietly hid under Kagura's parasol and pulled Klee in. This is how they were able to avoid becoming like the other crew members, soaked to the skin. Ugh, so salty. Wu Yochi lifted up his bangs that were hanging close to his forehead and tasted the flavor of the sea for the first time. Of course the sea water is salty. I'll make you a drink later, but I have to dry the chicken feathers first. Jidabeo was also soaked, and because of his small size, he was drenched by the sea water and fell heavily on the deck. Debeo, I can help you dry it. As the captain, Shane felt a little guilty. You should have pulled Debeo under the umbrella as well. It was all his fault that he was only thinking about Kelly at that time. Thank you, Boss Xia. Jidabeo was flattered. Kelly is here to help too. As Shane and Kelly simultaneously channeled the element of fire, the temperature inside the ship suddenly rose, and in less than a moment, the clothes and hair of everyone on the ship were dried. In the following time, at Jidabeo's suggestion, all of them stood at the bow of the boat and took a group commemorative photo. In the photo, Shane is naturally in the center, with Klee and Kana hugging his arms on his left and right sides, followed by Wu Liuqi, Jidabeo, Drake, Victor, and Ji. In order to compete for the center position, Kagura finally chose to ride on Shane's shoulders like Kana did when she went shopping that day. When taking pictures, she mischievously pulled Shane's cheeks with both hands, making him make a funny expression. As a result, after the photos came out, her little face was naturally not spared and was pinched into two large red and swollen lumps. Afternoon. Victor entered the basement level 2 of the cabin, which was originally a warehouse where items had not yet been stored. With Shane's permission, he spent a day transforming it into a laboratory. Kelly was also on the second floor below ground, next to Victor. Shane did not favor one over the other and also cleared out a bomb research room for her. Drake began his daily exercise, staying within a few meters of the steering wheel to ensure that he could control the direction of the ship in time if he encountered a critical situation. Shane and Kagura are fishing with Wu Liuqi, Jidabeo, and Old Neil. Of course, it was mainly Wu Liuqi and Old Neil who were fishing. He, Kagura, and Jidabeo were lying on lounge chairs drinking iced drinks and enjoying the sea breeze blowing across their faces, which was extremely comfortable. However, the pleasant time was only temporary. The topography and climate of New World are unpredictable, and danger can occur basically every half an hour. In the past few hours, they have encountered unexpected events such as whirlpools, Poseidon-like attacks, sudden heavy rains, local hail, etc. Finally, when a thunder sounded, Kanna, who had been sleeping on the second floor, suddenly opened his eyes. The next moment, the doors and windows broke open, and a white-haired little girl jumped out of the window, transforming into a giant white dragon with pure white feathers, and shot up into the dark sky, filled with thunder like a flashing arc. Soon after, a burp was heard from the giant dragon, and then the rain stopped and the sky cleared up with the sun shining on the sea again. At this time, Kana also transformed into a human form and landed on the deck, with her back facing the sun, making her lavender twin ponytail sparkle. Her chubby little face was plump, flushed, and full of life. Shane, I'm back. Yeah, it's good that you're full. Xia-In smiled and pinched her cheek, which was indeed softer than in the past few days. Punk Hazard, you little brat, do you know who I'm backing? If you don't want to face the wrath of the Shichibukai and the 4 emperors, I advise you to let me go. In the experimental base, isolated from the wind and snow, Caesar, with a bruised face and nose, was pinned to the ground by Beepo and Kiangbalu, staring angrily at the man who occupied his office seat. Beside him were his men, all of whom were cut in half by Luo's power, with their upper bodies separated from their lower bodies, and they collapsed on the ground in a daze. When they were split in half, they thought they were dead, but unexpectedly, not only did they not feel any pain, they didn't even bleed. As far as I know, your research on artificial devil fruits has just started, and it is far from the level of being connected with Kaido. So if you lose you, the only one who will be angry will be Doflamingo, not Kaido. Luo sat in Caesar's original seat, tossing a heart in his hand. Ow, do you know so many secrets? Who told you? Caesar's tone softened instantly. Not only was Luo's lie exposed, but more importantly, the heart in Luo's hand belonged to someone else. I naturally have my own channels. You don't need to know this. Luo caught the falling heart and squeezed it gently with his hand. Caesar's face suddenly twisted and he rolled on the ground in pain. You need to understand that your life is in my hands now. As he spoke, Luo loosened his hand, left his seat, squatted in front of Caesar, and stared at him with cold eyes. Tell me, where are the officers Doflamingo sent to protect you? Where is Monet, the user of the snow fruit? I didn't know. The moment you walked in, that damn woman left me and ran away. She also took away the din-din mushy that was used to contact Doflamingo. Is that so? It looks like someone will come to this island soon. Maybe Virgo, or even Doflamingo himself. Luo's eyes gradually became serious. It had been 2 hours since they entered the experimental base. The terrain of this experimental base was particularly complex, and it took more than an hour just to find this office. Fortunately, before leaving the Sabati archipelago, Luo had learned from Shane about Caesar's fruit ability, the Logia gas fruit, which can extract oxygen from the air and release poison gas. It is a particularly tricky ability, but it is much easier to deal with after knowing the intelligence in advance. Luo and his crew members each have a gas mask and an oxygen bottle, completely ignoring Caesar's ability and easily subduing him. However, Monet, the user of the snow fruit, had been warned in advance, and no one knew where he had fled to on the island. He was probably already waiting for the arrival of Doflamingo's reinforcements. Captain, since their reinforcements will be here soon, let's capture this guy and put him back on the submarine. Then we can dive into the water. I don't believe Doflamingo can fish us out. Luo's crew member Pecan suggested. No, Doflamingo is a person with special abilities, and most of them can't handle seawater. But the man named Virgo relied entirely on physical skills to become a Marine Vice Admiral. It's not difficult for him to dive into the sea and find us. Luo waved his hand. When he heard the name go, he clenched his teeth, recalling an embarrassing memory. Then what should we do? Beepo asked in a panic. He had seen Shichibukai take action in Marineford before and knew that it was a force that they could not overcome at the moment. It's okay. According to the date, our allies should have arrived in New World. Luo smiled faintly and took out a din-din mushy from his arms. P.S. Sorry everyone. I'm not feeling well today, and I am not satisfied with the content I wrote. I will only post 1 chapter today and make up for it with 3 chapters tomorrow.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.